Testing your playback sound system.
Politics on this climate rages. How far gone the days of grace? Men enslaved to their ambitions, shun the tears of poverty's face. I tune my ears to what they whisper, spreading lies and way of truth. Approaching close the day of judgment. The change we need, it starts with you. How far have we gone asunder? Earthquakes, floods, and rolling thunder. Children dying without mothers, when no one show concern. We must unite and stand together, because the common enemy we face does not care for your religion, your social status, or your race. To those impacted, the crisis real, the sorrow, grief, and pain they feel. We do not have the time to fight. We must unite. We must rebuild.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We are pleased to welcome you to the International Online Forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, which is right now being simultaneously interpreted into 150 languages. Today, you will learn why our days, the days of all humankind, are truly numbered. You've seen the countdown we showed you. This is the maximum time left for humankind. But we have even less time to do something about it and change the situation. At this forum, you will learn about all of this in detail. Today, we as humanity are balancing on the edge of life and death. And this is the fact. Climate. This monstrous Cerberus is devouring entire regions, and it can't get enough. Our planet is engulfed in terrible disasters, and their number is growing. Our houses are being destroyed by hurricanes and earthquakes. Entire cities are going underwater or are being burned down by fires. Natural disasters are gaining momentum and destroying everything in their path. Dozens of millions of people are losing everything and running away from the disaster in order to save their lives. If we don't stop the Cerberus today, tomorrow it will devour us all. But what is humankind busy with in the meantime? We all live in the same building called the consumerist format. We are divided by floors, by separate rooms. We are divided by corridors and stairwells. We are forbidden to communicate with each other. We've been made to be afraid of our neighbors. We are taught not to respect each other. We live in a surreal world. In this world, we've been taught not to see reality. Those who call white color black live higher. Those who call white color white live below. Here, we must believe only the television, but not our own eyes. Now, our building, our house is on fire. The first floors are on fire. The walls are burning, but no one is doing anything inside. We've been taught that someone decides something for us. But now, nobody decides anything for us. Our house is on fire, and we are in the middle of it. And the saddest thing is that many of us don't even know about it. And those who do refuse to believe it because there is no fire in their rooms yet. The fire is outside. Although those on the lower floors are already screaming. Those whom we've delegated control over this house are sitting on the rooftops and looking up at the sky. They don't care about all of us living in this house because they are above all of us. They're having their heads in the clouds. They think they're on top of the world. But this world is crumbling. Our house is really on fire. Today, we are going to tell you what is going on. Please be patient. We will try to explain in detail what is really happening to the climate, what the current state of our society is, and what way out of this situation we see. The information you will hear today is the result of many years of work of thousands and thousands of people. So I would like to say that today's forum is not for those who are on the roof of our universe, who are having their heads in the clouds and who are fully off the ground. This forum is for us, residents of this house, for us, my dear earthlings. Wisdom and patience to all of you.
Hello, dear friends. It is a pleasure to welcome you to such a significant event for all of us, for all of humanity. Today's forum is being simultaneously translated into 150 languages. These are the languages which 90% of the world's population speaks. This is a great chance to be heard by all of humanity. We can only imagine the scale of the preparation for this forum, the huge number of people involved in making sure that the truth will be heard worldwide and that it will be understood and heard by people in their own languages. It is truly a colossal work. It is a tremendous effort. Thousands of people from all over the world have joined together to make our momentous meeting possible today. All this is able to be done only because of the dedication and commitment of these people to humanity, because they understand the importance, the responsibility, including the responsibility to disseminate this important information that will be presented to you today. It is an honor to be part of this team, because without any exaggeration, what you will hear today will save humanity if everyone knows about it. Dear friends, I would like to draw your attention. All information on the online forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, is presented for a non-profit purpose and in the interest of the entire society, entire humanity. The free use, reproduction, and distribution of this forum, in part or in a whole, by any means, without distortion of the transmitted information, and while preserving the links to the source is permitted. Thank you very much. Is presented for a non-profit purpose and in the interest of the entire society.
I want to express my sincere gratitude to the media partners of this forum. They are doing all they can to use their resources to make sure that everyone in the world learns about the Creative Society as soon as possible. They broadcast videos, songs, interviews, talk shows about the Creative Society. And some of them, right now, broadcasting this forum on their radio and TV stations and on their social media. We are grateful for what you are doing for all of humanity, and it is an honor to walk shoulder to shoulder with you in building the Creative Society. Interviews, talk shows about the Creative Society. And some of them, right now, broadcasting this forum on their radio and TV stations and on their social media. We are grateful for what you are doing for all of humanity, and it is an honor to walk shoulder to shoulder.
Dear viewers, and right now we would like to invite our scientist from the Climate Department of Creative Society. It is my honor to introduce you to Елизавета Kromova, geologist and geophysicist. Елизавета, the floor is yours.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники форума.
Greetings, dear participants and viewers of this forum. Today it's a great honor for us to present the work of hundreds of scientists and thousands of volunteers of the Creative Society project. It is dedicated to the study of the true causes of climate change occurring on Earth today, which are not related to human activity. What we're going to narrate today in such a scale and exposition has never been presented anywhere before. This comprehensive scientific work has been carried out by our international team since 1996. It's been several decades already that scientists, experts, and volunteers from different countries have been involved in this interdisciplinary research. These are experts in geology, geophysics, volcanology, climatology, oceanology, astrophysics, and dozens of other fields. Those who study the planet's core, volcanoes, earthquakes, cosmic rays, and geological cycles. We've made accurate calculations, mathematical models, and analytical forecasts of the progression of climatic cataclysms that humanity will experience in the coming years. Excerpts from the current report were published in 2014, but the full information and our calculations were not revealed to the public, and later you will understand why. Further, we are going to present to you the results of the 26 years of research. I want to draw your attention to the fact that we will present only the information and facts that you can double-check. For this purpose, we have deliberately used data from publicly available sources. We do not use the results of our sensors and measurements in today's report, so as not to frighten or spread panic. Today, we will rely only on the facts which are easily verifiable and publicly available. In today's report, we will raise three key questions. First, what is the true cause of the escalating climate disasters? Second, what will happen next? Third, what is the solution? Today, we're going to tell you what is out of the public eye. You will not hear this comprehensive information from official media sources or political reports. These facts are not just being withheld, they're being ignored as not to cause panic in society. We understand that, but at the same time, such silencing is dangerous because it creates the risk of inaction in solving vital issues. First, let's look at the current state of affairs regarding the climate situation in the world as of November 2022. I would like to give the floor to PhD Associate Professor Konstantin Rybachuk, an active participant of the Creative Society project. He has been a reporter and presenter of the weekly climate breaking news for several years now, as well as a speaker of various conferences on climate monitoring and more. So now, he's going to speak about the progression of cataclysms around the world. Konstantin, the floor is yours.
Hello, dear friends. The information we're about to present is truly shocking to any sensible person. We live in a time when scientists do not know about the inexorably growing climate crisis. Even more so, politicians do not know either. Now, all of humanity is on the brink of a large-scale climate catastrophe. And at the same time, contemporary science tells us only about anthropogenic climate change, but is silent about the actual cause of climate change. Many people doubt this, doubt climate change, but facts are stubborn things. A year ago, the number of cataclysms in the world did not exceed a few dozen per month. but this year, we're already registering an average of 200 natural disasters per week. According to our monitoring data, more than 6,000 climate disasters occurred during the first 10 months of 2022. These include floods, fires,
Hello, Mark. How are you?
tornadoes, mudslides, and
I'm well. I'm sorry that I didn't have the exact time for the conference.
6,000 war zones where a climate, the only enemy of humanity, is waging its attack. And that's only what's reflected in open sources of information. In fact,
Yes,
natural
yes, I
disasters
did.
on the planet. And worst of all, these cataclysms have taken many lives
Yes.
can never be returned. Their families and loved ones can never recover that loss. The monitoring report you will see
Yeah, I have,
is the result of work of
have it
thousands
here.
of volunteers around the world. All facts are cross-checked many times before we use them. All this information is taken solely from public sources so everyone can cross-check it and see for themselves the extent of the horror we have encountered.
So
I want to emphasize that
okay,
thousands
tools.
of people are working on collecting and analyzing data. It is difficult for one person to collect and analyze so much information. In our research activities, we have encountered the fact that a lot of data that is available in open sources is being deleted. Information about climatic cataclysms, their power,
on which name?
is simply disappearing. They try to give us
Yeah, yes, I open it.
more or less favorable climate situation.
It's open.
At the same time, the statistics are
Mute.
horrifying than ever before in the history of modern civilization. That is especially evident this year. But to soften the situation, they try to tell us that nothing horrible is happening and our climatic condition is within the normal limits. In the media, the data is falsified and downplayed. Even for one institution, collecting statistics on all climatic cataclysms and anomalies is difficult. But we are volunteers, and there are a lot of us around the world. To get a reliable picture of what is happening, we work with primary sources, research groups that record the data, and directly with eyewitnesses of climatic cataclysms. We're going to show you a climate monitoring video. I ask you to watch this video very carefully. It shows the actual progression of climate change in the world.
USA, Taiwan, Kazakhstan,
It's a true nightmare that's happened for the first time in my whole life.
Bulgaria,
It was as if a bomb had fallen.
Italy,
Who could have known that the water would rush in so fast? We lost everything.
Pakistan, Spain, China, Germany. Storms and hurricanes. Category 4 Hurricane Ian was the deadliest hurricane to hit Florida residents in the United States. Some cities were 90% destroyed by the storm surge, furious winds, and flooding. More than 1.5 million people had to leave their homes. According to preliminary estimates, the damage will exceed 100 billion. Passing Puerto Rico, Hurricane Fiona left several million people without electricity and drinking water. And this was at a time when it was unbearably hot and humid on the island. Fiona is the first Category 4 hurricane in history to move this far north. It reached eastern Canada, maintaining the strength of a Category 2 hurricane, and left an unprecedented path of destruction in the country. In recent years, tropical storms have begun to move further north and south from the equator. The world's megacities such as New York, Boston, Beijing, and Tokyo could soon be under their attack. Typhoon Noru was predicted to hit the Philippines as the equivalent of a Category 1 hurricane, but in just 6 hours there was an explosive intensification to a Category 5 super typhoon, with wind gusts reaching 196 miles per hour. People did not have time to prepare for the impact of the natural disaster of such force. More than 900,000 people were affected, while the damage to agriculture exceeded 52 million. On the island of Corsica, France, the wind reached a speed of 224 kilometers per hour. During the storm, the fierce winds tore down power lines and trees were falling down like matchsticks. In Europe alone, the average annual number of storms has increased by almost 16.5 times since 2000. In the United States, the number of convective storms, the damage of which exceeds $1 billion, is growing unprecedentedly. Between 2000 and 2010, there were 34 of them, and in the next 11 years, there were already 95. In the Southern Hemisphere, storm intensification over recent decades has already reached levels projected to occur in the year 2080. Abnormal precipitation and flooding. The amount of abnormal rainfall is increasing all over the world. During 9.5 months of 2022, more than 36,000 daily precipitation records were registered on the planet. The province of Ancona, Italy, was hit by half a year worth of rain overnight. Never before in their lives have the residents seen such a rapid rise of water, almost 1 meter in 10 minutes. Australia has been hit by 3 waves of historic floods in 2022. Brisbane was hit by a rain bomb when more than a month's worth of rain fell daily for 3 consecutive days. Given such frequency and intensity of flooding, it makes no sense to rebuild some cities. On the eastern coast of South Africa, almost a year's worth of rain fell within 24 hours, resulting in one of the deadliest floods of the 21st century in the country. Seoul, South Korea, was hit by record downpours in August 2022. Water rushed rapidly into all the underground and semi-basement rooms. Subways, crosswalks, parking lots, and even apartments turned into death traps. People died from flooding right in their homes. In Colombia, the number of floods increased by 87% in just 1 year. Back in 2020, there were 428 of them, and in the next year, already 802. Meanwhile, in several municipalities in the Department of Sucre, the flooding has been lasting for more than a year. Just 60 years ago, there were 8 major floods per year in the world, and by 2021, this number has increased by 27 times. Besides, they began to occur simultaneously, covering several countries at once. In the summer of 2022 alone, floods occurred in at least 120 countries on all continents. The monsoon season of 2022 turned into the biggest climate disaster in modern history of Pakistan. 1/3 of the country's provinces went underwater. More than 1,600 people have been killed and 33 million people have been affected by the disaster. Half of them are children. Over 2 million houses have been destroyed. Elderly people, pregnant women, and children are forced to live outdoors in inhumane conditions. There is a lack of food, drinking water, and medical care. Contaminated water has become a source of infections. People are left without jobs, shelter, and means of livelihood. After almost 2 months, the water is still not gone. The nightmare for people continues to this day and will only get worse. Extreme heat and droughts. During the 9 months of 2022, there have been over 100,000 highest temperature records across the globe. In China, for the first time in world history, a heat wave reached 113 degrees Fahrenheit and lasted 79 days in a row. More than 900 million people were affected by the extreme temperatures. Bomb shelters were opened to people as a relief from the unbearable heat. To save their crops, farmers worked at night as the soil heated up to 60 degrees Celsius during the day. The summer, Europe experienced its hottest summer on record. In the UK, temperatures in July exceeded 40 degrees Celsius for the first time in history. In France, a prolonged heat wave caused the water in rivers to get so hot that it became unsuitable for cooling nuclear reactors in nuclear power plants. A similar thing happened in the Persian Gulf. Heat kills people. In the European Union, the deaths of 53,000 people in July are directly attributed to the unprecedented heat wave. Severe droughts have hit the major economies of the Northern Hemisphere this year, with damages of $13.2 billion in the first half of 2022 alone. In China, the USA, India, Australia, Europe, and other regions, rivers and reservoirs have sharply shallowed and navigation has come to a virtual standstill. This has also exacerbated the energy crisis and has become another factor in the soaring of electricity prices. The drought has caused irreparable damage to agriculture, leading to an unprecedented rise in food prices. In the USA, the price of livestock feed increased by 90%. The water crisis has reached a record scale. Access to safe drinking water is under threat. No country, even an economically developed one, is immune to this problem. This year, over 2 billion people on our planet are already facing water shortages. Wildfires. In 2022, Alaska, USA, is experiencing the largest wildfire season in its history. 50 years ago, there were no such things as megafires. They cover huge areas and require enormous resources to keep them down. As of early October 2022, there have already been 16 megafires in the USA alone, and many more are approaching that scale. In South Korea, a megafire approached a nuclear power plant in March 2022. 18,000 people and dozens of helicopters were mobilized to extinguish it. In Russia, there has been a sharp increase in the area of wildfires in the last 5 years. There has even been an increase in fires that burn under the snow in winter. In 2022, natural fires in Europe exceeded 770,000 hectares for the first time since satellite measurements became available. This is more than the size of the Canary Islands and 3 times more than the average burn-up in a year. And in some countries, the increase in wildfires has been really shocking. In the Czech Republic, an average of 9 hectares of land is burnt annually. However, by the end of September this year, the fire had already destroyed almost 1,500 hectares. This is 158 times more than usual. At the beginning of September this year in Brazil, there were a record number of fires in the country on 3 consecutive days, more than 3,000 per day. Wildfires are not seasonal anymore. Now they don't stop even in winter, and hurricane winds spread the fire at breakneck speed. In the Algerian province of El Taref, winds of over 55 miles per hour caused the flames to spread in a matter of minutes, leaving no chance for people to escape. Fires are occurring in places where they have almost never been before. Central Europe, the rainforests of South America, and even the Arctic are burning. Today, single cataclysms already occur very rarely. There goes an entire cascade of disasters, one involving the other. And this interconnection intensifies the devastation and takes more and more human lives. Even economically developed countries cannot restore their climatically ravaged territories for years. More regions are becoming uninhabitable. What was predicted for the year 2100 is already happening right before our eyes today. In 2022, there has been an unprecedented leap in the power and the amount of natural disasters, and judging by the progression, they will continue to increase at record speed. In order for humankind to survive, urgent, extraordinary action is needed. Meanwhile, we have very little time left.
This video shows a tiny fraction of the climate disasters that have occurred this year. The year 2022 was watershed. Everyone has seen how abnormal and unpredictable the cataclysms have become. All hopes that the climate will change gradually have collapsed. The progression of disasters is increasing. Just think, over the past 9 months, 100,000 records of heat waves and 36,000 records of precipitation have been broken. That threats to cause a food crisis of planetary proportions. In the fall of 2022, almost the entire northern hemisphere received another dose of heat instead of long-awaited coolness. In northern Canada, where the average September temperature is about 8 Celsius degrees, temperatures over 30 Celsius degrees were recorded for several days. And in icy Greenland, the temperature was more than 20 degrees above normal. Floods have become so powerful that even economically stable countries cannot withstand their onslaught. While last year floods of the century were recorded, this year floods of the millennium are occurring everywhere. These are floods that occur with a probability of once in 1,000 years. Such a climate catastrophe hit northeastern Brazil in spring of 2022. And in the summer, as many as 5 of these millennium floods occurred in less than 1 month in the United States. Some 70 million people were affected. That's a huge number. It's not just a statistic, it's 70 million people who have already been affected. The scale of natural disasters is constantly increasing. Emergency services in many countries already say there are not enough people and equipment to deal with the consequences of climate disasters. In Australia, for example, people have given up hope for help. Over the past year, the country has been overwhelmed by historic waves of floods. People are simply abandoned amidst a temporary climate disaster and no help can reach them. And it's only going to get worse. There is less and less hope for international aid because countries are simultaneously faced with cataclysms and have to try to solve their own problems first. In just a few years, when the cataclysms take full force, nobody will come to help because trouble will be everywhere. Today, the consequences of disasters already affect everyone. The world is very interconnected. Flooded or scorched fields in one part of the planet mean a massive increase in food prices or famine in another. The media shows us the disaster itself, but they don't show what happens to people afterward. A cataclysm can last for hours or even minutes, but people are left to cope with aftermath for years. Do you think this is the case only in developing countries? It's been a year since the deadly flooding in Europe in July 2021, and many of those affected are still unable to return to their homes. In technologically advanced Japan, hundreds of people still live in temporary housing 3 years after Typhoon Hagibis. In the United States, after the terrible tornado that hit Kentucky in December 2021, people are still not back in their homes. And there are countless examples of this. We're all vulnerable to the elements. Millions of people lose their homes and everything they own. Everything we have accumulated throughout our lives vanishes in an instant, irrevocably. Dry clothes, a piece of bread, or a sip of water are what becomes most precious. And if you are lucky enough to survive, the most you can count on is a place in a refugee camp. Yes, losing your possessions is not the worst of evils. Many survivors lose family and friends. We can restore everything except lost human life. Cataclysms are escalating and we have no way of coping with them. Existing programs to combat climate change do not work. Over the past 20 years, the situation on the planet has worsened catastrophically and climate disasters continue to increase. And today, when we need to study the real causes of climate change, we as humanity do nothing to understand the cause of growing cataclysms. We waste time and trillions of dollars on an only false theory of anthropogenic climate change and do nothing. It's simply a suicide. We watch our world crumble. We hope that we need to be patient and wait it out and everything will return to normal. It won't. Our world will never be the same again. If we continue to do nothing, tomorrow the elements will destroy our life and it will be too late to do anything about it. Now the search for salvation from a planetary climate catastrophe must become the most critical task for mankind, and all of the society's resources must be devoted to it.
Thank you, Konstantin. Thank you to the entire monitoring team for your dedicated work in collecting and analyzing the terrifying trends of the escalating disasters. And today, we're deeply honored to present the work of our interdisciplinary team. I'm pleased to introduce you the speakers who will share with you today the results of our research, which has been conducted by hundreds of scientists and thousands of volunteers since 1996. Anastasia Pashigreva, Chemistry, USA. Anastasia coordinates the area of research on functional and chemical changes in the atmosphere. In the context of the Creative Society project, she interacts with the scientific community. She has conducted dozens of interviews with experts from different fields. Anastasia is also part of the research team that studies the growing seismic activity on the planet. David Kruger, Creative Society project participant, geographer, Germany. By his profession, David knows well the geosystems of our planet and the natural phenomena that occurs in it. John N., Creative Society project participant, expert in the development and commercialization of new technologies in the fields of energy, chemical processes, and natural sciences, USA. John earned an MBA, a PhD in chemical engineering at Technical University of Munich, and a master's degree at the University of California, Berkeley. As a result of our research, we have come to a very well-reasoned understanding that the cause of climate change is not the increase in the anthropogenic CO2. The problem is not only that the temperatures on the planet are currently rising, but there is also an increase in the number of anomalies deep in the planet's interior. Therefore, the reason for the increase in disasters is something else. Let's look at the facts of multiple thermal anomalies which point to the problem inside the planet. One of the signs of climate change that you are well aware of is the melting of glaciers. It is now well established that the glaciers of Antarctica and Greenland are melting from below. But what is the threat behind this? Please look at the map in the middle. The red color here indicates the area where Antarctica has lost most of its ice since 2003. As you can clearly see on the map, this is only West Antarctica. Why is only West Antarctica melting from global warming? Geologists are well aware that West Antarctica is a relatively young continent with a thin crust. On the map to the left, you can see yellow and red areas showing the thin crust. The eastern part is represented by a thick, massive plate. Please pay attention to the right side of the tectonic map. You can see how West and East Antarctica differ. Volcanologists know well that Antarctica is also an active volcanic region. Today, more than 140 volcanoes have already been discovered under its ice. Take a closer look. Where are all these volcanoes? They're located exactly in West Antarctica, and most of them are located exactly where the glaciers are melting. You may have heard that there are two glaciers in Antarctica that are melting the most. They are Pine Island and Thwaites. You can see them marked with red arrows on the map to the left. Glaciologists call them doomsday glaciers. Multiple studies in recent years indicate that there is increased heat flow beneath these glaciers from the subsurface. Some scientists who advocate the CO2 theory claim that it is allegedly humans who heat the water which flows under the glacier and melts it down there. This is totally absurd. Think yourselves, what is more likely to heat the deep waters beneath a glacier? CO2 emissions that occur thousands of miles away from a glacier, or a volcano located directly beneath it? In fact, it is much scarier than that. Note when the intense melting of Antarctic glaciers began. That happened in 1995. Remember this year. Today we'll hear a lot about it. Since 1995, Antarctica's ice melt rate has increased by 65%. The question arises, why did the intensive melting of glaciers start exactly in our time? NASA seismologists have discovered a huge Mary Bird magma chamber under West Antarctica. The increased heat flow from the Earth's interior comes exactly from there and activates volcanoes. In the diagram to the left, you can see this magma chamber marked in red. Despite the fact that magma chamber has been there for millions of years, in 1995, for an inexplicable reason, it became active, which led to an increase in volcanic activity and intensive melting of the glaciers in West Antarctica. It is an undeniable fact that Antarctica is melting from below due to the rise of magma within the magma chamber, and this has been happening since 1995.
Antarctica a commencé à chauffer en bas couche terre depuis 1995.
Next to West Antarctica is another heat anomaly area.
Tout près Antarctica, gain l'autre côté encore qui a Cap Fond.
The water has warmed up 5 times faster than
en bas 2000 mètres, gagne chauffage qui a passé depuis. C'est un autre fait qui montre que chauffage ça c'est en bas terre et ou capable regarder ou capable voir comment température a monté en pile depuis temps ça.
The Weddell Sea is bounded on all sides by volcanic structure features that are currently showing anomalous activity.
Il y a un volcan qui est entouré en bas et en bas terre depuis longtemps. Et au cap voyons dans 4 là en rouge. Nous prenons des grands paquets tremblements de terre passés depuis 6 mois.
There were no more than 15,000 earthquakes per year around the
Depuis
entire Earth.
en 1995, pas de gagné plus que 50 tremblements de terre.
You see that the Weddell Sea, just like the entire West Antarctica,
Au Cap un peu de l'autre côté, loin Antarctica qui commence à chauffer tout depuis longtemps. N'importe monde qui pas fou, cap comprendre, pas aucun humain qui est capable d'aller en bas terre pour faire chauffer comme ça.
But similar processes are taking place now in the central part
of Greenland. Au capable saisir Greenland commence à avoir même quantité de problèmes ça tout et ça montrait sous ce côté et problème ça sorti. Bon, Sivivan c'est dans Inite lié, donc crise globale.
Equally intense ice melting is also taking place on another part of the planet, in Greenland. Research conducted in October 2020 showed that Greenland's ice is now melting faster than ever before in the past 12,000 years. In 2019 alone, Greenland's ice sheet lost the most ice in recorded history, 600 billion tons. It is also surprising that giant lakes appear under the surface of the glacier.
Nous saisissons où est des gros lacs qui viennent paraître en bas glaciaire. À partir de aujourd'hui, nous connaissons plus de 6 lacs qui viennent. La température 28 degrés en bas Celsius, en bas zéro.
Joined in the effort to find an answer to this very question.
En pile scientifique.
The fact that under Greenland,
al regarder pour ce qui s'est passé. Et il y aurait gagné en bas Greenland, même j'avais Antarctica, gagné et phénomène, même phénomène qui est en bas Antarctica qui a passé dans Greenland. Il y a 13 scientifiques. Le professeur Robert aux États-Unis qui a regardé ça. Et il a regardé, ouais, gagné
due to the
côté
rising
couche terre,
mantle plume has been detected. Using
mais
seismic tomography data,
et puis
scientists from an
cap
interdisciplinary team at the Schmidt Institute of Physics of the Earth saw that the flow of magma rises from the center of the core to the Earth's surface, right beneath the central part of Greenland. This is where the largest number of subglacial lakes are located. The scientists have calculated the theoretical heat flux corresponding to this magma chamber and found that this heat is sufficient to warm the base of the glacier. These same results have been confirmed by similar studies using machine learning technology.
Yo serve avec technologie machine pour faire ça.
Now, you know that the increased melting of Greenland is also due to the rise of magma
Nou ka wè,
the glaciers of Antarctica and Greenland
glacier Antarctica avec Greenland commencé fondre depuis 1995 et nous ça passé plus vite, passé descend 2000 ans avant ça.
But as it turns out,
12 000 ans
exactly this period of 12,000 years is of
période 12 000 années avant ça important en plus. Pour qui ça, depuis 1995, Magna a commencé à comporter aussi étrange.
In addition to melting glaciers, significant thermal anomalies have also been observed in the ocean. Where does the ocean get heated the most?
En plus, by Magna capacity to.
The ocean water gets heated the most in the area of the Greenland tectonic zone.
Dans l'océan,
the area of the ascending magma chamber.
But en plus, et yo juste en haut champ Magna. Et pour ça, c'est dans la partie océan, ça y a passé. C'est dans la zone ça là, nous voyons un phénomène abnormal qui a passé depuis longtemps. En pile, journalistes documenté gain courant qui
This flow of cold water can be compared to spitting against a waterfall. So what kind of impact can we talk about? In May 2010, there was a short-term shutdown of the Gulf Stream. Why? Geologist James Chemist has deducted that correlations on how the Gulf Stream shutdown is linked to changes in the planet's interior. In 2009, the magma ascent caused a series of earthquakes in the Venezuelan highlands, which followed by the well-known eruption of the Eyjafjallajökull volcano in March 2010. And as early as May 2010, a huge mass of hot water surfaced across the tectonic zone along the faults and stopped the movement of the Gulf Stream.
L'eau chaude qui est passée dans la zone ça, ou capable de faire ça dans le cadre là. Alors, nous voyons l'eau chaude dans le Golfe, commence à arriver plus passer longtemps. Et comme nous voyons lava qui dans la zone ça vient nous tirer plus chaud. Les 12 000 ans et 12 000 années et Golfe, courant Golfe, il n'y a pas actif passer ça. Il n'y a pas de marché. Mais ça passe là, ça a privé tout côté. C'est pas seulement dans la zone Greenland seulement. Océan, c'est sous la vie pour tout le monde. Mais sous la vie, ça commence à venir sous la monde.
According to scientific estimations,
océan
to heat up at today's rate, it would take as much energy as would be released if 7 atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima would explode every second for a year. The direst
quelques années qui sont passées
the
là.
ocean is heating not only on the surface,
Océan
a team of US reseachers has
chauffé
found that the average depths of the ocean warmed
non
15
seulement
times faster over the past 60 years
dans
than
zone
they
ça,
have
mais
been
dans
warming
tout
over the
côté.
previous 10,000 years. And this
Et
progression is accelerating every year.
progression chauffage ça
Science has no
a
explanation
augmenté
where this amount of
plus
heat comes
passé
from.
longtemps.
The only theories
Jusqu'à
we
il y a la
consider are that the oceans are warming from the sun from human emissions of the greenhouse gas CO2. But they can only explain heating of the upper layers of the ocean to a depth of up to 200 meters because sun rays do not penetrate deeper. The water can be maximally heated by the sun up to 700 meters as a result of agitation.
Nous pas qu'à dire c'est soleil là qui augmente chaleur ça yo parce que soleil là pas capable aller moins plus que 700 mètres en bas. Quelle quantité de chaleur qui est nécessaire pour capable chauffer toute quantité de l'eau ça yo parce que nous chauffage pas seulement en bas yo mais en l'air autour.
The size of the United States formed in the Gulf of Alaska and it began to spread. The water temperature in many places exceeded the norm by 5 to 6 degrees Celsius.
En pile ça qui passe dans zone Alaska.
The Pacific.
Les
Bond, state climatologist for Washington, named this phenomenon the blob. The appearance of such anomalies began to suddenly become more frequent. There is something common that unites the places of formation of all these blobs. These are geologically active regions with a young, thin crust, with active underwater volcanoes, cracks, and deep crustal fractures. These are places of the most active output of hot and fluid magma.
Ça c'est côté qui est actif avec côté en pile chaleur à passer.
Already enhances catastrophic typhoons and hurricanes, which annually claim thousands of human lives.
Bagay ça
The unprecedented heating of the ocean suggests that the ocean is already exhausting its ability to contain the energy trying to escape from the bowels of the earth.
Avec cyclone.
And when magma reaches the denser and thicker rocks of the continental crust, which on average is 2 to 3 times thicker than the oceanic crust, then the processes of cascading eruptions of land volcanoes will begin, and it will be too late to stop this process or to seek salvation.
As we can see, the ocean is warming at the sea floor, not only in the Middle Sea, but also even the mid-depth are warming, while huge volumes of heated water, the so-called blobs, are rising to the surface. Notice such huge blobs of hot water have been appearing more and more frequently since 1995. Look at the bottom right graph. Obviously, emissions are capable of heating up the ocean as much as 5 to 7 degrees Celsius over such a short period of time, all the more so in local areas.
Vraiment vite.
The theory that anthropogenic emissions warm the oceans sounds ridiculous.
As we have already understood, it is heated from underneath by ascending magma. How exactly does this happen? Now you're going to hear something unique about one of its heating mechanisms. Please turn your attention to the screen.
Chauffage ça arrive vite. Gardez l'écran là, un petit moment, s'il vous plaît.
Think about it. How much energy does it take to heat such a volume of water as the world's oceans? That would require a colossal heat source. The energy required to heat it equals the energy of all the nuclear reserves on Earth multiplied by 3.
Chaleur dont tu as besoin. Tu as besoin en pile chaleur. Qui ça qui est capable chauffer la mer par en bas comme ça?
As we plunge, we discover giant mountains.
Là nous là nous regarder plus bas, nous on sait des
75% of all Earth eruptions occur from underwater volcanoes.
En bas,
Previously, it was considered that underwater eruptions occur with a gradual outpouring of lava, while explosive eruptions are impossible because of the pressure of the water column. And thus, it was assumed that underwater volcanoes could not heat the water column. The outflowing lava would freeze almost immediately. However, recent research is changing our understanding of the mechanism of underwater eruptions. The pressure of the magma ranges from 10 to 30,000 bars, but the pressure of the water column in the deepest parts of the ocean is only 1,000 bars. And as soon as there is an abrupt burst of magma, the water boils up, and the H2O molecules decompose into hydrogen and oxygen. This creates a gas-water cavity like a bubble with an internal pressure of hundreds or thousands of bars. And this bubble neutralizes the pressure of the water column. This is a complex physical and chemical process that can be compared to the flight of a hypersonic airplane at maximum speeds. The plasma ejected in front of its prow neutralizes the molecular resistance of the air, making the plane fly almost as if it were weightless. The combustion of oxygen and hydrogen creates the same effect in the path of the magma, resulting in explosive eruptions. The existence of such explosive eruptions is confirmed by the discovery of researchers from Leeds. They studied kilometers of fields of tephra, meaning settled volcanic ash, at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean near the Juan de Fuca Plate. A mathematical model showed that such plumes can only be formed by a massive explosive eruption. In addition to the spread of heat, volcanoes during explosions burst out of hydrotherms, hot jets of water. Studies have shown that the volumes of ejected boiling water can be tremendous. About 40 million Olympic swimming pools, and they are quickly formed during eruptions. The contribution of explosive eruptions to ocean heating is confirmed by Bernd Zemanowski from Julius Maximilian University in Bavaria. With submarine lava eruptions, the thermal equilibrium currents in the oceans are disrupted locally and even globally. However, localement et puis globalement tout. Cependant, pour l'énergie pas assez, en bas de pas assez pour faire chauffer comme ça. Mais pour qui j'en fais l'océan chauffer comme ça pendant 30 années qui se passaient là?
The really scary thing is that volcanoes are not located all over the seafloor. However, the heating is already occurring all over the ocean. This suggests that not only underwater volcanoes do the heating, but the magma itself has started penetrating the ocean seafloor globally and heating up the ocean. And I ask you to pay special attention to another important piece of information from this video. Contrary to conventional belief, powerful explosive eruptions are occurring at the ocean floor.
Au contraire de ça, mon que gagne pile de explosion qu'a fait en bas de l'océan.
And thus conditions are created for a powerful explosion at the ocean floor. This is a very important point, and further you will realize why.
En bas océan, il y a possibilité pour une explosion passer.
1995. Arthur Vittorito, who is a professor at Maryland Institute, also pointed out that as of this year, various ocean and atmospheric parameters have begun changing.
Non, Maryland,
he pointed out that
the
atmospheric humidity begins to increase, which is due to the heating of the ocean from beneath. Take a look at the changes in 1995, marked on a graph as a red arrow. Professor Arthur Vittorito discovered that in 1995, seismic activity began to increase at an unprecedented rate along the boundaries of thin oceanic plate in the mid-ocean. Look at the map at the right,
Gade
showing
kat sou bord
the
droite
increase
la.
in activity
Wapwe
and the red
ki
arrow
jan
on the graph
aktivite yo
indicates the
ap
spike in the earthquakes in
augmente
1995.
et sa komanse
So far, we
augmente
have
depi
seen a part of the climate change research, not just from the
1995.
perspective of climatology,
Nou wè
but
sa,
also
se pa
from the
selman
standpoint of
gamat
very
fotoloji
scientific fields,
kap montre sa,
oceanology,
men tout moun
glaciology,
komanse
geology,
ap wè sa.
volcanology, and
Nan tout
tectonics. This integrated approach enables us to see the more comprehensive
nan
picture.
tout sekte
So, let us
scientifique,
make
nou
some
wè tout
intermediate
sa yo
conclusions.
akapouve.
Since
Kite nou fè
1995,
kek
there has been
konklusyon
intense ascent of
intermedye.
magma.
Depi
This
1995,
resulted
magna yo komanse ap
first
monte plus.
increased melting of the glaciers
Pour,
of West
pour commencer,
Antarctica
ça a
and
commencé
Greenland, from the bottom
premièrement,
up.
commencer à faire changement,
Warming of
sauter
the
en bas,
waters.
monter en l'air.
Third,
Et puis,
an increase in a number of
température a
climate
commencé à
anomalies
changer.
and ocean heat.
Et
Fourth,
l'océan a
increased
commencé
seismic
à
activity
chauffer un peu.
along plate
Quatrièmement,
boundaries at the ocean.
gagner
Let us
plus
once
mouvement
again know
dans
that
bas
all facts
océan.
voiced here
Tout fait ça,
were
yo,
obtained from public
nous,
sources, and you
nous
can
montrer
easily
là,
verify them
c'est
on
tout
your own
sorti
and derived at the same
dans côté
Next,
qui
we will hear about even more anomalous
dans
processes
secteur
in the
public ou
interior
capable
of
vérifier
our
tout ça
planet,
pour comprendre.
which started in 1995.
Et au Cap-Ouest, qui gens
The
commencé à
ascent of
changer depuis
magma has resulted
1995.
in
Magna,
unprecedented increase in the number of earthquakes.
qui commencé ça,
Usually occur at the depths
il a commencé depuis
5 to
1995.
80 kilometers, where the
Tremblement de
crust is
terre
more brittle
parti
and
de
less
8
cracked.
km
But the last
profondeur.
decade
Et
have seen an increase
dans le
in
dernier
the
décade
number
qui
of
sont passés là,
earthquakes at the
décennies
depth
qui sont passées
where the
là,
earthquakes
nous avons pile
were
tremblement de
have been
terre
not happening
qui
previously
arrivait. Et
and
ça,
continue
c'est
to be possible.
une grosse augmentation depuis
These are the depths
longtemps.
of more than 700
Et
kilometers,
ça aussi,
where
il
the
y a
earthquakes
plus
are
que
not supposed to occur because the rocks in the inner mantle are plastic,
plus que
like a molding
8
clay,
km.
and they are
Et
unable to
il n'est pas
crack.
là doué arriver comme
Over
ça.
recent 7 years, the number of deep focus earthquake has increased by a factor of 10. Remember
Augmentation, qu'on y a
So,
là, il y
why
a
do
plus que
earthquakes occur
facteur,
at such
même
depth
10 fois
where they have
plus,
never been
selon
occurred before?
ça est
You
capacité.
will learn about this from the report
On va
later.
pas prendre ça
The highest number
rapport
of the deep focus earthquakes is observed in the area where Honga Tonga Honga Ha'apai volcano erupted in January 22.
Et
Look, it is marked with a red arrow on the map.
en janvier 2020, il y a un gros tremblement de terre qui est passé dans la zone ça.
Which has the thinnest oceanic crust.
Dans la zone ça, il y a
This is an important fact. Please
couche
take a note of
terre
that
entre
as
gens
well.
puis
Seismic activity is increasing
immense
both
passé.
on the ocean floor and on the land. Earthquakes are emerging even in the regions where they have
Tremblement
never
de
seen
terre
before.
arrivé dans
The
ce
number of
côté nous pas de
earthquakes,
gens
their
qu'on
magnitude,
voit ça
and
before.
energy are increasing. Note
Force
that
tremblement de
in
terre
1995, the first distinct
gagné un
rise
pile
of
tremblement de terre et puis il commence en janvier plus violent tout.
Look at the map in front of you.
Regardez carte qui est en face. Ou regardez
Before
côté
and after
et
1995.
tremblement de terre avant et après 1995. Et au cap gardé, tremblement de terre a commencé à étendre de côté côté avant jusqu'à côté où il est.
Seismic activity over past 30 years has nothing to do with a number of seismic sensors on the planet. Look at the graph.
C'est pas sous terre qui fait ça.
Continuously show
Selon graphe
events started to be registered around the
ou
planet,
capable
which
quand il
indicates
commence
that the
à enregistrer
observation network
ou cap garder
is very dense.
il est vraiment
By
dense.
1973, the number of installed seismic
Quantité
stations around the world
quantité
had already
sismique
been
commence à
sufficient to record all earthquakes of magnitude 4 or greater,
passer
regardless
longtemps.
where.
Il commence plus fort
Let's see
quel
what it means for us.
que soit côté il commence.
Earthquakes and volcanoes. The power of the Earth's interior manifests itself unpredictably on the surface, causing colossal damage and destroying all life around. In the recent years, these emissions of planetary energy have been growing exponentially in gigantic leaps. Something inexplicable has started to happen. In 2015, a record-breaking earthquake was registered near Japan at a depth of 751 kilometers. This had never been seen before, and indeed was considered impossible by the scientific community.
Bah ça nous c'est pas pareil nous te qu'on ouais longtemps et il y a une série de plates qui déplaçaient depuis longtemps.
There's nothing breakable there, but earthquakes do happen, and that is a
pas gagné qui a casé la main et
that their number and
comment c'est arrivé.
Are increasing.
Un seul bagage nous connaît ma quantité magna a commencé à augmenter.
Earthquakes are not only becoming deeper.
Tremblement non seulement il y a venu et plus mais il commence à venir la terre. Comme ça, il commence à détruire bagage plus.
Today, more and more of them are concentrated at a depth of about 10 kilometers.
Je dis plus
For example, an entire series of 36 seismic events of significant magnitude from 4.5 to 7.0 occurred near New Caledonia in early
Nouvelle-Calédonie 2022
just one earthquake of similar magnitude
tremblement de
terre 2021 in Haiti.
Et en Haïti, dans 2021, tu as gagné un gros tremblement de terre qui est passé à Haïti, qui a tué plus que 2000 monde. Menas a commencé à augmenter dans tous côtés.
Right before our eyes, cracks are appearing and faults are being activated.
Juste devant nous, tout bagage ça a passé. La terre vraiment commencé à ouvrir en pile bagage à entrer là-dedans. Et nous avons ça en Calédonie, nous avons ça dans les États-Unis, en pile l'autre côté. Chaque temps, est capable de faire un pile dommage. You're just en bas pied,
The number of observed earthquake swarms, that is, of clusters of rhythmic shocks, is increasing on the planet.
Quantité de tremblement de terre et tant que miel captivé commence à augmenter en pile en bas chez nous. Quantité et mouvement sismique qui a passé a augmenté de quelques douzaines avec pas des centaines qu'on y a. Et c'est parce que Magna a commencé à entrer dans Wash et puis il a explosé. Et ça a commencé à arriver dans un pile côté qui pas silence pour tremblement de terre mais qui commençait à augmenter comme ça. Jusqu'à jeudi. Dans 2 ans, il y a plus que 5000 tremblements de terre qui ont magnitude 3.5 rivés
And what has been happening since August 2020
Et ça a privé depuis 2020
has been described by scientists as a huge magma intrusion.
Et yo dit c'est une intrusion magna
have been detected in the first 6 months with a maximum magnitude of 6. Normally, these processes occur over geologic timescales as opposed to over the course of a human lifespan, said study co-author Simone seismologist at the Research Center in Potsdam. Magma is literally devouring the lithospheric plates from the inside, having traveled 2/3 of the way to the surface in 6 months. Only 5 kilometers of rock remain before a catastrophic rupture occurs.
Seulement, il y a 5 km wash qui était jusqu'à ce qu'on bagaille catastrophique passe. Et bagaille comme ça privé presque tout partout.
The way the seismic activity is rapidly increasing these days is a catastrophe.
Jean Aïsayo commencé à augmenter, vraiment
seismic databases are now trying to conceal the fact that the number and magnitude of earthquakes is increasing.
Et yo voulais montrer qu'on y a là
earthquake trends for major international databases are the same.
Comment ça peut augmenter?
Now, watch closely.
Look at
the graph. How did the curves start to behave after 2014? We see a complete discrepancy in the data from different seismic databases. What happened? This graph shows a total number of all unique earthquakes from different databases. You can see from different color bars that until 2014, the databases registered the same earthquakes. But since 2015, they have started to register different sets of earthquakes periodically, regardless of the region. Simply put, they began to put all events into different baskets. Scientists use a particular database, relying on its validity, and as a result, they see no real increase in seismic activity and rely on incomplete data in studies. The largest correction was made to the ranges of seismic events with the magnitudes from 3 to 4. Look at the graph to the left.
Tremblement de terre. Quel graphique sur bord gauche
small magnitudes.
Côté capable gagner.
Can you believe that Indonesia, one of the most seismically active regions, has stopped having small magnitude earthquakes?
Et dans zone Indonésia, il a commencé
from 3,500
moins petit tremblement de terre. Il a commencé de
and there are many more such examples of data distortion and underreporting of magnitudes.
Et c'est parce que
in reality, there are much stronger earthquakes taking place now than we're told.
Il pas rapporté même quantité.
If you ask those databases why they're deleting earthquakes of magnitude 4 and smaller,
ils ont commencé à retirer
magnitude is not shown.
Tremblement de terre qui a magnitude
it's difficult to deal with these data.
Et
that
données
events and that they have changed the criteria of low magnitude earthquakes in their catalog.
Et comme ça, il réduit quantité.
As soon as the number of earthquakes of magnitude 4 started growing, they started deleting them.
Depuis tremblement de terre qui a puissance 4 commence à prouver, commence à retirer.
Justify the data forgery in this way.
Et dans ce sens-là, c'est vraiment abandonnement
as well as data processing by neural networks and artificial intelligence. Why are magnitudes less than 4 being deleted?
Because
they reflect the process of magma ascent most clearly.
C'est parce que vous pas vraiment connaître quantité capacité
increasing. And all facts indicate, however, that in the near future,
mouvement tremblement de terre commence à
a significant increase in seismic events of higher magnitude.
Attendre pour gagner tremblement
the real increase in seismic activity on the planet looks like this.
Et c'est comme ça.
With deep regret, we are obliged to state that this is what the progression of seismic activity on the Earth looks like. And yes, it is growing exponentially.
Et ouais, quantité de tremblement de terre a augmenté
exponentiellement. Further in the report, we will show you how events will unfold according to the mathematical model.
Nan l'autre rapport n'a pas montré
It is important to note that if you just search for the first seismic trend on the graph on the internet, it will very likely come from only one database. So it will not show you the actual dynamics. But the most shocking thing is that nobody even compares the database from different databases. Nobody conducts a truly global study and monitoring of the actual seismicity on the planet.
Quantité activité tremblementaire qui a privé vraiment.
That's why we started analyzing the data.
C'est pour ça nous commençons à analyser data données nous.
You can download the seismic databases yourself and verify
télécharger ou même
and
pour
you
compte.
too will see the scam
Et
taking
puis
place.
ou après qui gens
We understand that they resort to such methods
qui
because
gens
they see no
mensonge
way out.
y a bail
They don't want to sow panic among people.
Yo juste pas vrai
But
pour
how can
moun
we call those who do this
paniquer
true scientists?
pour ça qu'a privé.
And now, let's examine one clear metaphor to help us understand what's going on in the world
Une
today.
métaphore qui est capable d'aider nous
Thank you so
comprendre
much, John.
qui ça
Yes.
qu'a passé.
Indeed, manipulation of information occurs not only with scientific data, but also in the media. Two opposing theories of climate change
Data
can be
et
found
données
here.
pas
The
arriver
first one
seulement
is that
en
the
scientifique,
climate
mais
change
tout
is the
dans
result
les
of
médias.
anthropogenic CO2 emissions. And the second is that the climate is not changing at all. There are mass media outlets that support one theory or another by promoting it.
Gen
But
pile
the
média
truth
qui
is
supporte
that both theories are sponsored by the
et
same
gen qui
sources.
parle
Whether the media
supporte.
in both cases are owned
Mais-
by the same masters of manipulation.
Est-ce que médias
We are
ça
supposedly given a choice,
même si c'est même
hypotheses,
moun qui ou bien est-ce que
but
moun
they are
différent
equally irrelevant
qui
to
possède
reality.
yo. Mais
There
tout
is
ça
a mass
yo pas gagné
manipulation
vraiment
going
ça
on
qui
at
a
a
rapport
time
avec
where we should
réalité.
have been ringing the alarm bell
Nous t'a
a long
doué
time.
gen longtemps,
This
nous
can
t'a doué
associated
commencer
be compared to a
à
burning
dire
city.
relan
Imagine
moi
you
di
and
ba
I are
capacité.
living in the city where a fire has started. The homes on the outskirts are already catching fire.
Si
We worry
gon
and
diffé
ask
qui
a
commence
question,
un
what
côté
is going
et
on?
l'autre
And we are
kay nan zone yo
immediately
pral gen
offered
pas
different
diffé tout
answers
nous
to
t'a
choose
fait
from.
pour nous
Some say
tout le monde.
it's not a fire at all. It's some
Ah,
kind of
gen moun qui dit
hallucination. It's your fantasy. Nothing
pas
is
gen c'est
coming
pas
at you at
vraiment.
all.
Mais l'avenir
It's just a glare.
et
You know, a sunset,
l'avenir
don't worry.
est bon
Others
côté.
will say,
Et
it's
gen moun
just
k'ap di,
some
ah,
kids
c'est pas
running
rien,
around
c'est
with
quelques petits
flashlights.
moun
You know, nothing to worry about.
k'ap courir
And
avec
another one going to
flash.
tell you it's a herd of
Et
cows.
l'autre moun
and
dit,
their
oh non,
reflections
non,
are
non, non,
coloring the
on
sky.
sait des bœufs k'ap courir.
There are no fires.
Ah, pas
Just
rien
stay
diffé
peacefully,
vraiment.
keep on sleeping,
Et comme
and
ça,
just
nous
have a good rest.
continuons de dormir
Meanwhile, some
sans
others
rien
gonna actively
capable.
try to invite you
Tandis
to do
que
some
conseil de
other
l'autre
activities.
monde
Look,
qui
there are some kind of
invite
men fighting for
pour
the money.
faire
Go check it
l'autre
out.
bagaille.
Take a look what kind of speech was delivered by our government just yesterday. Hurry up, go listen.
Ok, mais
We,
pressez-nous,
the
attendez.
residents of the city, see and hear this.
Et les
And
moun
what are we supposed to do?
non, zone
We see
attendez
that our
ça.
neighbors' homes
Yo
already caught fire.
captez ça. Avec qui
And
ça
by
nous
all
supposé
laws
faire?
and simple logic, we're gonna be next.
Et logique veut dire moun voisin qui
Should we then
vient
go tell
comme
them,
ça
yes,
qu'on y a là?
well,
Y a
your house is gonna
connaît
burn
yo même
tomorrow, not today.
c'est caillou
So
qui
there's
pral bouler.
nothing to panic
Ah,
about
gen moun k'ap di, mais on pas besoin
Shouldn't we
fatiguer.
know
Ça
this?
c'est pas jeudi
Or should we
c'est pas
wake
jeudi
up
yo pral
and wake our neighbors
caillou pral
as soon
bouler,
as possible?
c'est demain si Dieu veut.
And
Mais
yes,
ça
when they
qui
wake
t'a
up, they're
sensible,
gonna be terrified.
nous t'a fait
But
pour
these
nous
emotions and hormones will
lever
activate their muscles and
yo,
the
et puis nous
strength
dire
and will help them to
caillou
get the
pral
buckets
bouler
and
et comme ça
quickly
yo
put
yo
out the
capable
fire in
lever
the
et puis yo
neighborhood
prendre de
homes
l'eau yo commencer
before they get to burn
retirer
your homes down.
retirer du feu.
Isn't that what we're supposed to be doing?
C'est ça nous t'a dû
To save
faire.
our
Au lieu
homes right
nous
now
pas dire mon yo
before
nous
they
pas dire
burn
mon yo
down?
rien
Are we going
essayer
to
sauver
just
kay nous
likely
kounya au lieu nous quitter le boulet.
wait until our house is gonna
Nous
catch
pas
fire?
dû attendre jusqu'à ce
I
que
think
kay
it's
nous
enough
prend
of
du
this
feu
fight for
et
all.
avant
It's
nous
time for us
faire
to put the fire
avant
out. And of course,
nous
we're
faire du
gonna
feu.
go get buckets
Nous
and run
éteindre
to
du
put
feu.
our the fire out as soon as possible.
Nous avons fait pour nous faire différents, pour nous tuer différents autant que possible. Sans ça, tout caillou pour le brûler, caillou tout pour le brûler. C'est comme ça, nous devons prendre action. Parce que il y a un seul bagage nous capable faire, nous capables unir nous pour nous être différents ensemble. Ou bien tout cas brûlé. Ça, c'est un exemple. Mon simple exemple. C'est même genre problème nous gagnons qu'on y a là. Médias peuvent aider nous, ouais, qui ça capable passer. Et vous voulez moun rester calme et comme ça sans inquiétude et comme ça il pas faire ça faire aucun bruit tandis que climat tuer nous mais ça nous a de faire c'est nous tous de camper ensemble et puis pour nous capables faire ça nous monde doit connaître la vérité. Moun doit connaître ce qui passe. Et nous, qui gens, attention, retirer sous topic, nous plutôt, retirer attention sur ça, nous chercher l'argent et chercher richesse.
Thank you so much, Tali, for this example. It's very illustrative.
Merci, Kelly, pour un exemple ça au bail là. Vraiment, quand nous a boulé et
to shreds.
Si nous pas faisons bagaille, n'a perdu. Nous devons faire étape par étape. Qui ça nous devons faire?
Most importantly, what the way out of this situation is for the entire humanity.
Ça nous devons faire, c'est pour toute l'humanité. Nous devons faire.
What has been happening on the planet since
ça qui passe dans la planète depuis 1985. Année ça, un paquet de changements qui commencent à arriver dans le champ magnétique de la planète là. Magnétique nord commence à venir plus faible. Comment ça passe? Magnétique pôle nord a commencé à faire. Comment ça passe?
There is also a growth of the South Atlantic anomaly.
Gagné dans l'Atlantique Sud là commencé à comporter un genre étrange. Tout ça c'est mouvement courant qui a passé à affecter la planète là. Nous, lumière noyau commencé à changer aux gens et pas jamais fait depuis longtemps. Ça veut dire magnétique terre commence à changer. Magnétique field a venu. Champ magnétique là étant affecté parce que couche terre commence à merci. Ça prend le temps de après ça.
The rotation axis of the planet sharply changed direction and began to move 17 times faster than before.
Planète a commencé à changer 17 fois plus vite. Passé longtemps. Rotation ça a passé. Regardez le graphe là bien. Côté bleu. Jean Terrier avant 1940. Ça qui orangement, c'est orangement montre une trajectoire qui Jean Terrier a viré à aller des côtés. Qui ça changement des planètes là veut dire? Imaginez qui Jean axis global est changé vite, brusquement. Ça montre qu'il y a une imbalance complètement.
Meanwhile, since 1995, one of the stages of unprecedented acceleration of the planet's rotation has been observed. The acceleration occurs in leaps and bounds. The planet accelerates abruptly, then slows down a little. However, with each subsequent stage, it accelerates even more. Take a look at the yellow lines of the graph. These are the trend lines indicating the rate at which the length of the
konplèks yo
day
pou
is
wè ki
shortening.
jan
For
sa
example,
pase.
the left line
Gade
is
bien.
flatter,
Par exemple,
whereas the right line showing the acceleration
ligne
starting from
gauche
2016
là,
is almost
monte
vertical,
jan
which
pip
means
là.
that the length
Tandis
of the
que
day is shortening
sa
many
droite
times
là
faster.
a monton
And what does it
accélération
mean?
depuis
That our planet is
2007.
spinning up
Qui ça vle
drastically,
di?
like a spinning top, and it's
Ça veut
getting
dire
faster every time.
planète
So
noire
what are the causes of the changes in the magnetic field, the trajectory of the planet's axis of rotation, and the speed of
non
the
champ
rotation that
magnétique
began
là,
in
trajectoire magnétique
1995?
planète là,
Few people
cap
know
privé
about the
depuis,
real nuclear
qui
threat.
commençait en
The real nuclear
1995.
threat is nucleus. It
En
is
pile
the core
moun
of
pa
our planet.
konnen
The core of our
vraiment
planet is an entire
menas
system that
nucléaire qui
synchronizes
gagne.
and stabilizes all processes on
Vraiment,
Earth. It plays a pivotal role
plus
in the
problème
climate
qui gagne,
change
c'est tout
that is happening right now on the planet.
terre qui
The
gagne
core of our
problème.
planet consists of two parts. The inner core is a huge solid mass. Around it,
Vraie
there is
partie
the
planète
outer
noire
liquid
gagne deux
core,
parties
molten
là-dedans. Gagne une partie
which is
qui
constantly
moins
rotating.
et
The
puis
flow of molten iron
qui
is the outer
solide.
core.
Tandis que
In the
l'autre partie
outer core
qui
generates the Earth's
et
magnetic field, which
Jean
in
le
turn
marché
generates
gagne
gravitational field of the planet.
gagne
Yes, you've heard it
qui
right. The magnetic
aide
field, which is generated by the
champ
core,
magnétique
in
là.
turn
Et
generates the
autant de ça
gravitational field
bien.
of the planet. And progressive physicists know this. Gravity is
champ
a
magnétique
manifestation of the energy of the world
qui
environment,
baille
of the
corps,
electromagnetic
il
field. The
commence
pressure
à
gradient of this
changer. Et
environment creates a
progressivement,
gravitational force. So you can
moun
easily
qui fait
find this
physique yo
information if you
dit
wish
comme
so.
ça, son bagage qui
So
bien
let's go back to the
agarré.
planet's core. For a long time, the
Ou
rotation of the core
checker
remained
ça
unchanged,
peut-être
but a
aussi.
few decades ago, the
Mais
situation changed
gen pile
radically.
bagay qui
All that you and I already know
quelques années
about the
gen pile
anomalies
gros
in the magnetic
changement qui
field
fait.
and the Earth's
Tout ça
rotation
nous
suggests
connaît
that
tout
there has been
déjà
a
c'est que
malfunction in the core itself,
champ
and this is a
magnétique yo
catastrophe.
pas
So what is
normal
happening to the core of our planet? Let's
qui
watch
ça
a
qui
video.
passe dans planète nous. On nous regarde une vidéo.
Another important evidence confirming that abnormal processes are taking place in the core is the drastic acceleration of the north magnetic poles drift by 3.5 times over the past 20 years. Together with the extreme acceleration of the north magnetic pole movement, a mysterious anomaly weakens the planetary magnetic field, which protects us from dangerous galactic and solar radiation. Scientists have been able to calculate that the Earth's magnetic field has weakened by 9% over the past 200 years. As a result, an area of weak magnetic field known as the South Atlantic anomaly has been formed between Africa and South America. Moreover, in the last 5 years, another such area has developed southwest of Africa, and it is actively growing. The electromagnetic field is generated by the dynamo mechanism in the Earth's core, and therefore it is evident that changes in the magnetic field indicate changes in the core. Another proof of the anomalous behavior of the Earth's core is the appearance of a powerful neutrino emission from the bowels of the Earth, which was also registered in the year 2015. An even more anomalous event occurred in the year 1998. Scientists detected a sharp bouncing displacement of the core by observing the Earth's center of mass using satellites. As a result of the bounce, the core shifted sharply northward toward the Tamir Peninsula. At this time, scientists at the Medicina station in Italy detected a gravity burst. The velocity of the planet also increased as well as the centrifugal force. Concurrently, there was a dramatic change in the shape of the Earth, as measured by a laser rangefinder system from the US satellites. The planet began to expand abnormally along the equator, whereas before that, the trend had been the opposite. Because of the increased centrifugal force, magma plumes began to rise closer to the surface, which increased the geothermal heat flow and the number of earthquakes. As a result, new faults and cracks began to form, through which water from the surface began to escape deep into the earth. In the same year, there was a sharp increase in the speed of the north magnetic pole's drift. The bounce of the Earth's center of mass became the key factor of the system's imbalance.
Et ça vient
This event led to a dissonance among all the Earth's shells, which caused a dramatic increase in many natural disasters, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, hurricanes, tornadoes, and so on. It is worth noting that during the same period, there was also synchronous bouncing changes in natural processes on the Sun, Moon, Mars, and other celestial bodies of the solar system. And this also occurred because of the displacement of their cores. This has led scientists to believe that such synchronous bounces may be caused by the influence of external factors on the solar system. But over the past 50 years, our planet has continued to accelerate. Since the year 2016, this trend has intensified even more.
June 29, 2022 was recorded as the shortest day of the history of observations. The previous record was just 2 years ago.
Even seemingly insignificant acceleration of the huge mass of the Earth will cause catastrophic consequences in the near future.
N'importe changement qui fait concernant la Terre a causé une série de catastrophes pour nous.
Let's make brief conclusions from the video. As you understand, in 1995, irreversible destructive processes began to occur in the core of our planet. This can be seen from the change in the magnetic field. And as a consequence, in 1998, there was a leap, which accelerated all processes many times over. As a result, the core of the Earth shifted abruptly,
plusieurs fois. Et comme ça, fabrique Terre a commencé à changer. Et qu'on a commencé à voir gens et sans Terre a commencé à changer. Tout comprendre ça bien, nous sommes capables de comparer la rotation de la planète là avec les gens processus à balancer. Balancer est important pour rouler. Les systèmes de la planète pas déstabilisés, tout l'autre bagaille. Comme résultat, l'essence Terre a commencé à changer. C'est des gros l'autre bagaille qui viennent passer. Changement dans masse affecté et Terre avec la Lune. La Lune a changé. Ça a affecté le système nous gagnons. Et nous allons la Lune pourra changer, Jean virer
And it is important to understand that the shift of the core affects the motion of magma in the interior of the planet. Look at the trajectory of the core shift in 1998. The bouncing of the core caused two ascending waves of magma from the Earth's interior into opposite directions. One flow of magma traveled toward West Antarctica and the other one traveled toward Siberia. What is happening in Siberia right now? Something that has never happened there before. It is exactly Siberia at northern latitudes that a number of extremely anomalous phenomena have been observed over the past few decades. Heating from the Earth's interior leads to abnormal melting of permafrost from beneath, as well as gas explosions under the ice, and an increase in volcanism. Overwintering fires beneath the snow have appeared in the Arctic. In areas above the folds, ice water in people's wells is getting hot. The number and intensity of earthquakes is increasing. Moreover, for 20 years now, scientists have been observing that Siberia is heating up to 3-4 times faster than the rest of the world. I emphasize this, 3-4 times faster than the rest of the world.
Il commence à chauffer 3 ou 4 fois plus passé reste le monde. 3 à 4 fois plus passé reste le monde. Regardez 4 là pour
But magma is rising not only in Siberia and West Antarctica. Where else is magma rising and what does it lead to?
Augmenter seulement dans zone Siberia, mais il a fait ça dans l'eau, dans tout côté. Qui l'autre côté encore, nous magna a pas
In
augmenté.
recent
On nous regarde des
decades,
vidéos
the
ça.
Earth has been accelerating its rotation by leaps and bounds, which means the centrifugal force is increasing. As a result, at the equator, the planet is expanding and increasing in volume. This causes the Earth's crust to crack and geological faults to activate. At this time, processes similar to blood cavitation occur in the Earth's interior with magma. Blood cavitation during Kisa disease is a life-threatening phenomenon known to divers during rapid ascent to the surface. Due to the sudden drop of pressure, the dissolved gases in the blood are released instantly, causing the blood to boil. The resulting gas bubbles destroy the walls of the blood vessels. In the Earth's interior, sudden pressure drops are associated with an instantaneous increase in centrifugal forces during a sudden acceleration of the planet's rotation. This causes magma to rush abruptly towards the Earth's surface. Lithospheric plates are destroyed by cavitation. Microbursts of active gas-saturated magma. Just as the walls of vessels are fused by the bubbled blood of a diver, this process accelerates itself, affecting deeper and deeper layers of the mantle. That is why we are seeing ever more powerful and deep earthquakes in seismic swarms. The proof that this process is increasing and accelerating can be seen in the massive double-deep earthquake in Peru. Meanwhile, the expansion and intensification of the pressure in the crust due to the cavitation of the magma serves to intensify the erosion process. What does that mean for us? Soon, we will see eruptions and earthquakes of a magnitude that our civilization has never experienced before.
Mais qu'est-ce que ça veut dire pour nous? Ça fait poser nous du mal.
The countdown of the clockwork mechanism of the magma bomb inside our planet has already started. Under the onslaught of a massive attack from the Earth's interior, the thinner oceanic crust is already giving up its position. The ocean has so far restrained this power, but eruptions are moving into the terrestrial phase. Tonga is vivid proof of this. It has the highest number of deep focus earthquakes, and the eruption of the Hunga Tonga, Hunga Hapai volcano on 15 January 2022 alone affected 80% of the population of the surrounding region. If one volcano can
qui était affecté
80% of terrestrial volcanoes. After all, already now, we observe their synchronization. The thicker continental crust is holding the line for now, but it won't last long. This threatens to bring on a volcanic winter and a new ice age. The magma's violent power has already awakened volcanoes that have been dormant for hundreds and thousands of years. Our planet is looking more and more like a minefield, where shells are beginning to detonate like a chain reaction. But an even greater threat is fraught with those volcanoes that have not yet woken up. Giants such as Yellowstone, Conflagre, Elbrus, Lach, Kikai are called doomsday volcanoes because the eruption of any of them could lead to the extinction of all life on Earth. They have held back the power of the Earth's interior for a millennia, but now they are showing signs of activation. When the magma beneath these volcanoes reaches a critical point, the scale of the catastrophe is hard to imagine. Our planet is splitting apart, yet we are busy with something else. Endless problems of the consumer's torment cover our eyes, not allowing us to see the main thing. We are deceived by data manipulation. Earthquake statistics are manipulated in the same way that temperature data is. Those who do this keep quiet some for the money,
menti
and some,
peut-être
perhaps,
pour pas faire mon
not
paix.
to scare people and spread panic.
C'est pour l'argent peut-être
So
que
that
fait
people
ça.
live out their last
Gain c'est
days
pour pas
in
faire
peace.
une paix qui fait ça. Parce que nous voulons tout le monde vivre avec la paix.
Die inside the dead body inside the house.
It's a nightmare.
Gain. Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty well fucked. I fell through that hole.
So that we go straight to the precipice with our eyes
Nous pour
closed
aller,
while someone knows
nous pour
or
aller
deliberately
dans
hides
précipice là,
or is afraid
en falaise
to
avec
voice the truth.
genoux bien fermés, parce que y a quelqu'un qui pas voulu faire nous paix.
Теперь мы видим, что подъем магмы
Now we can see that magma
Kounya nous
ascent is
capable
happening all over the world
magna
because the
augmentation a
core's shifting
passé
centrifugal forces are accelerating and the bounces of the core start to push out magma abruptly. The faster the planet spins, the harder it pushes liquid magma away from the core towards the surface. This happens according to the principle of centrifuge. And this is not happening over millions of years. It is happening right now.
Planète là vire
How
plus vite.
quickly
C'est pourquoi
magma came
c'est
towards the
plus mal.
surface near
Et
Antarctica.
ça passe Kounya, c'est pas bah dans futur n'a parlé.
And there's another
C'est pas
alarming
bagaille qui
indicator
passe
which
des millions
volcanologists
d'années.
have recently registered. A different composition of
Et
magma
il y a
has
une
begun
autre
to
alarme
emerge
qui
to the
passe
surface from the
parce que
Earth's
volcan
interior.
yo
For
en
example,
pile
a recent study of Fagradalsfjord volcano in Iceland,
enregistré.
which
Par exemple,
erupted
il
in
y
March
a une
2021,
étude qui
showed that
montrait
during its
Fagradalsfjord
eruption, magma from
en
deep areas
Islande
of the mantle
qui
plume entered the
était
volcano chamber.
par dans mars
And remember,
2021
this is that
montré
very plume that heats
éruption
Greenland's glaciers
magna
from below.
qui sortit bien loin.
The deep
Comme
magma from
nous
this plume begins to rise very
on est
quickly. And this is evidence by
magna
the
qui
chemical
sortit loin comme
analysis of the
ça
composition of magma
commencer
released
à
during the
arriver plus
eruption.
vite et puis il y a évidence
According to the study,
et
the rates
analyse
of changing
chimique
key
qu'il a
chemical
dans
indicators of
là-dedans.
magma erupted by the
Selon
Fagradalsfjord
étude
volcano
qui
in
gagne
2021
taux
was over
quantité
1,000 times
changement
higher than in other eruptions.
indicateur
Think about it.
chimique
The
a passé
subsurface layers of magma have one composition, whereas the deep
plusieurs
layers have a
milliers de
complete
fois
different composition.
plus fort. Pensez sur ça.
They don't mix.
Et couche de
Deep layers of
magna
magma can't not just
composition
go ahead and rise to
qui
the surface.
gagne composition
The fact that they
différente en
rise
pile.
suggests mixing of magma in the
Normalement,
depth, which should not
il n'y a pas
happen.
doué
But unfortunately, we do
mélanger.
accept that.
Gagne
We hope that this wouldn't happen, but it's already
couche
happening.
qui profond en
And this
pile.
process is only
Nous
intensified.
te supposé
Magma
espérer
of
ça va
different chemical
arriver, mais
composition
ça peut
grows
quand même.
across much
Gagne
faster.
magna qui
It just melts
gagne
away the mantle.
composition
These are
chimique
indisputable
différente
facts.
et yo
This is
rouillé
another
plus
evidenced
vite.
by
Ça,
the seriousness of the
c'est
process going on under
un
our feet.
fait qui
The magma
vraiment
ascent is already causing
est
swarms
important
of earthquakes of
et
1,000
capable sans
events
papier
a
non.
day in
Magna
Iceland. And trigger
déjà
volcanic
a pas
eruptions that
fait
had not been
tremblement de
active
terre, des
for
milliers de
thousands of
tremblements
years.
de terre dans Islande et il
Another
fait
example
en
of
pile
abnormal magma rise was
en
the
pile
eruption of La Palma volcano in
volcan
September
vient
2021.
arriver. Donc il y a un autre
Volcanologists
exemple
estimated that
qui
the
pas
outflowing
normal,
magma had an
gagne
unusually low
éruption qui
viscosity,
a passé
the most
dans
fluid
qui était passé en
magma of any
2021.
historical basalt eruption.
Gagne
A similar
magna
altered
plus
composition of
fluide
the fresh magma was
qui a
recorded
passé
in the eruption
plus
of the
aussi.
Tonga
Qu'on
volcano.
y a gagné composition.
Let's see why magma
Ça
started
capte tomber
mixing
dans
up in the
Tonga.
Earth's interior.
On voit qui j'en fait magna
As it
comme ça,
rises, the
mélangé
pressure
avec
in the magma drops, causing it to boil like
avec
blood during
couche d'air.
cavitation. Because of this, magma expands in volume and begins to
gagne
press, erode, and
pression
heat the Earth's crust more.
magna
Remember, we have already talked about
sorti et puis
the
qui a bouilli
unprecedented
à cause
increase in the
magna
number of earthquakes at the depths of more than
élargi en
700
volume, de
kilometers.
commencer
And here's the answer to
presser
what deep
et
focus
puis
earthquakes in
de
liquid
commencer
magma are. This is exactly the
plus
boiling
chaud.
of magma and cavitation explosions.
Nous
Think
commencer
about it.
parler
Explosions equivalent to thousands of nuclear
explosion.
bombs in power have
C'est
started to
un coup
occur in the interior of our planet.
et
This is what
des
stirs the
milliers de
batches
bombes
of
nucléaires
magnetic
capables
melts
d'exploser.
as if
C'est ça
someone
qui
is
fait
stirring the magma in the interior with a
vraiment
big spoon.
important parce que
This
c'est un
process
coup
accelerates
magna
on its own. Magma starts pressing
et
harder against the thin crust of the Earth's
magna
surface,
commence
the
à
Earth's crust.
peser
This forces the expansion
couche
of the
terre et
planet
ça
and
fait
causes cracking in
planète
the
là
thinnest parts
exploser
of the Earth's
et
crust among
ça
the
fait
mid-ocean ridges and
terre
faults.
vient
An increase in
ouvrir.
magma pressure melts away and deforms the Earth's crust.
Augmentation pression magna déformer terre et quantité crack
New fracture zones are opened up, allowing water from the surface to escape into the
et
interior. Because
gagner
of these, rivers and lakes all over the planet are drying up,
gagner
even though
zone
precipitation and
en
floods
bas
increasing.
terre
At the same time,
qui
methane
a
and
chauffé
hydrogen
plus tout
gases increase to the
à cause
surface,
ça
rise to the
on s'est
surface through cracks and
dans
fractures.
planète
These gases are
sous
easily
planète
flammable, so there are
séché
more and more wildfires along the faults.
et c'est ça
Static
que
gas
nous
in the
gagnons
Earth's
plus
interior
qu'on y
is
a
evidence
plus
of cavitation processes which are triggered by the instability of the core. And the magma is rising everywhere right now.
et
Where the crust
magna
is
a
thin,
augmenté
it's been
tout
felt low. As
côté
we know, both West Siberia and West Antarctica
et
have
tout
very thin
cause là
crusts. But look at the map.
puisque cause
Yellow
là
and red
couche
colors
là
show regions where the crust is also thin.
mais
These includes Europe,
comme on
the west
connaît
coast of the United States,
dans tout
Africa,
dans
Australia,
l'ouest
China,
Sibéria
and
avec
many other
Antarctique
regions.
et en pile l'autre région tant qu'aux États-Unis,
The ascent of
Europe,
magma
Australie,
triggers
la
volcanic
Chine,
eruption.
tout
One of the
affecté.
most famous supervolcanoes, Yellowstone, is showing alarming
Gagné
signs of seismic activity. The number
volcan
of
Yellowstone
earthquake
cap
swarms is
montré
increasing
en
there.
pile
The map
activité.
shows the
On
ground
sait
rises and
petit
sinks
tremblement de
near
terre
the
cap
caldera. The
passé
magma
et
there
magna
is
là
critically close to the crust,
vraiment
and any
près
slightest destabilization in a planet's interior
terre
will
et
cause an eruption
yo
of Yellowstone.
déstabiliser
And this means a catastrophe,
déstabiliser
not only for the
en
USA,
pile.
but for
Alors,
all
ça, pas
humanity.
seulement pour les États-Unis, mais ça,
will
ça
undoubtedly react
problème
when the
en plus de l'autre
magma
côté.
gets closer.
Alors,
The motion of
gros
the planet
volcan
core
ça yo,
increases the
a
pressure of
réagi
magma, and then
magna
the
les
pressure
arrivé
reaches
plus
a
près.
critical
Alors,
point.
motion
The
planète là
magma
augmente
bursts out
et
and
pression
form
magna
exploding
et
volcanoes.
les
But
arrivé un
there is
côté
even more
qui
horrifying
critique
fact. Do you remember
vraiment
we have mentioned the Mariana Trench?
Lorsque je notais parler de Mariana, tranche
only
Mariana,
5 kilometers,
côté
and where
couche
the most of the
océan,
earthquakes take
puis
place.
mais
In
seulement
other words,
5
the largest amount of
kilomètres.
cavitation blasts
Et
of magma
ça qui
and
puis
more terrifying than Yellowstone explosion
ça qui
is
puis
the
mal
focus
passé
of
explosion Yellowstone,
magnitude 10 earthquakes
c'est une
near the
magnitude
Mariana Trench. Such a powerful earthquake
dans zone
never
Mariana
happened
Trench.
within the memory of our civilization.
Yon tremblement de terre comme ça, pas jamais arrivé dans la mémoire et civilisation. Pour voir, et ça veut dire la déchirer 5 kilomètres couche là.
What are the reasons for this instability in
Qui raison qui
and
gagne pour
acceleration of our
instabilité
planet?
terre
What
comme
is the
ça
pushing
avec
magma to the
accélération
outside?
planète là? Qui ça qui a poussé Magna sorti dehors comme ça?
In order to approach the understanding of this question, it
Pour
is
nous
important to
comprendre
consider the information
question
from
ça,
both the
l'important
astronomers
pour
and
nous garder
planetologists, because the changes similar to the
information
ones
nous
happening
joindre
on Earth
dans mes
are
astronomes
also
avec
occurring in the
planétologistes
interior of
parce
other
que
planets of the solar
changement
system.
ça a
For example, just like on
arrivé
Earth, on
dans
Uranus,
l'autre
Jupiter, and
planète
Venus, wind
et
speeds
système
and the
solaire.
size of
Par exemple,
hurricanes are increasing, ice
sous
caps are melting on
la
Mars.
Terre,
So let's
dans
watch a video about it.
Uranus, dans Jupiter, dans Vénus, il y a un vent tout qui cause et fond tout. And nous regardons
For
vidéo
2
ensemble.
decades, the brightness of Neptune was changing according to the 11-year solar cycle. But after 1996, this process was disrupted. Global changes took place in the atmosphere of Neptune. This is due to the penetration of galactic cosmic rays into the lower atmosphere, which have an impact on storms and hurricane formation. Also, unusual storms occur on Neptune, and a giant storm discovered in 2018 was the strongest, the brightest, and was wider than the Atlantic Ocean. Moving to the equator, it should have dissolved, but it did not. Instead, it turned and began to move away from the equator. This unpredictable atmospheric behavior is something new to see, NASA states. On our planet, galactic cosmic rays also penetrate into the middle layers of the atmosphere, which is now leading to a global restructuring of the atmosphere. Uranus was considered to be a calm planet, and until 2007, scientists attributed the active weather on Uranus to the influence of the solar heat at the equator. But no one can understand why powerful storms have been raging on the planet since 2014. Previously, the temperature on Uranus was dropping, but since 2014, scientists observed a rapid heating of the planet. Astrophysicist Henry
Uranus
is unique in that it has remained so very quiet storm-wise for so long that the appearance of these storms in 2014 correlates so well with the abrupt heating of the upper atmosphere. Small variations in Uranus' atmospheric temperature should take place gradually. The fact that the reversal happened relatively quickly means that something dramatic has changed. On Earth, an increase in global atmospheric temperature has also been observed over past 50 years. The power of destructive storms, hurricanes, and a record number of tornadoes has increased on our planet. There is a major storm on Saturn every 30 years, but in 2010, it hit 10 years earlier than it had been expected. The Cassini spacecraft reported lightning flashes. For comparison, on Earth, such lightning would have been most powerful in the entire history of observations. The storm caused thermal anomalies that alter the circulation, structure, and composition of Saturn's atmosphere from the deep to upper layers. The aftermath of the storm could influence Saturn's northern hemisphere for years to come. Also, for the first time during the entire recorded period, Cassini discovered a giant dust storm on Saturn's moon Titan. But the wind speed on the Earth have increased as well. The sand and dust storms have become more frequent. Increasingly, massive plumes of sand obscure the sky and bring choking air to many parts of Africa, Asia, America, and Europe. According to the professor of astronomy, Èske Jupiter is in the midst of global changes too. Now the red spots of Jupiter protrude above the clouds. According to the researchers, this growth signals a temperature increase in that region. As planetary scientist Michael Wong said, no one has ever seen this before. And in the famous Great Red Spot, the largest storm in the solar system from 2009 to 2020, wind speed have also increased up to 10% and continue to grow, which no one has ever seen before. Also, flashes of abnormally strong lightning have become more frequent. Moreover, the number of volcanic eruptions on Jupiter's moon, Io, has increased. Mars is the closest analog of the Earth. And all the processes that have been observed on Mars lately, giant dust storms, landslides, magnetic anomalies, increased seismic activity, ice melting, are now taking place on Earth too. Mars is heating up and scientists are at a loss as to why this is happening. But the reason for the heating of both Earth and Mars is the same, and this has nothing to do with human activity. Changes are also taking place on Venus. According to data from the Venus Express orbiter, the wind speed on Venus increased from 300 to 400 kilometers per hour in the period from 2006 to 2012. Until recently, planetary scientists argued about the geological activity of Venus. A new study has identified 37 recently active volcanic structures on the surface of Venus. Geology professor Laura Montesi says, "This is the first time we're able to say, look, this is not an ancient volcano, but one that is active today." Just like on Venus, more and more volcanoes are now waking up on Earth, and magnetic activities in the bowels of the planet is growing. In 1998, the Doris system recorded a sharp jump in the cores of the planets of the solar system and the cores of their satellites. In the scientific work of Yuri Barkin, it is said that the influence of the solar system comes from the outside, and global climate changes on the planets are occurring simultaneously.
Thus, we see that all planets with cores are now experiencing climatic changes and intensification of earthquakes and volcanoes. The planet's cores are coming into imbalance, which sets in motion the molten components within the planets. As a consequence of these processes, abnormal phenomena begin to occur in the atmospheres of the planets, while damages accumulate in the interior of the planets. Moreover, this happens even in the gas giants, despite the fact that they do not have solid cores. Look at Mars, the closest planet to us. We want to draw your attention to a number of other studies on these issues. On May 4, 2022, the largest earthquake ever observed, ever observed on another planet with a magnitude of 5 was registered on Mars. Look at the model of this earthquake on the screen. Seismologists studying earthquakes and quakes on Mars believe that seismic activity is caused by the activation of magma in the Martian mantle, just as it is happening on Earth now. Moreover, studies in 2022 have shown signs of areas of liquid water beneath the polar ice caps on Mars forming due to increased heat flow in the Martian interior, just as this is happening beneath the Greenland and Arctic glaciers on Mars. We began observing climate changes on the planets in the solar system back in the beginning of our research. Since 1996, articles have begun to appear that documented changes on other planets. We noticed that the processes on the different planets were simultaneous. Some scientists believe that this is related to the influence of the sun on the climate. However, as we now see, changes on the other planets are being triggered from the interior. This has led us to the idea that the reason for this is more global than the problem of one planet. That is why we started conducting an interdisciplinary research in climate change and geodynamics, and we saw that the reason for the changes lies outside of our planet. So in order to understand the full picture of the escalating catastrophe, it is necessary to disclose another key aspect, namely the cataclysms on Earth, as well as other planets in the solar system that occur cyclically. A detailed analysis of geological data has shown that 12,000 years ago, our planet already underwent catastrophic changes similar to those that are escalating now. So let's watch a video about this.
Changes similar to what we now see occurred before the peak of the crushing disaster just about 12,000 years ago. Those events are called the Alared Oscillation and the Younger Dryas glaciation that followed. 12,800 years ago, global temperatures rose as much as 15 degrees Celsius within just a few years. Most of the ice sheet suddenly melted, and the Earth emerged from a full ice age. At that time, there were extreme floods and other natural disasters, along with an intense sea level rise. The Gulf Stream stopped at that time, just as it is happening nowadays. Scientists from the University of Kansas have proven that about 12,800 years ago, there was a giant fire on Earth that covered 1/10 of the entire planet's surface. Other researchers have also found that large fires raged in Siberia 12,000 years ago. Similarly, nowadays, there are more and more large-scale fires that cannot be extinguished. Based on an analysis of satellite images, scientists have discovered that 10 to 13,000 years ago, the largest known dunes formed in the Sahara Desert and other regions, indicating the enormous strength of winds during the Younger Dryas. A short-term intensification of winds during that period has also been documented from Greenland ice cores data and research in Alaska. Nowadays, the same phenomena are happening on Earth as during the Younger Dryas. We see winds, hurricanes, typhoons, and tornadoes intensifying and destroying entire cities, razing them to the ground. Right at the cycle change 12,000 years ago, there was a very intensive seismic activity. This is indicated by radiocarbon data, as well as paleographic reconstructions of the Younger Dryas. During the same time period, more than 12,000 years ago, as well as now, there was a drastic weakening of the magnetic field and a pole shift, which was called the Gothenburg excursion. The reason for all these abrupt changes was an abnormal magmatic activity caused by changes in the core. This was expressed in large-scale volcanic eruptions that scientists recorded in the Younger Dryas by dust and traces of acid rains and glacial cores. Analysis of sediments found in Hall's Cave points to volcanic eruptions that caused a volcanic winter about 13,000 years ago and glaciation across the globe. After the sudden warming in the Younger Dryas, an equally abrupt cooling occurred. This event caused a mass extinction of megafauna. Thousands of frozen mammoths and other mammals were found in the ice on the northern slopes of Siberia. There happened a drastic decline in the human population, including extinction of the Cro-Magnon. All of those catastrophic events occurred within just a few decades.
As you can see, in the Younger Dryas, changes in the magnetic field began exactly as the ones happening now. Then there were catastrophic eruptions on the planet as a result of the magma ascent. During this period, 90% of the megafauna went extinct. There was a demographic catastrophe and humanity shrinked to 140,000 people. However, this time it will be much worse, and you will soon find out why. After analyzing the geologic data for the past 100,000 years, we have noticed that abrupt magnetic pole shifts occur with a certain periodicity. Have a look at the graph. You can see the time intervals when these pole shifts occurred. This happens approximately every 13,000 years. According to the geological evidence, during these periods, there was also a weakening of the magnetic field by 8 to 10 times. Let's recall that the same thing is happening today. Our magnetic field is weakening 10 times faster than in the last century. You and I already know that changes in the magnetic field do not occur by themselves. This is a result of changes in the planet's core. Thus, we see that every 12,000 years, for some reason, the motion of the Earth's core changes abruptly. And all of this happens due to the fact that there is something that cyclically causes sudden disturbances in the functioning of the core. Also, according to studies of ice cores, every 12,000 years there was an abnormal increase in volcanic activity. We already know that this is caused by the ascent of magma closer to the Earth's crust. And in the graph, you can see when such eruptions occurred. The size of circles reflects the size of the eruptions, and please pay your attention to the big red circles. They indicate that every 24,000 years, volcanic eruptions were more catastrophic. Such supervolcano eruptions wiped out almost all life on the planet. Archaeological evidence suggests that each time during these catastrophic eruptions, entire species of Homo sapiens almost died out. Volcano in New Zealand erupted 24,000 years ago, and Elbrus erupted 48,000 years ago. Both of these volcanoes are already showing signs of abnormal activity these days. Last month alone, 700 earthquakes occurred in the area of Taupo. And 74,000 years ago, there was an eruption of the Tobo volcano. It was one of the largest eruptions on Earth over the past 25 million years. Archaeologists believe that only 2,000 to 10,000 people survived this catastrophe across the entire planet, which means that humankind was one step away from extinction.
Dans 25 millions d'années, la planète était presque disparue.
Dramatically, and average temperatures on the planet spike by 10 to 15 degrees Celsius. This is followed by catastrophic floods and natural disasters. Look at the graph. It shows that every 12,000 years,
augmentation en 10 à 15 degrés qui passe. Et puis, les conservateurs gagnent
each time during the cycle, the CO2 concentration increases due to ocean heating. The same thing is happening now.
C'est parce que température
CO2 is
et qu'on y a là même pas la privé.
To deal with activity nowadays,
Gagner
just
carbone
as it had nothing to do with it
concentration
in
qui a
previous
augmenté, mais ça a
We're now seeing
gagné
a critical increase in climate disasters on Earth.
pour ça.
That said, we know that the last time such changes in the core occurred was 12,000 years ago.
Nous connaissons depuis dernière fois c'était 12 000 années ça arrivé. Côté ouais qui en rouge là, c'est Tampane.
The traces of the cycle
Gain
of
trace
in the geological
catastrophe ça
have blurred the boundaries in time due to inaccuracy of the method of dating.
Et gain bah ça qu'on veut parce que vraiment
and it can be thousands of years.
Pas kembe data qui exact.
Every 12,000 years.
Et nous connaissons pas ça arrivé presque chaque 12 mois. Alors fait avec date c'est le qui t'est en pile. Malheureusement nous obligés garder bagage ça chaque 12 000 années un cycle climatique qui passe. Malheureusement, il y a un scénario qui pire mal attend nous. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire pour nous? Et nous intelligents. Et nous avons fait prédiction pour nous. Alors, le climat a changé, désastre naturel est arrivé, nous connaissons ça vient pire mal toujours. Et puis, go désastre là, pourquoi j'aime arriver. Garder méthode mathématique très bien. Et nous garder qui genre, nous garder ouais qui nous capable connaître qui l'est. Bagage ça pour arriver. Kisa qui fait cataclysme ça arrivé et chaque 12 000 années. On nous regarde vidéo. Encore, on va pas en tirer pour pendant 30 ça. Tirer pour voir.
Researchers believe that this cyclicity is galactic in nature. That is, it is related to the rotation cycle of the galaxy. Every 12,000 years, radiation from the center of the universe affects the solar system and even influences the sun. In 1998, not only was the Earth's core recorded jumping, but also those of the moon, the sun, and other planets. In recent decades, scientists began to record drastic climate changes on all planets and satellites of the solar system. An increase in the number of giant storms and hurricanes, abnormal temperatures, an increase in volcanic and seismic activity. Now, an increased flux of cosmic radiation due to the low activity of the sun is detected on Earth. Scientists have found evidence that a similar bombardment by cosmic rays occurred 12,500 years ago. In addition, every 12,000 years, an unknown flow of violent cosmic energy from the center of the universe comes to our planet. This high-energy impact occurs at the micro level and has enormous potential to trigger a shift of the planet's core. Galactic radiation disrupts the life cycles of the biosphere. Trees begin to massively emit more carbon dioxide, whereas swamps emit compounds of deadly gases. This time, Earth may become another dead planet, just like Mars. The planet's immune system is now destroyed by the toxins that our technogenic civilization has excreted. The planet's diseased organism might not survive the enormous stresses which cyclicity creates every 12,000 years. Every 24,000 years, disasters are even more devastating, since the solar system gets closer to the radiation from the center of the universe. We are now getting into this point of the near interaction. The planet is living its last years, and so are we, if we remain idle.
As you just heard in the video, the changes in the core are triggered by a cosmic impact that comes from the center of the universe. Our planet is affected by this cosmic impact every 12,000 and 24,000 years.
Planète non affectée par changement ça arrivé chaque
The galaxy
12
makes a
000
complete
années.
revolution
Ça.
around its axis in 220 million years. This
Galaxia
means that the 12-summer-year
fait
cycle is not a cycle
changement
of a
de
galactic rotation. Is it
chaque
possible that once every
chaque
1200
temps,
years we are impacted
il
by
doit
some kind of
faire
pulsar?
changement ça.
But there are no radiation sources along the path of our solar system that would create such high energy bursts
Pas
every
gagné
12,000 or
aucune
24,000
trace
years that affect the
sismique
course
qui
of the planets.
montrer comment
This
ça est
suggests
capable
that
de
we do
faire.
not yet know very well
Ça
how
veut
this galaxy
dire,
works.
nous pas connaît
The
vraiment
question is,
trop
to
bien
what
comment
degree this impact is
galaxie
understudied.
travaille.
Nevertheless,
Et
every
nous
12,000
commençons
years
à
there occurs an enormous impact
étudier
affecting the entire solar
bagages.
system. And every 24,000 years, it is an order of magnitude more powerful. The entire solar system becomes exposed to a certain high energy impact from the deep space. Let's call it external cosmic impact.
À nous
This is a
garder
type of energy that
impact
has not yet been practically studied by modern
externe.
science.
Ça.
We only
Son
see
c'est
the
débat
consequences
science
of the impact
encore
of this
la
energy,
science pas encore
resulting in changes
étudiée.
in the core and catastrophes of a planetary scale.
Changement ça
This is
yo
impact of an
commencé
extremely high
arriver
energy, which causes significant changes in the microcosm. For example, between year 2003 and 2013, there occurred a critical decrease in the proton charge values of the hydrogen atom by
2003-2013, un gros changement
previously considered to
qui
be
était
stable.
fait. Et
For some
nous,
people,
yo
this
te pensé
information
by
might
ça
not mean anything, but for many who understand what it means, it was terrible news and a
normal.
major harbinger.
C'était
In other words, this
était une mauvaise
radiation is
année.
capable of affecting
Quoi que monde qui
not
va
only
penser
the
c'est pas
course of the
très
planet,
arrivé.
but also the microcosm. We'll talk further today
N'a
about
pas
what this
de
impact is.
débat toujours qui ça fait.
One more very important thing that we need to understand now.
Gan ba
If the
important nous
planet
devons
has
comprendre
made it
qu'on
through
est.
the previous cycle,
Si planète
albeit
là
with great losses,
t'es
yet it made it
arrivé
through. These times,
et
the thing will be much worse. Having summed up all
sauvé
signs of the
pendant tout le
climatic
temps
changes
ça.
on Earth, we have found
Mais fois
that
ça nous
today's
penser
event are progressing
la
much more
plus
rapidly
mal
than in the
toujours.
previous cycle. What is happening in our planet
Ça qui
now
passe
in
dans la
previous
planète
cycle,
non comparé
it was at
avec
the second
l'autre
stage,
cycle. Kounya c'est un
while we
deuxième
experience it at the
étage.
first stage.
N'a pas
And
observé
these
dans
that
un
subsequent
deuxième
climatic
étage.
disaster
Et
will
ça
be many
montre
times more severe and devastating.
l'autre
And the
changement
planet will not survive.
climat
Why?
plus mal
Because we
toujours
have destroyed the
passer
ecology of
l'autre.
our planet. In fact,
Pour qui ça?
killed its immunity.
Parce que
This
nous
is the anthropogenic
détruit
factor
l'écologie
that we will
planète.
not be able to change in such a
Ça,
short
c'est
period of time.
un facteur anthropologique que nous ne sommes pas capables de changer.
Are only getting worse
Parce que
and accelerating.
tout bagay montré ba yo ap vin pire. Yo di nou kon sa changement sa yo kapab pran an pile de milliers d'années. Mais ça pas fait aucun sens. Tout bagay commencé à priver pi vite. Nous devons voir scientifique a dit change merci bon Dieu parce que gain courage gagner en pile scientifique qui gain courage et gain pile monde qui yo pas mal calculé gain pile pas sérieux. Mais nous avons longtemps à parler de ça déjà.
Let us draw intermediate conclusions.
Nous prenons quelques conclusions. Nous avons entré dans un cycle cataclysmique qui pire depuis 24 000 années. La planète écologie a mouru et l'immunité planète là vient plus faible. Tandis que nous avons entré dans un cycle qui est plus haut toujours, des cataclysmes plus mal parce que Magna a commencé à descendre, à monter de en bas, sortir en bas, monter. Il y a question qui est
You
importante.
can
Puis,
clearly see the
combien de temps nous
exponential
était?
growth and
Regardez
uncontrolled
modèle
exponential increase in
mathématique
the
là.
number of
Au cap garder
earthquakes.
pour
This progression
activité
has a
sismique
mathematical
graphe là
pattern.
encore.
So
Au
having
cap
calculated it together with the
clairement
best scientists, geologists, and analysts, we have modeled the
qui
progression
augmentation
in which earthquakes will
exponentielle qui
accelerate in the
incontrôlable
future.
cap
And what we
passé.
discovered was utterly terrifying.
Et
Why?
progression mathématique ça
Take a look for yourself.
montre que Bayo a
As
changé.
you can
Et ça
see,
note
the rate of increase in
vraiment
seismic activity is shocking.
regardez pour
At each
comme
successive stage, the number of earthquakes
taux
increases 3 times as much.
augmentation dans l'activité tremblement de terre est vraiment choqué. Et chaque stage vit un petit genre pire
The
toujours.
magnitude of them will increase more.
Quantité, chaque fois, nous avons plus de tremblement de terre et
1,000 destructive
portion a
earthquakes a day on Earth. Whereas in
malheureusement,
2026, there will be over
pral
a million
gagner
earthquakes a year.
dans zone
Just
2028,
think
pral
about
gagner
it.
1000 tremblements de
More
terre
than a
chaque jour,
million earthquakes
tandis que
a
en
year.
2036, pral gagner plus qu'un million. Ça
If not
veut
our
dire
end.
pral
Already
gagner
in 2028, life will be almost
pral gagner un
unbearable.
million
That's
tremblements de
literally in
chaque
6
année.
years.
Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire?
Just think,
Si
your
c'est pas la fin,
comfortable
ça est.
family life,
Déjà,
your business,
en
your
2025,
plans will be
la,
over in 6
la vie
years.
a presque
And
pas
in
capable de supporter.
2036, the end of all
Ça veut
humanity will
dire
come.
business ou tout bagage. Et en 2036, c'est pour la fin de la vie humanitaire.
Rather than a linear growth model as proponents of anthropogenic
Pour
global warming theory.
Pour qui ça nous servi avec une croissance exponentielle pour nous calculer qui au lieu linéaire pour nous montrer changement. Parce que nous pas capables, grand pile facteur, nous devons considérer la nappe fait ça.
It heats up gradually at first,
but
then
les commencer
the milk boils
et
we can also take into account
et puis après ça les aller bien
Suppose you're driving a passenger
et
car
puis
at a speed of 20 kilometers per
soit
hour.
conduire machine à 20 km
Will be 2 meters.
et distance
If you're driving at 80 kilometers per hour, the braking distance
pour
is
rester
more than
c'est
30
2 mètres. Mais si on à 80 km, si distance pour camper c'est 30 mètres là bien. C'est même bagaille pour progression catalyste qui gagne pour plus nous c'est plus difficile pour nous camper. Parce que dans le monde nous toute bagaille c'est un gros autobus lié. Et cap courir et gagne une falaise captain. Il semblait tout nous freiner à la fin, mais n'oubliez tout effet, toute bagaille nous avons fait pour nous capables de préparer nous pour ça et pour nous capables de recouvrir ça. Si nous continuons à quitter l'allée pendant 5 ans encore, alors progression vitesse cataclysmique puis long et temps pour nous freiner à période. Nous avons temps, mais c'est la vie qui peut payer pour tant ça. Économistes en pile pays calculer comment bagage ça va affecter la vie économique de tout le pays. Dynamique évident et les suggérer système non fini en 2030. En 2030, production mondiale va tellement gagner et pète. Et de là, toute bagaille a vu pima. Et quand nous arrivons à la conclusion 2000 années, cycle 2000 années. Et nous vivons civilisation ça et nous continuons à vivre quoi que nous gagnons pile pète. Nous gagnons tout 24 000 années. Considérer planète nous en dirait ça avant et puis avec dévastation et désastre complète. Il y a un pile gros volcan qui a passé. Et là, nous devons penser que la Terre avec Mars est vraiment près. Et selon ça, toute humanité pourra mourir. Et selon ça, nous calculons ça à privé. Pas plus loin que 2036. Oui, nous avons fait expérience de ça. Il y a une crise économique, une crise géographique, en pile région, à grangou, une grosse quantité de cataclysmes qui arrivent. Il y a sécheresse en pile côté, l'avalanche de côté, tsunami, tremblement de terre. Regardez où les plus beaux budgets de pays, c'est pour prendre soin des ascapas. Mais dans 14 ans, là, pas de monde qui a besoin de manger, pas besoin de gaz, de gasoline, parce que après ça, après 2036, pas aucun monde qui a besoin de rien. Nous préparons un détail, un modèle à privé dans la zone 2036. Nous pensons que la responsabilité nous pour nous montrer que ça a privé.
Further development of these events leads to the internal cracking of the Earth's crust. Through these cracks,
développement ça a montré
in geometric progression you have seen
terre
in the
pour ouvrir
This will then lead
et
to
par les
microfractures
magma
in the crust in some
entrer
places,
sous terre
which will
dans
increase
un
magmatic
côté
activity.
et ça
And
va
that will keep
augmenter
increasing even more
l'activité
until it provokes a
magnétique qui gagne
large-scale
et la
rupture
continue
in
à
the
augmenter
thinnest
jusqu'à
part
ce que
of the crust,
pour gagner
which
un
is in the
gros
ocean.
et
This is inevitable.
trou dans le côté
There is
en
a
terre qui est plus fin.
99.9% probability
ça
that
va
this
arriver.
rupture will occur in the area of the Mariana Trench.
Gagner
Where
1%, 99,9% probabilité, c'est dans la zone Mariana et ça va arriver. Tout commencer, pour commencer une petite quantité d'eau qui peut arriver. Et puis, on dit en plus, et puis après ça, va gagner une grosse explosion. Et ça, explosion, ça va plus passer explosion des douzaines de bombes qui venir. Et ça peut arriver dans la tranche Mariana.
Видите, что
You
произошло?
see what happened when the water met red hot metal? Now
Regardez
multiplied by
les
100 billion
l'eau
times.
rencontrer un métal qui est chaud. Multiplier ça qu'on y a des milliards de fois. Et les bras écrasés par Mariana dans une seconde. Toute une explosion et puis pour gagner en pile explosion qu'a fait et c'est un coup en toutes les quantités bombes qui gagnent et les bras tellement aller haut, ça va aller dans toute atmosphère et atmosphère
Also, at the same time, this
affecter
gigantic
avec
explosion will cause
et
a
en même
powerful
temps
hydraulic impact directed inside
pral
our
gagner
planet.
une grosse
Because 11 kilometers
explosion
of water
qui
in the Mariana
passe
Trench is an
sur planète
enormous
parce
pressure
que
at the
11
point where
km
the explosion
de
will
l'eau
take place.
Mariana
And
Trench
that pressure will in turn be
gagne en
reflected in the
pile
hydraulic
pression
impact. There will be
et
very
ça
powerful blast
pral
wave directed into the center of
gagne
the planet, into
une
magma,
grosse
which will spread
explosion
tangentially and will
fait
provoke
sur
additional
dans
cavitation
cette planète là
processes.
et
This will lead to
magna
an abrupt
pral
expansion of magma in
aller
all directions by
en
a factor
pile
of 10. That
côté et
means
ça
that
pral
there will be
non
10 times more magma. This will
pral
literally
tout
tear
côté
the
par
planet
exemple
from
plus
inside.
un facteur
With
10
such an
et
impact,
ça pral
magma
faire
will behave
magna
like a gaseous
10
substance. All
fois plus
volcanoes, cracks, fractures, all
non
boundaries of
ça pral
lithospheric plates will
littéralement
burst and erupt simultaneously. The Earth will be
ouvrir
flooded
chirer
with lava
terre
flows, just like
et
as it happened to
toute
Mars.
terre pral couvrir avec
Naturally, due to the
son
impact, the inner core will bounce away and the motion of
volcan
the outer core will stop. Our
naturellement
planet will die. This process will take
ça
only a
pral
few minutes.
écraser
Due to the stopping
une
of the core, the
corps
electromagnetic field of our planet will disappear and the
terre et
gravitational
toute
field will
terre
be
pral mourir
almost completely gone. Therefore, all
et
the satellites
presque
will
toute
fall from the
terre
near Earth orbit.
tout satellite pral vin
If the moon
plus près de la terre et ça pral même la ligne
is
pral
over
faire
the
ça tout
eastern hemisphere,
si la ligne
it will
non
be thrown away by
sous
explosion and it will be attracted by the sun.
hémisphère
And if the
east là
moon is over the western
oriental là
hemisphere, it will fall
ça pral voyer
the
aller
gravitational field is lost.
pour aller bon soleil là
But we, humans,
mais
will no longer be
nous-mêmes
threatened by this.
humains nous pas
Because as a
menacés
consequence
par
of these
ça
events,
parce que
we
à
as
cause événements
humanity
ça
will
cap
already cease to
nous-mêmes comme
exist
humanité
completely.
nous pas là encore complètement.
What this mathematical model is saying is that if the
Ça
destruction
modèle
process
mathématique
is slow
ça
enough
plus
and there are no
destruction
other
ça
factors to
process
trigger
là
its acceleration,
lent
then
assez et
everything
pas
we're talking
l'autre
about will
facteur
happen in October
pour changer
2036.
accélération ça pour arriver dans octobre
Before your
2036
eyes, you see a
devant
timer that counts down to the time when the planet, as a living planet inhabited by life, will no longer
un
be
réveil
able
qui
to
a
exist.
montré
And that's
que
again provided that there
Terre
are
est
no
capable
provoking
d'exister
factors
encore.
before that. There could be a meteorite
Ça veut
fall,
dire
a nuclear bomb explosion,
si pas
an increase in the
aucun
displacement
autre
of the
bagage qui
core,
vient
or a
changer
supervolcano
bagage
eruption.
ça. Ça
Right
c'est
now, the threat of nuclear war is being forced all over the world. With all responsibility, we can say that a nuclear war
avec
at this
toute
time will accelerate the
responsabilité.
apocalypse. It will
Nous
cause
capables de
irreparable damage. It will kill the
tout
economy
bagage ça
altogether
va
and contribute to
accélérer
the
apocalypse
destabilization of processes within the
et
core,
il
accelerating
va
them.
faire dommage
We
qui pas
will just
capable
hasten our
changer.
doomsday. This is not a solution. This is utter
Nous
foolishness. We're depriving ourselves from the last time we can do something. Now is not the time to be divided and fight. It is the time to unite and deal with more global issues than geopolitical disagreements.
C'est pas là pour n'a pas fâcher gourmet. Kounya là, c'est là pour nous venir ensemble pour nous capables retirer intérêt privé quelque et puis pour nous capables d'agir globalement.
Which was published because we had to verify and recalculate everything. And to our great regret, all the events that took place during this time confirmed our model, turning it into an axiom. The most disturbing indicator which prompted us to talk about the dates now is the growth of defocused earthquakes. We've seen that the processes are moving to the finish line, and that is scary. The process is accelerating. We know very well that the area of the Mariana Trench is a subduction zone, meaning the area where the plate is crawling under another plate. But the reason we have depicted the 3D model of the Mariana Trench in this way is because the lower plate is already being dissolved by magma right now. Many plates are now being eroded from the bottom. They're being dissolved by molten magma, which is rising from the core mantle boundary. Why do we say that the plate is being dissolved so quickly? Look how quickly the red-hot deep magma has been making its way up over the past few years. Recall the intrusion of magma in the Bransfield Strait off the coast of the Antarctica. It is also shocking to learn how quickly a new volcano appeared near the island of Mayotte off the coast of Africa in May 2019. This means that processes inside the Earth that used to take millions of years now occur in a matter of months. Why do we say there will be an explosion of magma at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, despite the fact that there is such a huge pressure of the water column? Because the magma that ascends from the depth is much hotter and has different chemical composition than the magma that normally comes out in the underwater eruptions. What is more, the explosion will occur exactly because it will be squeezed in the depth of both by the pressure of the magma and the water column. Water is seeping through the cracks and meet the magma. Therefore, an explosion in the enclosed system will be many times more powerful than those explosions that occur in the open spaces. In this case, comparing these explosions to an underwater volcanic eruptions is like comparing 1 billion cubic meters of magma to a teaspoon of lava. The difference is substantial, and the conditions are different. But actually, we as humanity do not need to concentrate on the moment of the hydraulic impact of 2036. It does not matter whether there will be an explosion or not. None of us will live to see it. We as humanity will die much earlier because of our foolishness and inhumanity. We do have 14 years, but 2036 is the end, the last point at which the Earth will turn to the state of Mars. Until the day of hydraulic impact, what lies ahead of us are stratovolcanic eruptions, as well as super typhoons that will sweep away not just cities, but entire continents. Right now, this seems like a fantasy. We have been saying for a long time that typhoons will make a landfall and pick up speed, although it is impossible. It contradicts physics. 10 years ago, they did not believe us. But now, we are already seeing it. Today, a typhoon, as it comes to the land, gains momentum. According to our calculations, there is another area where a magma outburst could occur. It's the area of extremely low geoid anomaly in the Indian Ocean. In this area, huge volumes of red-hot magma are rising from the core mantle boundary, and they too can break through. We will raise this topic at one of the international discussions to be held immediately after the forum on the Creative Society channel. Also, at the international discussions, you will learn why Mars, once a living planet with an atmosphere, oceans, and vegetation, died because of hydraulic impact during a 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms. We have more information, but we haven't presented it today. Why not? We can talk about all the facts for days. We did not use our own measurement in this report because this data has not been published anywhere, and we do not want anyone to get the false impression that we're trying to manipulate anyone's opinion. For these reasons, we are currently focusing only on the information that is available in public sources. You can study these materials yourself. Even a person without higher education, not a genius, will be able to do their calculation and come to the same conclusion that we came to. There is no other research groups in the world that has looked at the climate problems so comprehensively from all angles, and we have been doing this for a long time now, thanks to thousands of volunteers, experts, and kind-hearted people. Why have other scientists failed to find what we have found? Everyone is looking from one side. If you ask a volcanologist whether he knows anything about the magnetic field, he will answer that he does not. Seismologists choose only one database as a source of information and completely ignore all other databases. It is not even their task to see what the overall picture looks like. They're searching only within their own country. In our research, we apply an international and interdisciplinary approach. Thanks to this, we can see the whole picture. And now you can see it too.
We
would be the first to rejoice if we're wrong about our model. But unfortunately, the further we studied the question, the more we became convinced of the inevitability of the catastrophe, and the more we were thinking about how to stop it. We've been looking for a solution, and we found it. To date, we know that the energy that affects our planet and leads to the destabilization of its core is similar to the kind of energy which allows the entangled particles to communicate with each other, even when they are located at different ends of the galaxy. We do know that it is not a neutrino or electromagnetic effect, it is something different, but we do understand that the energy of this cosmic radiation is of a physical nature, which means that it is possible to affect it, the physical plane, for example, to weaken, to stop or redirect it, and so on. But to carry out any manipulation with it, we have to solve two key tasks. First task is to study the nature of this cosmic radiation, which is beyond the limits of known physics. And second task is to find a source of energy equivalent or superior to this energy impact coming from space, and to learn how to use this energy in the same way as we use electricity. Only if we solve these two problems, we will be able to counteract the cyclical cosmic radiation and stop its catastrophic effects on our planet. Yes, we have already been working on researching this even energy source for decades, and quite successfully. But as much as we want to, our capabilities are not enough to achieve the desired result. Within such a narrow time frame, this can be done only together with the true scientists from all over the world, with the scientific community.
Some people ask how science can find a new energy source in such short period of 5 to 6 years and learn how to use it if it took us 6,000 years to discover electricity. As for this new kind of energy, according to our information, many closed laboratories are already conducting research in this direction. But I hasten to disappoint you that, as of today, they're not looking for this energy to stabilize the core of our planet. All of the classified developments in this field are being done solely for the purpose, for military purpose of achieving world domination by one state or another through the development of new sources of energy. Scientists who work in such closed engineering design bureaus are not known to anyone. The states deliberately conceal them because it is not profitable for them to publicize their geniuses on which they rely on their for their strategic purposes. But these scientists are the ones who have the real potential to save us, because they already have the necessary skills, experience, and understanding of the processes that the world-famous Nobel laureates, grant eaters, and careerists have never even heard of. If we now propose to the states to unite the scientific potential to find a way out, they will give us these grant eaters and opportunists who are totally clueless in this issue, which must be solved. Accordingly, they would not be able in any way to ensure the survival of humankind. As for those true scientists who will be able to do that, no one will give them. They're locked up like prisoners, and they will be there as long as our world society continues to live in a consumerist format, the format of the eternal race for domination, influence, resources, and most importantly, for power. Because every state in the race for domination will hide its real best minds to the very last. So the real essence of the problem today is that scientists cannot be united in existing format of society. So if we really want to survive, we should change the very format of the society, the very model of our social organization. We need such a format of society which would provide no conditions for wars to break out, and where it will be impossible for any one person to rule over billions. And it doesn't matter what this format will be called. What is important is the conditions it will create in society. Through many years of work and extensive research, we have come up with a model which puts human life first. This model is called a creative society. The model of a creative society are such conditions in the world in which we, as humankind, will finally be able to stop the competition for profit and power. And most importantly, will be able to put real genius scientists at one table.
Parce que moun sa yon pa konnen ki moun yo ye. As soon as possible, how to counteract this cosmic radiation to stop the destabilization of the core, to stop the growth of climate catastrophes. In a creative society, humanity gets a chance to survive. And what's more, we get a chance to build a unified civilization. Servir avec énergie ça pour sauver le monde au lieu
pour humanity face such threats.
Pour quitter
the creative society is our real chance for life.
Et comme ça nous gagne vraiment possibilité pour nous sauver la vie au lieu de détruire la vie monde.
In the report presented today, you have heard the results of years of research conducted by a large interdisciplinary team of scientists from around the world. For more than 10 years together with a huge number of leading specialists, volunteers, and concerned experts, we have collected analytical data, cross-checked information, numbers, and facts. We conducted practical experiments and theoretical calculations, which later formed the basis of mathematical models and forecasts. It is a great honor for us today to speak the truth on behalf of such a huge international community of true scientists, which consists of the best representatives of the disciplines. We so much wish we could thank each of them personally and publicly, and simply say thank you for their tremendous, selfless work for the good of all humanity.
Pour travail yo fait aujourd'hui, mais malheureusement nous pas capable remercier en pile nan yo. En pile nan moun sa yo scientifiques honorables yo pas avec nous konya. En pile nan yo mouri déjà et gen nan yo ki yo tuye peut-être y a parlé de ça qui vraiment que ça doit faire et gen yo c'est mafia qui tuye yo parce que ça y a parlé yo et
many years in order to preserve their lives, and not only. After all, many of them work for official science laboratories and research centers around the world, and this allows them to have the opportunity to study the necessary materials, to have access to the equipment, to conduct the relevant developments, experience, and research, which are crucial today for the salvation of humanity. Therefore, in order not to lose access to the necessary facilities, sensors, and laboratories, they are forced to the consumerist format not to advertise their real views on the ongoing climate change, but to stick to the mainstream. And sometimes they even have to publicly support the CO2 hypotheses and anthropogenic climate change, or even sign protocols that the climate is supposedly not changing. But all these people are not motivated by titles and salaries. They do not chase titles and recognition because they know
yo pas chercher l'argent, yo pas chercher honnête, yo parce que yo connaît yo doué faire ça si yo pas faire un bagage pour ça pas gagner vraiment et pas gagner vraiment un bagage pour yo fatiguer parce que le monde a disparu. Oui. Il faut monde non non forme ça mais je dis nous comptons pour nous parler la vérité non gros héros ça c'est à cause de même que nous connaissons la vérité je dis c'est à cause de même nous capables de dire ça capable et nous capables de servir avec Kounya nous pas dire seulement à cause de la société créative là qui est capable et fort qui est capable de publier et faut faire et c'est sous société créative là nous capables et vraiment honorer
from the video Awakening with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Une portion dans vidéo et dans vidéo ça.
We will no longer live like we used to. We will not go back to the peaceful world we had just a year ago. In the literal sense of the word. Yes, a year ago it was still bearable. A year ago it was still good. But this year, 2022, from the birth of Christ, has changed a lot of things. We mentioned this 10 years ago, that the year 2022 would come.
Naissance Jésus-Christ, tout bagage change.
And a lot of people began to see clearly.
Kounya la, apri moun komanse wè, sa ka pase. Moun komanse kompran, yon bagay ki pa bon avèk le moun. Yo wè gen pil anè, yo vwèman te komanti nan men moun. Kounya la, na bete men ansam, pour nous suspendre, abuser,
that emit a lot of carbon dioxide or do something else, and everything would improve. But it hasn't improved. And now a realization comes from many people that green energy has done much more harm to the environment than hydrocarbons usually. This is true, and that there is nothing to hope for, and worst of all,
mouvement vert là c'est causé plus problème parce que yo raison kounya là les bon pour nous aller plus profond pour nous ouais ça ka passer et grand pile scientifique qui
those scientists who worked with us,
était là en pile qui était et ça va avec nous qui mourit qui grand pile nan yo qui par là ouvrir bouche tandis que moun sa yo vola l'argent nou, yo caché derrière yon système qui fait cap vola l'argent nou ça va faire rien pour nous.
Didn't reveal everything. There was a brief report.
Un rapport, bref, nous te dit moun, hey, suive ça qui a passé. Parce que bagay qui a sorti dans la terre, il a commencé à augmenter. Ça indique gagner en dans planète noire et changement global et qui fait une destruction et sens de la terre. Et nous avons parlé de ça, et moun t'a pris. Moun qui chita à la caille, ça n'a pas fait rien. Et yo appris. Yo dit, montrer nos qui gens pour mesurer neutrinos. Parce que pour capable qu'un neutrino, ça gagne en pile installation et pour faire, il va facile pour eux, mais pour nous, il pas simple, même simple pour nous. Il y a un pile monde qui travaille ça, yo plus intelligent longtemps parce que monde qui chita sous derrière et puis qui pas faire rien qui seulement avec critique et
making it possible to detect those very
nous
neutrinos quantitatively and qualitatively.
Détracteur pour nous montrer nutrients ça
Of our good friends spoke out
puis
that it was true. And he's no
premièrement
longer with us
nous
because he
gagnons
opened his
des
mouth
amis
and
nous
wanted to tell, to scientifically
qui parlaient
substantiate,
sur
to
ça
refute
il
that
parle encore
criticism by
parce
those
qu'il était ouvert bouche
opportunists,
pour
gladiators,
parler et
and liars
monde
with
ça
science,
monde
and he
capable
paid for
mentir
it with
sur
his
science
life.
ça il
Meanwhile, he
payait
was the
ça
one of the
avec la
inventors
ville
of
et
this
c'est
very
lui-même
portable neutrino
qui
detector.
était
And he was one
montré
of those
qui
who
côté
walked many miles
neutrino
carrying it.
possible
And
et il passe en pile
the
kilomètres
scientific fact was established
côté ça
that
mais
neutrinos in huge
et,
quantities
fait ça
began to
été
emit
établi neutrino dans grande
on our
quantité
planet.
et
This is
commencé
really the fact.
à paraître dans
And
la
now it
planète
has been already
ça c'est
confirmed
fait il
by
est
other
confirmé
scientists
déjà
too.
à
This has been
l'autre
public
scientiste
information in
et
recent
montré ça
years.
et longtemps à pratiquer ça dans le secteur scientifique là.
Has the world scientific community been doing all these years? It has been diverting people's attention from the real causes
Kisa
of climate change by offering them
communauté
false
scientifique
theories.
là a fait that
One
ça.
group of
Yo
scientists
gen
was on the side of the theory of
longtemps
anthropogenic CO2.
n'y a
In contrast, another group claimed that
montré
the climate was not changing at all.
ça gen yon l'autre groupe qui a
Today, it
montré
is already evident to
planète a
everyone
pas
that
changé
the climate
vraiment.
is changing more and more. Therefore, many people trying to comfort themselves
Et en pile monde
are
qui a
deluded by
essayé
false theories.
et
But this
conforter
year
tête
has
yo
shown itself
yo
in full force.
vraiment
And
montré yo pas
everyone
rien
is
fait
already
et en
worried.
pile monde
What
comprendre qu'on y a
populist
un pile monde
scientists have predicted
qui vient
to happen
comprendre
100 years from
sa
now
capacité
is happening today.
et ça
The
en pile
world we are used
scientifique
to no longer exists.
montrer
And now we
et
must
qu'a privé dans
make
des
a
centaines
mature
d'années
decision
de
about how
montrer
to protect
donc
ourselves
capable
from the
bagay
climate
ça va privé
serverless.
talent comme ça
Let's walk through
comment
this
pour nous
in order.
protéger
We have
tête
only
nous
5 to 6 relatively stable years.
nous gagnons
During
en
this
3 à
time, we
5
must find a way to counteract
années
the radiation
stables
that is
pour
now
nous
destabilizing our planet's
pour nous
core and
changer
causing climate disasters.
et bagay cap
Scientists do not
cap
know the
fait
nature of this radiation, which
radiation
means
cap
that we are still
changer la vie nous
defenseless against
et
this
scientifique pas
terrible
qu'on
threat.
ça cap passer dans ça et comme
As
ça
humanity,
nous
we
pas
now have 2 essential tasks.
nous gagnons
First is to study the
travail pour nous
nature of cosmic
nous fait
radiation.
pour nous
The
comprendre
second is
qui
to find
nature
an energy
et
source equivalent or superior to the radiation coming from
radiation
space to counteract it.
et pour nous comprendre
To
ça
solve
cap
these
sorti dans
problems,
l'espace
we
là
need
et puis
competent
qui gens pour
scientists
nous
who are
faire changement
kept in
ça
closed
comme ça nous
laboratories
besoin
around the world. These
scientifiques
scientists
qui
study the
compétents
energy we
qui
need,
capables
but they do
étudier
it only to develop new kinds of weapons.
énergie
No government will give them up
nous
because
gagnons
these scientists
scientifiques
ensure the state's military
bien
power.
conscience pour yo
Since the time to solve the
vraiment
problems we face is
travail
catastrophically
sur ce qui est
short,
nécessaire pour
only
faire
5 to 6
changement yo
years.
qui pas vraiment à travail pour force militaire. Et nous besoin une série de qui ont conscience et scientifiques nous contents qui gagnent besoin grant qui besoin l'argent l'État yo pas aider nous vraiment non ça nous besoin parce que pas l'État kounya la kabay pi bon scientifique kounya c'est moun qui gagne les possibles pour nous mener moun dans le laboratoire qui fait meilleur et puis mettre ensemble avec l'autre moun pour nous capables assurer nous et nous devons aider scientifiques à comprendre il n'y a pas besoin de développer ZAM. Et ça a besoin, c'est vraiment faire ça qui peut aider les populations et pour nous aider à faire ça qui est bon. Et vraiment, bons scientifiques, vrais scientifiques dans le monde sont capables d'aider nous à développer ça, nous avons besoin pour nous protéger la planète. Parce que temps a passé, il y a 10 ans de ça, nous remarquons et nous avons besoin de faire différent. Et à cause de ce qui a passé là, il est important pour nous comprendre ce qui a passé dans le monde. Nous regardons tout ce qui a passé dans le monde. Et scientifiques modernes fait pour garder l'intérêt de tout le monde, pas seulement nous.
And all this has been repeated in a vicious circle for thousands of years. Therefore,
nous
change the format of society,
si nous changeons format société coloniale, il doit y avoir une transformation qui est vraiment forte, qui est capable de changer
Throughout the past 10 years,
destinée.
we, together with volunteers and experts from all
Pendant
over
10
the world,
années
have
qui
conducted
se
extensive
passent,
analytical work
nous
and numerous social
gardons
surveys
et
worldwide.
en pile, nous faisons
We
pile
surveyed
études,
millions
nous
of
faisons un
people
pile
in over
sondage
180
dans plus que
countries, conducted
120 pays.
and held
Nous
international
considérons nous
roundtables
faisons
and conferences with
un
experts in
tableau
various
avec
fields.
experts
By
dans
studying and
un
analyzing
champ
the needs of
différent.
people around the
Et
world,
nous
we have
gardons
been able to
besoin
create a working
moun
model that transforms
dans tout
every
le monde.
aspect of
Et nous
society.
gardons qui ça qui est capable de
And most
changer
importantly, it
et
ensures
la
that
vie
scientists
moun
can
dans
come together to solve the climate
tout
problem
côté.
as quickly
Et
as
comme ça,
possible.
nous scientifiques
Based on a
capables
comprehensive
réunir
analysis
ensemble
of the will of
pour
people, the 8 pillars
résoudre
that make this model work were formed.
et pour résoudre le
They
problème le
embody
monde.
what all people want.
Et ça nous gagne
We have called
qui
this model
capable
the
un
creative
modèle
society.
qui est capable de
Further
résoudre
on, we will be
tout
using this
problème
term,
le
but
monde.
it can be called differently.
Et
It is
nous
not the
capables
name, but the
c'est pas
essence of
non
this model,
qui
which will
gens
help us
les
to
relais,
cope with
mais
the global climate
c'est
disasters.
qui ça le modèle
In
là
today's
capable
forum,
de
we
faire
will
pour
look
nous.
more closely
Dans
at
forum
what this
ça,
model is.
n'a regardé
For
plus bien
now,
qui
let's
ça
look at
forum
its
non est.
fundamental
On
differences
nous
from the
regarde
current format of society.
et qui gens qui
First,
différence qui gagne
in the
même
creative
avec
society, the priority of
l'autre
everything
modèle
is
qui
the lives.
existait. Dans la société, n'a pas l'air, tout bagay bon, mais il n'est pas nécessairement.
And will not be concentrated in one hands of a
Et
single
là,
person
dans
or a particular
peuple là,
group of
pas
people.
dans un petit
As we
groupe
see it
moun,
today,
seulement gens,
these
ça y est,
principles forever preclude
principe
the possibility
fondamental
of
ça
war.
yo et
Today, we are talking about the
li
question of
prévenir li
everyone's survival.
retirer
It is
possibilité
no
pour la
longer a
guerre
question of
c'est
conflicts
pas
or wars. The
plus
threat is
agression
over
contre
everyone,
monde
over
parce que
everyone.
menace ça c'est sous
Any
tête
war
nous
can
tout
be stopped, given the will
toute
to do so.
la guerre
But what is happening
capable
now with the climate,
suspendre
we can only
surtout
stop
avec ça
if
qu'a
we build
privé
the
qu'on y
great
a là
society.
avec les
Whether
membres
we like it or
nous
not,
nous capables de
it is a
changer ça
forced
qu'a privé
measure.
c'est
Because it
que
is
nous
the
voulons
only
ou pas
model
c'est
of
que
society
gagnons
that
un gros
forever
problème qu'on
eliminates
y a
wars,
c'est nous
free
un bagage
scientists from
qui
closed laboratories and allowing
éliminer
them
la
to
guerre
gather together at the
libérer
same
scientifiques
table.
et
As a
aider
result,
pour chita
we will
sur même
find a way
table
out of the
avec
climate
tout le
collapse
monde
as
et ça
in
a
a short
aidé
as
nous
possible
à
time. We
sortir
now see
dans
that
problème
only the
qu'on y
model
a
of the creative
dans un
society
temps qui
gives the humanity a real chance
qui
to
assez
survive.
court qui plus court que possible.
Dr. Seema Manral Nagy, Director, Principal, Sanjeevani World School, Mumbai, Life and Happiness Coach. She is the Vice President of Rotary Club of Mumbai, West Coast, and Social Ambassador of Indian Development Foundation, as well as an awardee of the Nation Builder Award from Rotary. Dr. Nagy is associated with many educational and social organizations and contributes her time and efforts for the betterment of the educational system and society. She's an international speaker and is highly regarded in 7 countries. Dr. Nagy has been bestowed with many prestigious national and international awards. Her work has been recognized in the World Book of Records, UK, Asian World Records, and the Great Indian Book of Records in personal and professional categories. Welcome, Dr. Nagy. The floor is yours.
Bienvenue, Dr. Nagy.
Is increasing day by day. Millions of people across the globe have already experienced the terror, being left on their own with the raging natural disaster, and millions have become climate refugees. The progression is gaining momentum. While we argue about the causes, ignore the facts, or simply ignore everything that is happening. This is suicide. Yes, I understand that the flow of information bombarding each one of us today, it's very difficult to discern the grain of truth, but it is there. Today, we have all heard about the true causes of climate change. We have all heard about how many years we have left to ignite all of our scientific potential. It is impossible to overstate how important information is today. If you have any doubt, take it and calculate it yourself. Compare all the data and all the numbers that have been presented today. This is actually already happening. See for yourself that this is fact. We should have started to act long time ago. We Rotarians got acquainted with the report earlier. And thank you for giving it to us. We have had time to reconsider a lot of things. And now it is important to take action so that we have time to save all of us, all of humanity. If everyone else
pour nous
has
sauvegarder
any
toute tête, nous
doubt, check it for
sauvegarder
yourself.
toute
I do
humanité.
understand that it's scary,
si
but we as
nous
Rotary
avons un
have
problème,
faced
gardez
challenges
pour compte nous.
more than
Et puis,
once,
ouais,
and
et
this
qui ça
experience
qui
will
a
help us now as well.
qui
Right
a
now,
passé.
we need unity
Qu'on y a là,
and
nous
courage
besoin
of
unité,
all Rotarians
nous besoin
more than
courage
ever.
tout
And then
Rotarien,
we will
plus que
succeed
jamais.
because
Et
our strength
alors,
in
laisse ça,
survival
nous
is
capables
only in
réussir
unity.
vraiment parce que pour nous suivre, c'est unité qui fait nous suivre, si vivre.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nagy.
Merci, Dr.
And
Nagy.
we pass the floor to the next distinguished speaker, Mr. Marco Antonio Hernandez,
Monsieur Marco
President
Antonio
of the Rotary
Hernandez.
Club of Cordillera de Peñalolén from Chile.
Président Rotary Club dans Chile.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Merci
My
pour
name is Marco
l'opportunité.
Antonio
Moi, je suis
Hernandez
Marco Antonio.
Fuentes.
Et de
I have the
Fuentes.
honor of being a president for the period
Moi,
from
gagné
2022 to 2023 of the Rotary Club
opportunité pour moi
of Santiago de Chile.
Président Rotary Club Chili 2020 à 2022.
And today, we're working hard, focused
Jeudi,
on being
nous
successful in
travaillons
society and being its
en
participants.
pile pour nous capables de réussir dans la
I
société.
would love to complete and share the information with our club and with all people
Moi,
about this wonderful
content
privilege
pour
that
moi
we have the opportunity to learn about
pour
today.
partager
It is called the Creative
connaissance
Society,
ça
through which
avec
gains power, and it is
membres
fundamental.
Tarimio et les grandes sociétés et c'est un bagage
Thank you for this
gagne en
wonderful,
pile
unique chance to share with you my impressions after watching
qui gagne en pile importance. Merci parce que vous avez une
and
opportunité
enjoying the
pour
previous
partager
forum, a message
avec
to
nous.
humanity.
Ça nous apprend
I had the
et ça moi
opportunity to
ouais.
express my feelings
Moi
about this
j'ai
and share this moment with
opportunité
you.
pour moi partager moment ça avec nous. Moi fier de ça en pile.
In my life, I always try to help,
Dans la
participate,
vie, moi
and get
toujours,
involved in the life of society.
moi
And I
toujours
thought that
essayer
was enough.
aider et puis
I
moi
always
toujours
cared about helping
essayer
those who were in need.
aider monde qui ont besoin.
But after I became familiar with this forum and following all the conversations,
Après me vinn
everything had
conforme
changed.
ça, tout bagage changé.
I felt needed.
Mon quoi était nécessaire.
I felt like a person who had to do more.
Moi, son monde qui t'a dû faire plus.
I had to step out of my comfort zone that I thought was a part of my life.
M'te dû sortir dans ça
I
qui
felt like I had to leave the comfort zone,
moi m'te dû quitter
and I
moi
really wanted to be able to share and
conforme.
express this new
Moi te
experience by
voulais
learning and realizing that we
exprimer
don't have much time left in this world if we don't act,
exprimer
if we don't react.
ça me comprend. Moi nous pas gagner en pile temps si nous
So I
voulons
decided to
vraiment
react.
faire un bagage. Moi
I
décidé
decided to
pour moi
express this feeling to my closest friends.
pour me réagir. Moi
And I
exprimer
shared with
ça
them the information
avec
about what will affect the
amis
whole world in the coming
et
years.
moi exprimer ça par eux me faire comprendre qui
But
ça
it was my first knockout, so to speak.
qui vraiment nécessaire pour nous faire pour nous sauver la planète
Indifference,
là.
doubts, and
Et
individualism.
dans pile monde qui pas yo pas quoi
Very few people
ça pas
accepted
faire
what I
rien
shared.
et pas grand pile monde qui vraiment
It made me reflect on the fact that maybe not everyone is
comprendre
ready to
ça m'a
carry the message to
c'est pas
share something
comme ça
as you might think.
moi
I
c'est
believe
pas tout
something
le
needs to be
monde
done first.
qui vraiment est paré pour partager
The
le
message
message
is very clear
pas
and
ouais
specific,
c'est un
but
pile
it takes
monde
preparation.
qui est capable
I feel that with this personal experience,
qui
you
est
need to
capable
speak to people.
aider ça moi avec expérience ça nous
Nothing
devons
impresses people better than respect and trust. And this
partager
is
ça avec
fundamental so that the idea of the
n'a pas
creative
rien
society
qui
could be
bon
accepted without fear,
que
without
pour
doubt,
partager
and to be
ça
restrained.
avec monde comme
This
ça
society needs these kinds
et
of values. It
pour
needs our trust.
message
It needs our
société
respect, and we're going
capable
to
de
achieve it.
gagner
That's why the tagline of this
c'est
forum
pour
is Global Crisis. Our
c'est pour
survival is in unity. That's the
ça
connecting
c'est lien qui
to give
connecté
trust.
pour bailler confiance, dissiper la pérez ak sorti dans l'état dans confort que nous non. Mais moi penser que dans trois lois ça fondamental, moi demander tout le monde qui ouais côté pas gain pic gros la joie passer sans qu'agent le monde inviter mon. Merci pour moment ça, pour opportunité pour contribuer à notre travail formidable ça, expérience projet ak objectif pour suivre pour nous monde puis bon pour opportunité pour réaliser non seulement pour nous mais pour la prochaine génération privilège que nous gagnons aujourd'hui que nous devons passer. Moi quoi nous c'est un autre lien dans gros chaîne ça qui gagne bagay bon et moi quoi que nous capables conquérir et consommerisme ça c'est consommer tout bagay. Merci en pile.
Thank you very much, Marco Antonio, for your words of support to the Creative Society and for bringing people together, and for your profound understanding of the danger in which we as humanity now find ourselves. In fact, in the near future, we will all move out of our comfort zone. The only question is now, will the climate destroy the comfort zone, or will we step out and let ourselves in interact?
Èske n'a gen temps pour nous sortir
that we are not in control of the climate. The year 2022 has been a year of a tragedy for many people, but people are not seeing the holistic picture of what is happening. The media takes out attention away from a vital topic. This point, when millions of people suffered in Pakistan, the world's media gave only a few words about this terrible tragedy. Let us hear the truth of what is happening from eyewitnesses of climate events around the globe. Notice how many tragic events you didn't know about.
Quantité événements qui passaient dans le monde ou pas connu.
And you will understand everything.
Et puis on va comprendre toute bagaille.
More and more climate disasters are happening all over the world every day.
After an earthquake killed us.
An earthquake killed a climate catastrophe.
The news about them impress us,
make
us sad, or frighten us.
Nouvelles sur yo fait
there
nous
comes a thought
peur,
that it happens somewhere far away, and it won't happen to me.
Et nous toujours
But
penser
it
ça,
seems
ça
like
pouvait
that
bien loin,
only until
mais
it
ça
happens to
pas
you
arriver
personally.
jusqu'à ce que
I don't know, I got really scared.
There was smoke and we started to suffocate.
That's my friend.
C'est gain la fumée et nous
We only had minutes to get out.
nous commencer à
Anyone can become a victim of the ruthless climate
pas qu'à
Cerberus
respirer.
at the most unexpected moment.
Et tout le monde
Why? We are going to
Salut.
show you the
Non,
stories of
nous
people
pas-
affected by
nous
climate
pas-
disasters.
nous
There
voyons
are
trop
millions like them around the world.
quantité
As
de
you
monde
listen to them, try to answer yourself a simple
problème
question. Will
est
you
capacité
be ready when the climate Cerberus comes to you?
climat, dans problème climat. Est-ce que vous-même vous n'êtes pas exempt de sa capacité?
My name is Douglas Franklin Ryan, and
What is
I survived the
Ryan?
McKinney Creek fire.
Moi et
We
civil
could see smoke over on the other side of the ridge.
du
And
fait
at one point, it looked like the smoke had stopped and
du fait.
nothing but white clouds and steam were coming up, and then it just came over the mountain. It was coming right
ouais.
down the hill toward us.
Et
I wasn't concerned about it. It was on the other side of the river, and
la fumée qui a
it
privé,
wasn't very
parce que c'est
aggressive
pas
coming down the
fatigué
hill.
pour ça.
And we
Et
noticed the hot
parce que
spot
c'est
at the
l'autre
very
bord du
tail of
vallée.
it, and it jumped the river and then
Et
jumped the
nous
road.
regardons les
And so we had
voltiges
fires coming up on both
rivières.
sides of us.
Et puis, l'en garder, nous, gain la
So we
tu
thought
fais
we
cap
had
pour nous toutes.
half hour, 45 minutes to get out of there. We only had about 7 or 8 minutes in reality. And I ran in the house. There's a man named John Cogan in there. He was the uncle of one of my roommates. And I think he's 74. And I went in there, I said, John, we got to go. He goes, I'm not going anywhere. I said, yeah. He goes, I've seen this a dozen times. I've lived here 30 years. I'm not going anywhere. He goes, if I leave here and I lose everything, it'll kill me. If I stay here and die, I'll have to take that chance. But he passed away in the fire. That and 5 dogs on the property.
Why have the fires in California been getting worse in recent years, burning more forests and towns and making it harder to put them out? In '95, there was a malfunction in our planet's core. Because of it, magma rises from the Earth's interior, boils, and extends in volume. Its pressure upon the Earth's crust grows. Along the faults in the crust, there occurs degassing, release of gases from the planet's interior, and this causes fires. California is located precisely in such a fault zone. The increase in fires there is an alarming sign. It means that magma is rising in that area.
The hurricane actually took a different trajectory than all hurricanes. It swerved to east and turned back to the south, which hurricanes usually don't do. In 1997, there was Paulina, a Category 5 hurricane. In fact, Agatha was here in this area. It was more devastating than Paulina.
So I live about 100 meters from the ocean. The water level had reached like 4 or 5 feet. I don't know, I got really scared. I thought maybe like the water would start coming in through that little window and that like we would have like, I don't know, I didn't know where we were gonna go after that. It was like, there was water everywhere. And when I went outside, yeah, I still can't believe like the destruction that happened in such a short amount of time, and just like how we all want to believe that we're always going to be safe, but that's not the reality. Climate change is going to affect it is affecting every single person now. There was a fire on September 3rd. It started in the afternoon. You could see the smoke very far away. Then closer to the evening, everything just burned up in a blink of an eye.
The police officers were running into the houses and shouting, "Run for your lives as fast as you can. Save yourselves."
People were evacuated. There were buses, rotation workers. Some evacuated in their own cars. Everybody evacuated as fast as they could. People grabbed things they could stuff in their cars and left.
My daughter grabbed me and her 4 children, put us in the car, and we drove off. A very large flame was coming. There was smoke. We began to suffocate. When I drove closer to my house, I wasn't shocked. I was hysterical. Only the walls were standing there. Everything was burned. The house, the cars, the documents, there was nothing left. That was unbelievable. I don't wish anyone to see anything like this. It was terrifying. In my 60 years, I had never seen anything like that. Not even in a horror movie, to be honest.
We're going to keep living here. Plus, there's a forest, nature, and fresh air all around. It seems like yesterday, everything was there, everything was good. And now, you're standing here and looking around, and there's nothing.
It was something that we were not even expecting. Like, you know, it just came within the blink of an eye. Like 24 hours ago, everything was perfect. And then we came to know that the flood is almost here.
We have suffered a lot here. Our rice crop has been washed away in the flood. There was water all around us. No electricity. We had nothing to eat or drink. We were alone.
People were crying. People were going out of their homes. They were struggling to save their homes. The most shocking, we saw 4 to 5 children and one mother plowing in water
There was nothing to eat, only water, which we survived by drinking. Cattle were also dying of hunger. This is the whole scene before you. Our houses have fallen. We are just living under such an open sky.
Across Pakistan, more than 1,000
Il se
people
passe
have
20
been killed.
100 000 morts sont morts à travers Pakistan dans les derniers 24 heures.
They're having floods.
Inondation yo te
It was
rive
not
an.
expected that there will be so much flood this time.
Mais nous pas t'attendre que fois ça de tellement. C'est comme ça inondation dévastée ça. C'est un appel réveiller les nations changement dans le climat. Pas seulement pour Pakistan mais pour monde pour le monde entier. Et ça pour une grosse la pluie tomber, qu'a détruit n'importe pays.
Why have the monsoon rains in
ça
Pakistan
la
become
pluie,
abnormally heavily? In recent years, there has been a sharp acceleration in the rotation of our planet. This is causing magma to rise actively
Dans
through
dernière
bowels of
année,
the
yo
earth
te
towards
gen
the
yon
surface. The
accélération
red
bien
hot magma
filée
is
dans
getting closer to the crust and is causing groundwater to
Ça amène
evaporate in
une
large quantities,
augmentation
causing catastrophic floods
dans
in different
magma
parts of the world.
sorti dans central yo dans la terre non surface là. Magna chaud, une pipe la cause abondement l'eau à terre. Qui c'est cause de relation catastrophique dans différentes parties dans le monde?
It can damage a lot. And what is next? Maybe it's going to be in F2 or F3. What's going to do
Ça can
then?
priver après ça.
I've never seen in my life like this earthquake. It was
Moi pas jamais ouais un tremblement de terre comme ça dans la vie moi. C'était très long. C'était vraiment. 4 personnes dans la famille m'étaient morts. Je dis à moi enterré. Il y en a 12 dans la famille m'étaient blessés. Mon sentiment de découragé, moi aucun corps. En pile monde était blessé, en pile monde était mort, en pile cas détruit dans fin journée, en plus passé 1000 monde était mort. Ak plus passé 1500 monde était blessé. Dans toute zone là, monde a prié, a brûlé parce que quand yo tombé puis fond maximum yo était en bataille, en pile monde mourir.
Why are there more and more destructive
Certainement,
earthquakes in Afghanistan? The increase in the number of earthquakes in Afghanistan is a result of the rise of magma because of the increase in pressure magma rushes upwards towards the crust
à
and
cause
increases the number
augmentation
of
de
earthquakes
pression
around the
magma
world.
pour remonter dans toute là, augmenter quantité de tremblement de terre à travers le monde. Pas de aucune mesure préventive parce que pas de monde qui espère ça. Dans une temps, nous sommes inondés. En général, inondation qui a causé pas des jours à
It
pluie.
is for the first time that I saw people desperately
C'était la première fois
leaving
qu'on
their
était
own
quoi,
homes
il y a un
to
monde
other
dans des
places.
espoirs qui étaient
That was the most
ailleurs
shocking part for
et
me.
puis ils allaient dans l'autre côté.
Imagine
Ça c'est
forcefully
plus
being
choquant pour moi.
asked to leave your own
Imaginez,
homes because of a
ils
natural
forcés au
phenomenon that you don't have
demander
any
de
other thing to
quitter
do, and becoming a refugee
à
in
cause
your
d'un
own city,
phénomène
or displaced in
naturel.
your own city.
Ou pas gen aucun autre choix et puis ils viennent réfugier dans la ville ou soit ils monde qui nous s'attaquent dans la ville. En général, situation est terrible. Si moun petit n'est rien, nous retirons pile cadavre dans le caille. J'étais arrivé, la personne pas d'attendre. Toute zone côté nous travail là, c'est en bas de l'eau. Caille yo te inondé, machine yo te balayé, pas moi te perdu des amis dans toute bagaille ça. Moi machine a coulé, moi pas capable de. Et ça moi tourné ici là dans Fujira et même bagaille là terrible. Moi pensais il a continué. Déjà ça yo pas aller de pays en pays.
You guys aren't going to believe this.
Ou va pouvoir ça c'est bagaille.
This is insane.
Moun fou. Jusqu'à présent,
I'm okay so far.
Moins bien. Mais ça, c'est pas foot blague. C'est pas une blague. Moi, les chats, ils connaissent côté moyen. Ils connaissent. Jusqu'à présent, bien. Aussi longtemps que Kyle Kembe, c'est comme ça pour qu'on y a, you know, ok. Pas inquiète. Tout le bagage continue par bien. Bon Dieu, moi.
Oh my gosh. I can tell you that I've been here 29 years. I've never experienced or seen anything like this. Families have lost everything.
It was intense fear. Watching the water come up our street. It was horrified. My trailer was shaking. Back and forth. I thought Andrew was terrible. There are many people who do not have the resources.
I
told my brother we have no choice but to
Moi,
stop.
dit vraiment, c'est nous pas aucun choix. C'est pour nous survivre aussi dans nos rues. Ouais. Si nous pas lever et puis mettre les familles en sécurité, il mal carré. C'est comme ça nous fait. Moi, j'ai quitté un message pour lui. Moi, juste dis mon amour. Pas de certain si moi t'as Sivivan pour ça. Tout ça en bas de l'eau. Ça qui sont pile. Moi connais des gens qui étaient pour aider les gens tout droit. Nous pas aucun côté pour aller.
Today, it was us who suffered.
Je dis c'est nous-mêmes qui souffrons.
We were attacked by the climate Cerberus.
Climat Cerberus started attacking.
It destroyed our homes.
It détruit lives. It prend la vie nous.
But now,
it's
coming for you.
La vie nous.
Are you ready for its arrival?
Ou parlez pour lui?
Tell me, how is it so? How is it that we are suffering from the climate?
Que gens ça fait arriver? Ils en ont souffert du climat. Moun sa yo pa partager histoire.
Millions of people have been left without homes.
Il y a des millions de gens qui n'ont pas de caille. Centaines de millions de gens à mourir capable de souffrir du climat. Pour qui ça?
Why are we not told the whole truth about what is happening to the
Pour qui ça? Yo pas de bonne la vérité sur ça. Pendant combien de temps on a continué jouer et après rapport sur l'avenir, j'ai commencé à rester juste une semaine. Qui moun qui bénéficie parce que yo pas fait ça capacité. Moun qui dans pouvoir yo même j'avais senti. Après dans ça c'est yo même qui fait nous passer misère que yo continuer bagay ça.
Why the hell do I have to pay triple price for the same light and heat?
Pour qui ça m'a pas payer 3 fois plus pour lumière monde qui génie qui vient avec green énergie verte là femme connaît côté ça sorti m'a demandé qui côté et bénéfice énergie green ça
we don't even have 10 years left. And
non
in the
pas même
mathematical
10
model
ans
we've heard today, there are
non
14 years.
non
at
non
least.
non
So much
modèle
for the
nous
future.
temps déjà il y a
I really
14
wonder
ans
if
qui
the
était
authorities of any
c'est comme
country
ça
have started to budge.
si
Have they done
n'importe pays
anything
c'est
to save
commencé
people during
est-ce
this
que
time?
tu fait rien
I
pour
don't think
sauver
so.
mon entend ça pas poser ça
Now, instead of consolidating
Kounia,
everyone and
au lieu de
everything,
nous conseiller tout
gets
le monde
crumbled
avec
and
toute bagaille à
You,
craser toute bagaille à
Judas,
diviser
have sold out.
nous-mêmes
You
nous-mêmes
don't care
Judas
about people's
pour
lives.
vendre nous
You don't
ou
care
pas
about the truth.
nous pas
That's why you
occuper
ignore
la vie monde pas
reality and
rien pour
target
nous
those
nous
who
pas
aim
voler la
to save
vérité
humanity.
c'est peut-être ça nous ignorer la réalité
Let's see how
avec
you will
japper le
change your
monde qui
tune
agit
when the
pour sauver
climate has
la
its
humanité.
say.
Mais pas oublier,
Then
on voit que
your
nous pourrons
lies will become
changer
so obvious
climat.
to all
De
that
ça,
you will be
mentir
simply
au
torn
pral
to pieces
vient
by their
tellement évident
actions.
dans tout
And if they don't,
au pral
and if they don't,
simplement
people frantic
chier
with grief
en
will.
miettes par
Our
propre
people
prière.
is one big multi-story
Mais
house.
si
It
on pas
is
fait ça,
collapsing.
pour
It
tout
is
le monde
burning.
en a peine
And
tout
it is
planète
bursting at
moi,
the seams. You, on
c'est
the
un
other
gros
hand,
cas qui
climbed
gagne
up
plusieurs.
high to convince us that everything
Il
is
tombe,
fine.
il boule et puis il
But
pète.
that's a lie.
Et
Your
puis,
floor,
toutes
the
ces
flat,
mentis.
may not be burning today,
Et
but
ta
the
joie
rest of us
capable
are
pas
on
bouler
fire
jeudi.
and choking on the smoke.
Mais reste dans nous à bouler,
Just
à
think
tout sous la
what
fumée.
you will tell the
Juste
people
penser ça
who
au
will
poil
lose
des
everything in
moun qui
one
pourraient perdre
instant.
toute bagaille dans un
How
moment.
will you explain to
Qui j'en
them
pourrais expliquer
that all
toute
of your actions are a
action
scam and a
ou c'est
fraud?
un menti avec
That
un
you are
fraud
just making money off of us, filling your
pour
pockets and
juste
mouths,
profiter de nous
justifying
remplir
your
poche,
nonsense with scientific postulates.
justifier histoire sans
Now
censure.
then, you freaks,
Postulation.
answer
Kounia,
me.
mon cher,
Where is my money?
réponds-moi.
Once again,
Côté
he
l'argent,
asks,
moi.
where is my
De
money?
l'autre fois encore,
Show me where you spend it.
saloperie. Montrez-moi côté
Will
l'argent
any of you
le
even be
passé.
able to answer that question?
Est-ce que n'importe dans nous
Where
capable
to
de répondre à
and
question
what
ça?
did you really spend it on?
C'est un coup moi
And
obligé de
how
payer
has
loin.
it improved my life?
Qui j'en
In
ça
fact,
a
I
fait la
shall
vie
have
de
to pay
people?
the utilities too. And instead of
Moi
raising
obligé
people
de
up and
payer
explaining the cause and
à
effect
loyer.
relationship and what awaits
Obligé de
us,
payer
you are doing an
pour
incomprehensible thing.
énergie.
Idiots. There are
Moun
many
sot.
serious people who
Il y a
understand
un
what
pile
is
moun
going on
sérieux qui
with the
comprend
climate.
ce qui a passé à climat.
And you keep
Et
saying
puis,
it's
vous
the animals'
continuez
fault.
à dire c'est faute bête. Yo.
Are we living in a
Est-ce qu'on a vu
madhouse
dans une
where the
caille
first one to
moun
put on the
fou?
doctor's overall
Qui
is the
côté premier
doctor
moun qui mette
and the rest
robe
are the
là,
patients?
c'est docteur, qui
People,
reste là, c'est patient.
let us get smarter and grow up.
Mes amis, en nous
Otherwise, we
vient
will simply
intelligent,
cease
en
to
nous
exist.
grandit. Autrement,
It
nous
is
pourrons tout
clear that
simplement
none of you
suspendre
will
d'exister.
answer my questions.
L'éclair,
You are
yon nan
afraid.
nous pas pral
You
répondre
really
question.
wake up in the middle of the night in a
Ou
cold
fait,
sweat,
nous
trembling with
réellement lever
fear
dans la
that
nuit
people have exposed
avec
you.
un souhait fret, trembler avec
And
peur,
instead of
nous
dealing
exposer.
with the
Et au
situation,
lieu de faire face à la situation,
you are
vous
thinking
pensez
of ways
de
to
façon
divert
à
our
détourner
attention away
l'attention nous,
from the threat
loin
that shut us
menace
up.
à faire mener.
First, there was a pandemic. Now you're
Premièrement, c'est
scaremongering
gagner
us
une
with a
pandémie.
nuclear war.
Qu'on y a,
Listen,
on va faire
you
nous faire
geniuses,
avec la
does it
guerre
ever hit home
nucléaire.
to you that a nuclear strike
Écoutez,
would only speed things up?
nous-mêmes gênés,
I
est-ce que
see that it
nous-mêmes
would be
souffrons qu'il y ait
in
une
your
grève
interest.
nucléaire?
You would
Ça
have to come up
seulement
with something now.
accéléré
You would
bagay
tell
ça yo.
this ship to
Moi
go on
ouais,
bleeding while your mow was down.
ça t'a bon
The
pour
only trouble is,
ou pas ta gagner un bagay nouveau pour
the
dire
only
nous
trouble is,
mouton pour yo
we
continuer
will all drop dead
blé
without exception. So don't
béglé
even get your
pendant
hopes
ou
up
couper
for
nous.
your bunkers. The climate won't
Seul
spare
problème
anyone.
c'est nous descendre sans exception, c'est comme ça. pas même joindre espoir pour nous banqueurs, nous. Climat, pas
As you can
épargner
see,
personne.
we all live relatively comfortable
Comme,
lives on the
comme
edge
nous,
of
ouais,
survival
nous
and an unknown future.
à vivre
The so-called rulers
dans
of this world
confort.
tell us exactly how they will fix the climate problem and why we are
Leader,
the enemy of their carbon neutral mission.
leader New
However,
York.
some details of the fictitious CO2 fight just don't end up. The solution that we are talking about
Solution n'a
today
pas les
is
jeudis,
outside the brainwash CO2
li
solution
pa
that we
nan
hear from every
nan
home
bagay
these days.
yo fè nou pè yo.
CO2 scammers want to make a lot of money from the
Moun kap
scheme,
scam
but ignore
CO
the very important
carbon dioxide yo,
24,000
yo te be
years
fè un pil
climate
l'argent nan
cycle
complot.
and the
Yo te ignore
changes
si
that are taking
climat
place inside
4000 années.
These changes
Li
are now
important ak
evident.
chanjman ki te fèt nan
According
planète
to
la.
their
Chanjman sa yo
calculations, the
evident.
climate crisis
D'après
should
calcul
have
yo, crise
settled down
climatique
to
la te
help
do
them
résoudre
support their
pour
CO2
essayer yo
theory.
supporter
But
théorie
catastrophic events are
carbon
only
dioxide yo.
growing.
Mais
So who's
événement
stupid
climatique yo
now?
ap grandi seulement. C'est
How
comme
did
ça qui moun
CO2
ki
turn into a profitable business model, you ask?
CO2
Once upon
te
a time,
tourne
they
un
thought
modèle business
that this
profitable.
was a normal cycle.
Une fois,
After all, every
dans
1,000
un
to
temps,
3,000
yo te
years,
pense
there's
casser un
small
cycle
changes,
normal. Après, yo
warming
tout,
and cooling.
chaque
Even
1000
in
à
the
3000
18th
années,
century,
il y a un petit
it
changement.
got colder.
Chauffer
Then
ak
they noticed
refroidissement.
that the
Mais,
temperature on
même
Earth
dans le
began to
18e
rise.
siècle, là, il était venu
Scientists simply decided to make a
dès ça, yo
profit,
remarqué, la
hoping for a
température
cool-off.
sous terre a commencé à monter.
Since
Scientifiques
they're
ont
so
seulement
smart,
décidé pour
they increased their funding for research,
puisque ils étaient comme ça
explaining
intelligents, ils étaient
that this is
intelligents,
an
ils ont augmenté le
anthropogenic
financement pour
human
recherche.
factor. This
Expliquer que
also
ça a un
allows
facteur
politicians to
anthropogénique
make money
humain.
and control the masses.
Ça, c'est peut-être sa politique
Politicians can dictate
fait l'argent
clean energy
et contrôler masse.
propaganda,
Politiciens
enslaving
cap
non-competitive countries
dicter
with
propagande
fines,
énergie
carbon
verte
tax, and
sur un
CO2
esclave
quota
pays qui
sales.
n'est compétitif.
As a
Carbone,
result of our
taxe sur carbone
wonderful
avec la
media
vente
being
quota.
owned by a
Comme
few big
résultat, bel
businesses,
média,
I believe
c'est
this idea
posséder
has
quel gros
spread
business,
through
mon
the
quoi
masses
l'idée
and into
ça
our brains.
gaillé dans
In
masse dans
fact, we do
cerveau
not
de
even
monde.
question
En
their so-called
réalité,
research and
nous pas
solutions,
même
while
questionner ça
billions of
les
us are
recherches pour
silent
soit
and
solution.
dumb. They
Pendant
collect
plusieurs
our money
milliards,
to build their mansions, buy
nous c'est
yachts,
silence.
fly private
Ils ont
jets,
collecté
and
l'argent,
party on
ils
their
bâti
private
villes, ils ont
islands,
acheté yachts,
all
volé
sponsored
avions
by us,
privés,
the
fait
people.
toutes ces îles privées,
Yes,
tout
they are
patronné par
very
nous.
smart business
Oui,
people
c'est
to
mon
sell us
très
a lie,
intelligent dans le business.
to profit
Ils
from
vendent
it
nous,
greatly,
ils ont menti,
and
ils ont
to
profité en
offer
pile
no
de nous,
promises
et
to
puis ils
their
n'ont pas
sheep.
offert aucune promesse.
Trillions of dollars have been spent on fighting a
Billions,
molecule
milliards
in
de
the
dollars
air,
dépensés dans une
while the
bataille de
real
molécules
dangers
dans
of
l'air
climate change
pendant qu'il y a
are
danger
nowhere
réel dans le
to be
changement
found.
climat. Malgré
Scientists who
aucun côté
care
au cas.
are speaking up about true
Scientifiques
causes.
qui prennent soin
As a
de
result,
parler
they're
sur
shut
vraies
down,
causes
made fun of,
comme
and
un
lose the ability
résultat,
to be
ils font
published in
main, ils
scientific
prennent
or
plaisir.
any
Et
other
puis ils perdent
public-facing
capacité pour
publications.
publier
They
la
experience
publication scientifique.
all the dirt
N'importe l'autre
and
publication.
games of the consumerist
Expérience toute
format,
possible.
the premium package deal.
Théâtre, jouet dans
It's
format
simply, as always,
contraire.
the world has been
Paquet.
deliberately
Les simple,
misled
tant que
into
toujours.
thinking
Moi, non,
that
t'es
we can
fait
defeat
esprit.
climate
Peut-être
change
nous. Nous
only
pensons
by
que nous avons
reducing
fait
our
changement dans le climat.
cow farts
Nous
and
réduisons,
paying more in
faire bœuf nous,
CO2
à
taxes.
payer plus
But
de
there is a problem.
taxes. Mais il y a un
We are
problème.
currently
Qu'on
going
y a,
through
nous
a
avons passé dans un
24,000
cycle
year
climat
climate
24
cycle,
000 années.
and it won't
Et puis, il n'est
disappear
pas prêt à disparaître.
just because
Juste
we
parce
are
que nous
solving
avons
a
résolu un
problem
problème
we
que nous avons
invented.
inventé.
So what do we
C'est
do?
comme ça, qu'est-ce que ça nous fait?
You and many of the people that are
Ou même
watching
à
this
camper dans le
live
monde qui a
forum
regardé
with us
forum
right now
ça en
understand
direct
that
avec
we
nous
got served
comprendre,
empty
nous servir avec
solutions to
solution
a
vide
climate
dans une
crisis.
crise climatique.
That our
La vie
lives,
nous,
the lives
la vie
of
petite
our
nous yo,
children and loved
avec
ones
monde
are
ben
not
pas
protected
protégé
by
par modèle
business models
business
that
gouvernement yo
government
sous
sucked us
non.
into. How do we
Qui
grow
gens
our brain cells
nous fait
back?
grandir cellules
Starting
cerveau nous
today.
yo tourner. Nous commençons jeudi à n'oublier et puis pardonner. Nous commençons à gagner information ça sur parce que match climat monde nous connaît oui frère voisin capable de penser nous fou. Mais si tant d'informations ça nous met en pile monde différent gain chance peut-être que café recherche.
Yeah, that's actually a very good advice. Thank you so much, Olga. Amazing speech. And yeah, if they follow your advice, then not only the neighbors, but even some scientists could really use this advice and make their research outside of their very narrow field that they usually concentrate on. And here's what they might discover for themselves.
Même scientifique est capable d'apprendre sur ça. Tu peux comprendre. Depuis 1996, tu as gagné une prédiction qui t'est faite et de te montrer le changement qu'a fait, pas fait seulement sur la Terre, mais tu as fait partout. Ce n'est pas un problème seulement sur la Terre, mais c'est un problème dans tout le système qui existe. Nous pas grand peu de nous connaissons sur ça. Alors, nous devons unir nous pour nous capables d'observer. Si nous réunissons plus bons scientifiques pour travailler sur tout ça, nous avons 6 années et pour ça, nous pouvons vraiment évidemment tout. Nous ne pouvons pas gagner rien, nous sommes capables de faire. Si nous continuons à faire l'argent sur carbone et en autant de Kisa, scientifiques viennent pour dire sur bagay CO2 et qui importance c'est gain pour planète nous. Et m'a posé pendant vidéo tout.
Anthropogenic global warming is a grandiose scientific scam of the 20th century.
The hockey stick graph, I took one look at this graph and smelled a rat.
Literally the greatest imaginable fraud one could find in modern science.
This really is the most destructive conspiracy theory that has been invented along with anthropogenic climate change.
It's like I woke up in the insane asylum and the patients have taken over. And taken over academia too.
Today, from every direction, we are being told all the time that man-made CO2 emissions are to blame for climate change.
When you repeat the same thing day after day, it becomes sort of normal, accepted, as if taken for granted. In reality, it's not, but since someone is doing it, then someone benefits from it.
So this model of the anthropogenic origin of the current global warming and its threat to humanity is a myth. A separate question is, who needs this myth and for what purpose?
To fight CO2, they tell us to shut down plants and factories, stop heating our homes and filling our cars with gasoline. Stop eating meat and stop showering. We are also told that we should breathe less, stop having children, and generally reduce the human population on the planet. And of course, we should pay more taxes, as much as possible.
Isn't that lovely? Don't you like to be taxed?
It's hard to imagine a better control lever than carbon dioxide to essentially control society.
This unequal battle with CO2 has been going on for over 40 years already. But what are the results of this battle? But so far, no measures have been successful. On the contrary, from one climate conference to another, the level of CO2 in the atmosphere only continues to grow, completely ignoring all international rights and norms, as if we are paying for it to grow.
If you believe the story, the narrative, the fakery that CO2 is going to kill the earth or kill us or whatever it's going to do, if you believe that story, then you will be afraid and you will be guilty. And so that makes you open your wallet and send a big check to Greenpeace.
These measures will not save the climate. They are not effective and have no effect on actually reducing CO2 emissions into the atmosphere. It has an impact on people and on your wallets. It will affect some of the freedoms that you'll be deprived of, but it won't budge the climate or the weather by even an inch.
Let's do some investigation. On what grounds are we being restricted and taxed? Do you know how much CO2 is actually contained in the atmosphere?
Carbon dioxide is a trace element. There's very, very little of it. There's only 41,000% CO2 in the atmosphere. Very little of it.
According to the official data, the level of CO2 is 400 ppm. What does this mean? ppm means parts per million. In other words, there are 4 molecules of CO2 for every 10,000 molecules of air in the atmosphere. But we are told that these molecules trap heat coming from the Earth and warm the atmosphere. But how can 4 molecules trap heat for 10,000 other molecules in the atmosphere? How can such tiny concentrations have any effect on the climate at all? Even a school student would understand that they can't.
That small a rise could not possibly cause any kind of climate change. It's close to nothing. You double nothing, you still have nothing.
Hold on a second, though. It's not just humans that add CO2 to the atmosphere. There are also natural sources such as oceans, volcanoes, trees, and marshes. How much CO2 does humanity produce then? The established human contribution to the overall increase in CO2 concentrations since 1750 over the entire industrial era has been estimated by various researchers to be between 1% and 12%.
All of humanity is responsible for only 5% of annual CO2 emissions. The other 95% is what is emitted from the oceans and land. This is a natural cycle.
If we consider that 0.03% of the natural CO2 was already in the atmosphere before the human contribution, then the anthropogenic CO2 will be between 1 to 12 ten-thousandths of a percent of the total atmosphere. That means that a human has added between 1 and 12 molecules per million of other molecules in the atmosphere. In the meantime, we are being robbed by carbon taxes and forced to reduce our already negligible concentrations of CO2. Even if we stopped all the factories and plants in the world, and even if we stopped breathing, it would result in a CO2 reduction of less than 1 ppm out of 400 ppm by 2050. Meanwhile, disasters are already destroying lives and entire countries for completely different reasons. CO2, let alone humans, has no effect on warming whatsoever.
There is no correlation at all between carbon dioxide and global warming. And we had a period of global cooling from about 1945 to 1980, during a time when CO2 was rising rapidly. And so there's no correlation here at all.
If you look at the data over the past 160 years, you will see that despite all the efforts of humankind to emit more CO2, this gas could not decide whether to heat the atmosphere or cool it. Similarly, before the industrial age, the planet heated and cooled on its own without any help from humankind. What effect is CO2 having on global temperatures right now? In 2019, during the pandemic, humankind significantly reduced its CO2 emissions. The entire world was under quarantine. Plants and factories were shut down, and the air in cities was cleared of exhaust fumes. However, the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere continued to grow regardless of the quarantine.
If there was a human effect, if the humans were causing this rise in the rate of rise, then when humans stop using hydrocarbon fuels for some significant period, as we have 2 examples now, 2010 and now recently, then you should see likewise a change in that curve, a slowdown in the rate of rise in that curve. But this is not observed whatsoever.
The main orchestrator of atmospheric CO2 is the ocean.
How dare you!
Since about 95% of the Earth's carbon dioxide is dissolved in its waters. When the ocean heats up, it releases CO2 into the atmosphere.
First comes the change in the sea temperature. A little bit later, the land temperature red. And then about 1 year, 11 months, or 10, 11 months, the carbon dioxide changes. And when temperature at the sea goes down, the carbon dioxide goes down 10, 11 months later.
In other words, the increase in carbon dioxide is a consequence of the heating, not its cause. And humanity has nothing to do with this process, nor does it have anything to do with climate change. But if CO2 increases naturally, it must intensify the greenhouse effect anyway, right? That is absolutely not the case. The most important greenhouse gas is water vapor, whose content in the atmosphere is 50 to 100 times more than all the CO2. And it is water vapor that creates up to 95% of the greenhouse effect. In other words, the content of water vapor in the atmosphere, on average, is 5,000 times higher than the content of anthropogenic carbon dioxide. So the greenhouse effect of CO2 is extremely low. Is there one at all? According to theoretical calculations, the increase of CO2 in the atmosphere has a cooling effect.
Everybody says, well, greenhouse gases are warming the atmosphere. But no, they're not. It's quite clear that greenhouse gases cool the atmosphere.
70% of Earth's cooling is caused by infrared active gases. And now we can ask a million-dollar question. What is another name for infrared active gases? It's the greenhouse gases.
Some colleagues, I have done experiments to see if CO2 can heat or carry heat. So we have built small greenhouses and tried to heat it by the sun outside or inside with artificial heating. We were able to show that carbon dioxide stops radiation, that we were not able to show any heating.
This experiment showed that increasing the concentration of CO2 only slows down the heating of the atmosphere. And another question remains. Why are natural sources emitting more and more CO2 today? Ice cores from the last pre-industrial 100,000 years, when there were no cars or factories, contain CO2 concentrations that are well over today's 400 ppm. For example, between 700 and 2,500 ppm.
In the ice cores, they say, well, there's a higher concentration of CO2.
For some unknown reason, however, these data began to disappear from the articles in 1985, which strangely coincided with the establishment of the Advisory Group on Greenhouse Gases that later became the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Our planet is currently going through a period of global climatic catastrophes occurring cyclically every 12,000 years. During this period, due to the changes within the planet, volcanoes and earthquakes become more active, causing magma to ascend and the ocean to heat up enormously. Heating of the deep ocean and awakening volcanoes are causing the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere to increase rapidly, and this happens every 12,000 years.
This is an IQ test. If you're too stupid to understand this, instead you're thoroughly brainwashed by governments to think global warming is caused by your car, your hibachi, you breathing too much and cow farts. You're too stupid for this discussion at all. You're going to become like the dinosaurs, extinct, and you should be. You're too stupid to survive.
It's time to ask every lying scientist, where to and why was our money unreasonably spent? Why was our money wasted to the wind? If this was a false theory, then why did they shut the mouths of honest scientists? While they are creating an illusion of fighting with a negligible amount of CO2, millions of people are dying, cities are being destroyed, and the number of climate refugees is growing. And we are fast approaching the collapse of the planet because of the 12,000-year cycle. And due to our carelessness, the only way to escape the escalating disasters for us is to unite in order to build the creative society. Only together can we create a better world for our children and save billions of human lives. Our future depends on each and every one of us.
What an amazing video. As you have just seen, the theory of human-made climate change is a proven fake. Just like the weapon of mass destruction in Iraq, we have been brainwashed with the image of the enemy.
Comme nous te fait quoi, théorie changement climat anthropogénique, c'est déjà une fausse information. Même genre examen de destruction masse dans l'Irak, nous tout simplement bah image là dans l'ennemi. Pour combattre une de sacrifier bien-être nous, avec billions, avec des milliards de dollars. Demandé à comparer à le protocole Kyoto, qui était signé sur base d'une seule comité scientifique, preuve scientifique, qui était tourné comme type test, une parole pour les Nations Unies.
As the Wall Street Journal wrote about him. The graph is a proven fact.
Aurait bâton qui était bail, une méthode qui bail travail, chaud dans le soleil là. Je travaille dans les Nations Unies, un professeur dans l'université avec 2 millions de dollars dans la recherche qui est le résultat principal là, c'est discrédité complet dans la science climat, j'en sais tout est dans Wall Street. Tableau ça, c'est une preuve. Des résultats dans manipulation, esprit, utilisation de données qui n'est pas appropriée, qui est évidemment pas appropriée pour la construction. Leadership IPC, la société connaît très bien, aurait ça à contredire, non seulement aurait contredit non seulement toute histoire dans la recherche climat, mais tout aurait eu un climat, aurait dans l'autre scientifique.
The authors of the fake graph were merely admonished and advised to improve their behavior in the future. And not one single investigation was pointed at how IPCC leadership actually pressured the scientists to exclude the data from the reports which contradicted the theory of anthropogenic CO2 climate change. Literally, it was made not to dilute the message. Instead, the massive smear campaign was launched by a group of corrupt scientists to discredit anyone whose opinion was at odds with the theory of the hockey stick. Everything was used, from blocking publications and intimidating journal editors to slander and firing.
Bagay qui était fait, là, tu as une représentation qui était faite dans les Nations Unies et il était discrédité monde qui était fait ça. Ils vraiment vraiment fait mon mais il était retiré une série de preuves qui étaient gagnées dans la présentation. Comme ça c'était climatologue canadien Tim Ball a déclaré brusquement que Ford Sayo doit avoir place dans l'université de Pennsylvanie, mais dans la prison côté État. Tout des même à côté livre là, c'est tout professeur qui déposé contre pas hôtel clip là, qui pouvait grave là c'est une faute. C'est faux. Qui monde qui voulait exposer cette chose pour monde passionnant, c'est-à-dire qu'on doit continuer à recevoir l'argent et qui monde qui respecte, même monde qui a recevoir l'argent ça, monde qui a complimenté l'autre et puis complimenter l'autre. Qui ça qui là pour nous-mêmes, Timonio? Non, ça, qui ça nous sortit là-dedans? Monde qui est les têtes scientifiques mondial, c'est bien corrompu. Et c'est seulement voulait gain peut-être pas et pas vraiment aucune régulation. Et qu'on y a pas et même eux-mêmes ils ont réalisé
that humanity
ça
is facing
a fait
right now, and we don't have even that much
regardez
time.
pour
And that is
son gros
scary.
problème
The scary that
humanité
this truth
a approché
reached
connu
even those fools. And it
Et-
is scary because not only the truth reached the worst representatives of the science,
la vérité
but because we have
rive
nothing
joindre
to contradict this truth.
mon
The number of cataclysms
dans
increases each year.
dans
The
domaine de la
real
science là
problem, cyclical climate
vrai
change,
problème
started
qui
only by
gagne
a few who are
dans
telling the
dans
truth.
climat
And
c'est
most of the money spent on this
plus faut
mythical
l'argent
fight
avec
against
tout
CO2,
l'argent qui est dépensé pour
those money
bataille
would be enough to
à
actually solve
CO2
a lot of
ça t'a
real
doué
problems.
à se résoudre pour résoudre un
These
pile
are the
problème
facts
réel.
that many have now begun
Ça
to
c'est
voice
réalité
openly. But
en
the
pile
problem
monde
is that we
commencer
must find a way to
voir ouvertement
counteract the
mais
climate
problème
and
non
survive
c'est
as a humanity.
nous qui
Our
besoin
knowledge
façon pour
today is
résister
not
au climat
enough to
à
stop this
vivre
climate
comme
Cerberus.
l'humanité. Connaissance
And
nous
we need to
aujourd'hui
get it
pas assez pour
on a tight
suspendre
leash.
ce risque climatique
Otherwise,
ça.
it will
Après ça,
destroy
nous
the
besoin
whole
prendre
world. Our
sous
whole world.
yon laisser
And
serré
now, more than ever,
autrement.
we need to
Il va
stop this
détruire le monde
bigotry
entier.
and stop fighting for
Détruire
the
nous.
interest of
Pour nous,
individuals
fait
and
pour nous suspendre
corporations.
gourmet,
We
y'en
need
a
to
que l'autre.
unite.
Nous fait pour
Everyone
nous
understands
unifier nous.
that the
Tout le monde
consumerist
comprend
format has
le
outlived
problème
itself,
là. Et
and that the current system is
système
unsustainable.
nous gagne qu'on y a
There
n'est
is
pas
no
bon.
format of the
Et
society that
pas gagner un
corresponds with
format
what is
qu'on y a
needed right
qui
now,
correspond à
except
ça qui est
the
nécessaire.
creative society
Excepté
format.
sa
Everyone wants
société
to live in the
créative là,
creative
gagnant,
society.
tout le monde veut vivre dans
Evidence
une
is
société
showing it.
créative.
Years of
Ça a
in-depth
confirmé
research
par
conducted by
plusieurs années dans
volunteers,
recherche
participants from
approfondie
all over the
qui
world,
fait dans participation
millions
à
of
sondage
surveys
dans des
around the
millions de
globe,
monde à travers
and
le
it
monde
shows
entier.
everyone wants to live
Tout le
in
monde
the
veut
creative
vivre dans une
society.
société
We don't have
créative.
time for the
Nous n'avons pas de
political
temps
mess.
pour nous
Everyone
pour
has
jouer
to face the
politique. Tout
truth.
le monde a dû
Look
regarder la
around us.
vérité.
We have
Vérité
14 years
annoncée.
left at
Gardez
most.
alentour. Il y a 14
And it is
années
uncertain that we will
maximum
even have
qui
those
restent.
14 years.
Et ce n'est pas
The
une
mathematical
réalité que nous
model is
pourrons
not
vivre
flawless
14 années ça.
either. It is
Modèle
based on
mathématique
current
là,
progression. But
endommagé.
accelerated
Il est bâti
factors
sous
can add up,
progression actuelle,
and the time can
mais
be
facteur
significantly
accéléré
reduced.
qui apparaît.
It
Et
is
puis
enough
temps
only, it is only a few
significativement
nuclear
réduit.
explosions
Il y a
that would be
assez
enough
pour faire
to
arrangement
accelerate it
pour quelques
dramatically.
explosions
But there
nucléaires,
is a
toute
chance
bagaille
for humanity
accélérée
to
dramatiquement.
survive,
Mais
and we
il y a une
must
chance
take
pour
advantage of
l'humanité
it.
civile.
If we want to
Et
be
puis, il est
saved and
impossible
save our world and save it for
pour nous
ourselves and our
dire,
children,
si
we
nous
must
voulons
change the
sauver
entire
mon
system.
sauver tout le monde,
You
nous
might
devons
ask why.
Because
Because
complètement
this is the
changer
only
de
option
format.
that will free up
Pour qui ça?
most
Parce que
brilliant
c'est
people in this
seulement
world.
façon pour
We
nous,
will be
plus
able
intelligent
to
dans le
get the
monde
time,
entier
all the
pour
scientific
laguer,
potential
pour
at one
travailler
table, and
ensemble. Nous
provide them
pourrons
with
être capables
everything
d'assembler tout le
necessary
potentiel
to do
scientifique
their job, to do a
dans une
really good
seule
work.
table et puis
And this
bah,
is the
tout
only
ça a
format in
besoin.
which we can
Un
create the
format
best
seulement
conditions for their
qui
comfortable
nous
work in the
a
creative
créé
society.
pour contribution.
The
Le
consumerist
travail
format will
confortable
end
pour
anyway,
société
but the
créative.
question is, will we
Format
end with
consommateur,
it,
il peut
or
le
will we
finir
become
de
a
toute façon.
civilization,
Mais
evolve, step
question
over
c'est
this
est-ce qu'il finit
enslavement
avec nous au
system
soit
of the
nous
mind?
pouvons vivre
And
dans une
remember, it's only at a terrible
civilisation
price.
évoluée.
The
Étape pour
choice is up
système
to us,
travail ça
each one of us.
et puis songer de comme
And now, it is my pleasure to pass the
comme
floor to Dr. Arthur
c'est
Vittori,
passé. Kounia
who has been
m'a
actively involved in
passé
research and
micro
climate change his
by
entire
un professeur
academic career.
qui passait
And he came up
toute
with the hypothesis that geothermal is a
carrière
significant driver
et
of climate change.
académique sous
I'm
affaires
Arthur Dorito.
climatique.
I'm a retired professor of physical geography. The anthropogenic origins of this, of course, have been seriously questioned by a number of folks who are actively
Professeur
researching in
introduit
this area.
et
But in many respects, we have been closed out of the discussion. And the way that they've closed us out is
pas quitter
we've been
professeur
silenced,
entrer
we have
dans
been
discussion.
discredited, our work
Yo
has
fait
been
non peu
ignored,
bouche nous
or we have been denied access to
yo
public policy.
pas bon
I
nous
can start with my own
opportunité
experience with this. The
pour
first
nous
paper I did on this, which was
publier. On a commencé
8 years
avec
ago. It was rejected by 9 journals.
Et
I sent
m'voye
to 9 quote-unquote top-tier journals.
M'voye
5
recherche
of the
m'a
9 journals
9
didn't even
journal.
review it.
Moi te en pile
she dismissed
nan yo, 5
right out of
nan
hand
9 yo,
and said
yo
this
pa
is
même
beyond
révisé
the
même.
scope of our
Et je dis ça fait partie de ça.
I don't know if you know this, but what's really driving global warming now has nothing to do with volcanic activity or anything.
Actuellement, moi pas connais sur ça, mais ça qui vraiment conduit sur le planète là, qu'on n'y a pas rien fait avec l'activité volcanique, on soit n'importe bagaille, on te dit dans papier, tout bagaille qui te cause pas gaz carbonique au besoin de ça, plutôt malheureux. Donc, c'est une façon de faire opposition silence. Naturellement, il n'y a pas de toute attaque à comment. Et puis, nous avons un petit genre fatigué, on peut sortir dans la discussion, c'est comme ça que ça marche. C'est une attaque professionnelle, acte personnel, une quantité professionnelle. Ou fil sous ça, je cherchais un bureau, il était tué, c'était une conférence, c'était pour des photos, coup de zame. Il y a eu l'autre monde climatique sur le terrain dans la justice, question ça, quel que soit sur l'attaque, soit attaque recherche, gain, c'est pour ça. Il y a des gens qui menent notre tribunal, ils ont passé sous attaque et recherche, ils ont un tribunal pour ça, il y a un peu de rétribution, information ça, et puis, c'est vraiment triste. C'est comme ça, carrière, qu'a fait, ou soit cassé sous force. Sous pas jouer, pas droit, pour aller. Si je change mon appel, c'est une poursuite disciplinaire très complexe. Il implique éléments avec dynamique géophysique, regarder dans plaques tectoniques, océanographie, participer dans ça tout, volcanologue, doit participer dans ça, climatique, doit participer dans ça, approche, en pile respect, pas qu'ils ont mal considéré. Équipe recherche qui est nécessaire pour faire qualité recherche, ça, besoin de et puis pour un pile différents domaines d'expertise. Et moi, je ne pas intéressé. C'est comme ça, en qualité. Je regarde sur le par exemple, pas parler avec volcanologue, avec volcanologue, pas sentir cette atmosphère. Avec ça, ou bien ici, là, c'est ça, gros étalage, spécialiste qui réellement pas parler une avec l'autre. Dans quelques cas, ça n'est pas capable parce qu'ils ne pas comprendre ce qui a passé dans d'autres domaines. Mais en même temps, il n'y a pas voulu. Moi, je pense que c'est important pile pour mettre sur pied ça. Ça m'a l'équipe multidisciplinaire. En plus de ça, moi, je pense qu'il est important sur le monde étudier scientifiquement, de rassembler expertise. Non.
As you have heard, if anyone speaks against this narrative, the individual faces consequences in today's present society.
Si n'importe qui parlait sur la vérité, ça, yo parlait sur ça. Moi, je l'ai présenté dans Rotary et c'est un pile grand héros. Mais il y a un pile qui est caché dans l'ombrage. Et aujourd'hui, on peut parler de monde qui
let's call this person Karen.
Environmental
sustainability Rotary action. Send an email to my employer's leadership. After Rotary caught by climate disinformation scam.
Voyez un email by Bosman.
She disagreed with the views in the report and wrote this unethical, disturbing message, hoping that my employer would take a punitive action. From Rotary, accused that created society, use a Rotary
servi avec non Rotary
attendance and credibility of the event
attaquer nous.
Disinformation was presented. And then
Après une
decided
semaine,
hence to trick people, referencing a BBC smear article. In addition, Karen asked whether my employer is
Karen,
aware of my participation in this event
m'a
and
dit,
asked how they
est-ce
will address this disinformation campaign because she stated that it would
qu'on aime
reflect not well
participer dans
on my
ça.
organization.
Et il dit, ça pas
After reading this
à
email,
aider
with such twisted lies,
compagnie, réputation
couldn't question
compagnie.
myself if
Après moi,
this was
fin
wrong.
une lettre qui
I didn't even know what the
comme ça.
consequences
Moi-même, j'ai
were.
commencé à gagner tout, ça me
What
fait
should I
bagaille
expect
qui
from my
mal.
employer?
Après ça, on
Will I
pas
lose my
connaît
job?
qui
Will I be
conséquences
able
sur
to
ta
feed my
douille.
family?
Qui ça, on qu'à attendre.
A couple hours later,
Peut-être
I
moi
had
pas
a
le
call
perdre du
with the
travail.
vice president of my employer.
Quelques temps après, moi, j'ai
I
gagné
confirmed
une
that- I
conversation
confirmed that
avec
I
vice-président
presented the report-
employé, moi.
the report
Moi,
about the recent
confirmé,
progressions of natural
moi, j'ai
disasters
soumettre
and the
rapport
true
ça.
causes
Un
of
rapport
climate
sur
change,
désastres
not
naturels qui
anthropogenic
sont passés
Sivivan.
avec vrai
I
cause
stated
changement
that
climat.
these are my views,
Pas
and I wasn't taking
théorie
back my
entre
words.
projet COD. Moi, j'ai
But
déclaré
what
que
was really
ça, c'est
disturbing
opinion,
is
moi.
Karen's
Et puis,
insinuations
moi, pas prendre
that my
grande
voice
parole, moi.
appeared to be dubbed
Mais ça
as
qui
my
était
mouth
vraiment,
movements or body
c'est
were not aligned with the
insinuation
sound,
Karen,
and
non.
that my
Dit
image
était
had been
écrit
hijacked.
que
She
voix
questioned
moi te
whether
semblé
I was a
yo
willing
te
participant.
amé parce que mouvement yo nan
In
bouche
fact,
moi
in
ak
addition,
l'autre comme pas matcher action et
offered a plan to
image
back
moi
out.
te
I just
trompé.
had to say my image
Il
was
te demandé
hijacked,
si moi te
or
yon
it
participation
wasn't me.
disposée. En réalité,
The
en
ugly
plus
side
de
of the
toute
story
accusation ça yo, il te venu joindre moi
offered
te
me
offrir
a way out.
un plan retrait.
It reminds me of the
Moi
story
juste
with the
obligé
30
de
pieces of
moi
silver,
image moi
and we all
en
know
te
how it
changer
ended.
au soit département.
I think Karen
Bon, à
didn't
l'aide
like
dans
me to use
l'histoire
this type
ça,
of dirty
si vous
tricks
voulez,
in the
yon
past,
moun renoncer la vérité,
offering
offre
a
yon
back-out option to
route
individuals
chapé,
who
il
spoke
faut
against
changer
her interests.
histoire 30 pièces,
By doing
argent,
so,
yo
she
te connais
attempted
jeune.
to discredit the
Moi,
whole
pense que
picture.
Karen te gen plus chance, il te
And this scheme
ça.
was probably effective. If you
Il
say
fait
something
ça,
against her
il te
opinion,
c'est
even the truth is
discréditer tout
spoken,
rapport.
you will
À
be
complot
punished
ça,
so that
c'est
the next
probablement
time you will
efficace.
not open your
Tu dis un
mouth
bagage
and
contre
others
opinion,
will stay
lui-même,
silent.
c'est vérité, il peut le punir
To be
pour
clear,
prochaine fois,
I am a
ou pas
participant
l'ouvrir.
of the Creative Society.
Pour nous, clair,
I
moi, c'est
myself,
un
on
membre
behalf
dans
of the
Creative
Creative Society,
Society.
invited
Moi-même,
by Rotary
dans
Atlanta,
non Creative
presented a
Society,
report.
sous invitation Rotary Atlanta,
Now,
tu présentes
the
le
main
rapport.
purpose of her attack.
Et puis, Kounia,
Karen
objectif
disagreed with the report on the
article.
true
Karen
causes
pas
of
d'accord
climate
avec le
change.
rapport sur vraie
Therefore,
cause
she
changement
called us
climatique. C'est
climate
peut-être ça,
deniers.
il cap
The
démenti
group, the
changement
Creative
dans le
Society,
climat.
is
Il te dit
spreading
que la
disinformation
société
and causing
créative
confusion by
a
denying
propagé mauvaise
contribution of fossil fuels
information,
to
à
anthropogenic
confusion,
climate change.
les refuser
They
contribution
insist that volcanic activity, not
combustible fossile dans le
anthropogenic release of
changement dans le
CO2,
climat.
is responsible for climate change. So
Même
any money
société
spent to
créative
reduce CO2 emissions
pour activer
is
vos
wasted.
qualités derrière changement climat,
In
passer
fact,
au-dessus.
after the Rotary,
Qui donc
after
n'importe
the
l'argent,
report,
émission
Rotary
de
members
gaspiller.
also started to question
En
why
réalité,
we're
depuis
not
publication
thinking and studying
rapport,
the true
membre
causes of the
autorité
climate change,
commence à
and
demander
if
tout
the
pour que ça
existing
soit
climate
activé dans
programs
l'étude
should be
vrai cause changement
reevaluated.
climatique et était doué conseiller au
Clearly,
programme
her
climat qui
interests and
existe déjà.
programs of her
Il est
sustainability
évident,
group and Rotary
intérêt au
effort,
programme dans
since
groupe
their
autorité
report did
sustainabilité,
not support blaming CO2
dit,
for climate change.
il était semblé comme rapport,
And because her
participer
agenda was
notion
threatened, Karen, through a fussy
COD,
Rotary,
c'est blâmé
then
pour
wrote
changer.
lies in
Et puis
nasty
parce que
emails
l'intérêt
with full
était en
strings
danger,
and
Karen te fait un
just to
mélo
push through
dans
her own interests.
Rotary et puis ensuite t'es écrit menti
Many
dans
people
email
probably
de
look up to her
temps
as she
à
has
te
served
faire.
as a
Malheureusement, en
speaker,
pile monde,
a
il
Rotary's
y a plus de
ambassador.
chance pour compter avec elle
What
parce
kind
qu'il
of
était
character
servi comme
does she
orateur
display?
à porte-parole
It isn't
Rotary.
ethical
Mais qui
to
genre était
quietly
montré
pull strings
tête?
through my
Pas
employer,
éthique silence,
is it?
regarde les ficelles, yo, non patron, moi.
Should an
Pas vrai?
individual's freedom of speech
Est-ce
be
que
threatened
liberté
just
la
because
parole du
the other
monde t'a
side
doit
disagrees?
compromettre juste parce que l'autre bord a
And
pas
there's another
d'accord?
question.
Et il y a une
Were
autre
Karen's
question. C'est
actions coordinated
action
with the
40
Rotary's club?
coordonné à Rotary Club là?
There
Sans
are
doute.
undoubtedly
gen membre Rotary tant moun qui te parle jeudi qui t'a fait non sont fiers. Mais malheureusement, Karen te montre gen égoïste. Moun insignifiant dans Rotary, moun qui noie l'autre moun dans chemin pour bénéfice, quelle que soit n'importe réalité, même avenir humanité. Action Rotary à Karen te montre figure l'aide dans clip là, plus populaire.
ak des millions de monde attendent parler sous les noms 150 langues. Mais, dis bon Dieu merci, patron moyen, un bon monde, les bonnes opportunités pour répondre à mon petit WhatsApp. Moi, t'ai campé bien ferme, moi, t'ai expliqué position moi, et puis, je t'ai respecté l'opinion. Moi, fier pour mon travail pour l'organisation, et puis, moi, apprécier gros leadership qui traite employé autant que monde, et puis qui pas marcher avec intimidation. C'est un niveau pour songer explication, l'âge dans l'incident. Moi, c'est un citoyen ordinaire qui parlait en public. Il y a un monde pas très bien déclaration, c'est intérêt personnel monde, et puis regardez ça qui est écrivé. Intimidation, menace sous droit. Et ça, c'est dans un pays, côté liberté, la parole de garantie. Tant pis, songez que moi, pas te présenter une opinion, mais plutôt recherche réalité et analyse données dirigeants scientifiques. Dans un environnement qui est plein de méchanceté, à caractère méchant, qui genre vrai scientifique qui a parlé vérité en public. En pile dans yo tout menacé, marginalisé, ak forcé yo été en silence pour temps long, sur mauvaise information stéréodée. C'est quoi changement climat avec nous, les scientifiques, des milliers de monde qui plus intelligents sur planète là, qui persistent, qui fidèles à tout l'humanité projet. Mais à cause du monde de malheureusement forcé, yo caché, et puis nous parler non sinon. Yo calomnier ak menacé même gens ak moi et puis pas pral cap faire recherche ou pas saisir qui gens plus populaire et puis monde tant pour demander non yo pour faire face à problème yo dans science au soit climat non dans l'ordre yo c'est face à scientifiques réels même gens comme un résultat mentif vient acceptable et puis présenté comme vérité et puis il n'y a pas tant de vérité. Ça fait mal pour nous regarder ce qui a passé. Mais malheureusement, ça, ces photos, nous souvent, ouais, dans le format actuel dans la société. Nous avons un travail devant nous. Nous n'avons pas grand pile de temps qui était. Le rapport a parlé de cataclysmes qui venir, qui étaient causés par changement dans le noyau de la Terre. Malheureusement, scientifiques travaillent sur le vrai cause changement dans le climat avec une solution réelle dans le problème. Est-ce que les vaut pour intérêt monde reçoit l'argent pour voir la boue? Sous monde qui dit la vérité. Est-ce que l'argent, année, s'en va, plus important parce que si nous comme êtres humains, scientifiques pas doués perdre du temps à essayer en forme toucher, tromper, à manipuler la réalité. Ils doivent gagner liberté pour découvrir et développer. Et qu'on y a efficacité scientifique très importante pour survivre dans la prochaine décennie. Nous avons besoin d'une société qui part dans un objectif commun pour survivre, pour préserver la vie, pour vérité à avoir la technologie appropriée qu'à développer. Dans la société créative, la vérité pour sonner ouverte. Gens, ils sonnaient dans le forum ça devant plusieurs millions de monde. C'est un contre-menti. Même Jean, il m'a quand qui savait pas peut-être lui faire ça, pour dire la vérité, et puis tout le monde peut attendre. Intérêt privé individu pas dominer sur intérêt imagé. Ça, c'est exactement qui Jean doit écouter méchanceté, ça, c'est pas moi, vérité. Et puis, c'est dans le cas ça, science préférable. L'humanité pour Sivivan développer.
Thank you so much, John.
Merci un peu.
This is the reason why
very
few people know what we are talking about. Everyone knows about the anthropogenic factor, but doesn't know what is happening to our planet.
Mais qui pas connaît exactement ce qui s'est passé.
We receive messages like this information should be everywhere.
Forum, non. Pendant tant ça, nous entendons un peu le monde qui dit, tout le monde
ta doué gen informasyon sa. Men se volontè nou pa gen akse
And if you understand the seriousness of this situation,
please
share this forum with everyone.
If
you can get the forum on television, radio, or even podcast, we know that climate change is a cyclical process. It does not depend on anthropogenic factors. But our activities have devastated the planet's ecology so much that it is left without immunity. Therefore, this time, it will not be able to endure this cycle. Only in interdisciplinary approach can make sense of this issue. Let's figure out what the real anthropogenic factor is. Why exactly now will our planet not survive the cycle of cataclysms?
Planète nou pa kapab survivre.
To our next speakers, Alexander Massen, a biochemist and bioinformatician from Germany, and Anna Cutler, an ecologist from Israel, who will present a report prepared by an international team of scientists and independent researchers of the Creative Society Project.
Hello,
dear friends. I'm honored to be present today at such a large-scale international forum.
Hello, friends. Yes, the crucial information for the whole of humanity is being revealed.
What we have heard today at the forum is really shocking.
C'est vraiment bagay ki choquant.
Escalating climate disasters vraiment présenté yon
bagay ki nécessaire pour nous agir. Non, ce qui était avant, te gan pile problème. Les côté 10 000 moun seulement te sévi. Pour qui ça connaît? Nous dit planète n'a pas pral passer si que ça. Et puis, c'est pas seulement l'humanité qui va disparaître, mais toute planète là pral périr et puis venir en coup masse. Qui ça qui change? Qui ça qui est capable d'aider la planète nous survivre et vraiment ça passe dans tout le exactement dans l'écosystème de la planète nous imiter et cap causer une série problèmes écosystème. L'écosystème c'est un nomenclature. Par exemple, Great Barrier est formé de 25 millions d'années. Qu'on y a scientifique dit des gros dévastations et puis pas aucune façon pour sauver. Mais quand barrière protéger les sociales, tempête, typhoon, et puis baisser force tsunami. Et c'est tout cas qui a filtré tout le volume dans l'océan Pacifique. Disparisyon resifyo, deranje intégrité tout écosystème océan. Parce que tout bagay sous planète nou connecté avec destruction, même yon parti la cause du mauvais balance dans tout écosystème. Ça c'est juste un exemple. Dans yon mécanisme compensatoire. Il y a plus. Mais nous-mêmes, par propre action, par nous, c'est détruire fonction protection planète là et puis où est dans capacité de résister menace climat. Ça c'est réel facteur anthropogène. Moi si j'ai regardé une vidéo équipe internationale volonté créative society projet à produit. Il montre comment action irresponsable nous qu'a fait balancer planète là en faveur nous. I'll take a little break.
Every 24,000 years, the cycle is more destructive, and the Earth had already passed through it more than once thanks to the compensatory mechanisms laid down by nature. But now we are threatened with total annihilation. What has changed? Why are these mechanisms no longer working? Ocean. The ocean covers 70% of the Earth's surface and is the regulator of the Earth's weather processes. But why is it unable to cope with its functions today? Cosmic radiation affecting the Earth at the peak of the cycle causes changes in the planet's core and results in the ascent of magma. This, in turn, rapidly heats the ocean from the bottom up, leading to catastrophic consequences. Even today, the frequency and severity of typhoons, tornadoes, and floods have increased. The heating of the ocean kills both phytoplankton, which produces up to 80% of the planet's oxygen, and coral reefs, which protect coastal areas from severe storms. The death of corals contributes to the mass extinction of ocean flora and fauna. It's the result of global climate change. And humans are further accelerating the death of the ocean by polluting it with oil and petroleum products, sewage, chemicals, mercury and other heavy metals, radioactive waste and plastics. Every year, as a result of spills from tank vessels alone, over 10,000 tons of oil get into the world oceans. That's besides 730 million tons of wastewater and about 14 million tons of plastic waste. Today, as much as 88% of the surface of the world oceans is already polluted, and this process keeps escalating steadily, turning the oceans into a toxic solution. In order to neutralize chemical pollution, oxygen is needed. As a result, in areas with high concentrations of pollutants, the oceans not only stop releasing oxygen into the atmosphere, but they also start absorbing it. Forests. Because of climate change, abnormally high temperatures, prolonged dry periods, increased number of lightning strikes, and degassing from the Earth's interior, the number of devastating wildfires is increasing, causing massive forest loss. Meanwhile, we ourselves are cutting down forests at a catastrophic rate. According to UN estimates, 10 million hectares of forests are lost annually as a result of human activity. This further exacerbates the climate crisis. After all, forests have unique properties that can normalize the ecosystem. Forests are a natural barrier to storm winds and hurricanes, reducing their destructive power. Mangrove forests protect coastlines from tsunamis. But more than 30% of this type of forest has already been lost due to human activities. The root system of trees also absorbs moisture and keeps it inside the soil. This is especially important for the planet during the deformation of the Earth's crust, when water escapes deep into the Earth through small cracks and fractures. At the same time, there is an increase in the number of heavy rainfalls. If there is no forest, the arid areas become even drier, and where it rains, the moisture is not absorbed into the ground. Water flows erode the soil and overflow riverbeds, exacerbating landslides and floods. We see examples of this in areas of the Amazon. By our actions, we are exacerbating the destructiveness of natural disasters. Lithosphere. Every second, 128,000 cubic meters of natural gas are pumped out of the Earth's interior. 240 tons of hard coal are mined, and 141,000 liters of oil are extracted. Extraction of minerals, construction of large water reservoirs, technological explosions, and explosions during the testing of new types of weapons create cavities and voids and disrupt the integrity of rock, making it more fragile and prone to cracking, fracturing, and land collapses. These impacts can cause crustal shells to fracture, according to Griffith's model, which states that even microcracks in a material can cause its complete failure under certain stresses. And all this is at a time when, due to cyclic changes, magma pressure on the Earth's crust is increasing. The frequency and strength of earthquakes are increasing, while earth faults and land collapses are growing. Atmosphere. The atmosphere protects all life on the planet from cosmic radiation, saturates the air with vital oxygen, maintains the global water cycle, and keeps the Earth's surface temperatures at a comfortable level. Its ozone layer serves as a filter against ultraviolet radiation from the sun. But due to a cataclysmic cycle of 12,000 years, atmospheric functions are disrupted. The increase in planetary degassing is destroying the ozone layer, and chemical contamination further exacerbates the ongoing processes. According to a study published in the PNAS journal, iodine, which is present in anthropogenic emissions, has a destructive effect on the Earth's ozone layer and slows its regeneration. Short-lived compounds such as dichloromethane also deplete ozone. Fuel combustion in space missions and space debris reduce the protective functions of the atmosphere. Ecology is the immunity of the planet, and defense mechanisms only work when immunity is strong. But we humans have violated the integrity of the ecosystem, and therefore compensatory mechanisms no longer work. In this state, our planet is unable to survive the peak of cataclysms. We need time to restore the ecology, and that's something we don't have. We no longer have time for disagreement, for enmity with each other, or for the consumerist format of society. Because climatic cataclysms are escalating, and we are only a few years away from their peak. If we want to survive, humanity must unite in one common goal: to preserve life. This is only possible in the creative society, where all of our scientific, resource-related, and human potential will be focused on solving the main task. If you care about your destiny and the destiny of our planet, share the information about the creative society. Save the planet. Support the creative society.
We have exhausted the planet with our actions to such an extent that its protective functions have ceased to activate. That is why we are entering a cycle of climate catastrophes so intensely and harshly. The planet has turned into a garbage dump. Every year we dump more than 2 billion tons of waste. Moreover, the mass of plastic waste alone, which is thrown away within 1 year, exceeds the mass of all human beings on Earth and amounts to about 300 million tons. 90% of plastic waste is not recycled but accumulates and poisons the planet. There are 36 megacities on the planet today, and their number is constantly growing. Just imagine, almost half of the world population lives on 1% of the planet's surface area. All of this creates a tremendous point load on the lithospheric plates and increases the risk of fractures in the Earth's crust. Just think, what will happen if you put pressure on a single point of the body? For a very long period of time, it would cause a disruption of blood circulation and consequently tissue damage and death, meaning necrosis. The same thing is now happening to our planet. At the same time, we have lost 1/3 of our woodlands, and this is only according to official data. We cut down forests at a speed of 1 football field per second. The deduction of woodlands triggers destruction in all the ecosystems. Forests influence the distribution of moisture and production of oxygen, as well as mitigate climate change. They are a home for animals. Every year, 137 various species of plants, animals, and birds disappear due to the global loss of forests.
Yes, and the extinction of only one species caused the so-called domino effect, when the chains of interconnections are destroyed. We have no idea how everything is interconnected in the nature. I will give you a simple example. Ordinary worms in the ground. Do you know that if these worms disappear, we will live for 2 years at the most? Another example, mosquitoes. Many of us thought that it would be great if all of them disappeared. But if it happens, 4 years maximum, and then we disappear after them. Every species contributes to the ecosystem throughout its life. Look like everything depends on each other in this world. If something is disrupted on one part on the planet, this is surely reflected to the whole world. The world is one. We are in one boat.
50 years ago, environmentalists at the UN conference at Stockholm said that if we do nothing today, there will be an environmental disaster. And what do we see? The environmental situation has only worsened. We are entering a 24,000-year cycle of climate cataclysms with a ruined ecosystem. The world's wildlife population has declined by almost 70% over the past 50 years, while over the last 100 years we have lost more species than in the previous 10 millennia. Researchers state that we have already entered a period of the 6th mass extinction of species. The state of the environment actually determines how the planet resists external threats. Because the Earth is a self-regulating organism where all processes are interconnected.
One of the most obvious facts that the planet is undergoing inevitable changes is that animals are beginning to behave abnormally. They lose the ability to navigate in space. Birds are suddenly falling onto the ground, and marine inhabitants throw themselves on the shore, taking their own lives. Could animals really go against their strongest instinct, the instinct of self-preservation? They're not suicidal. It can be real. It happens because of the North magnetic pole drift, magnetic anomalies, degassing of the subsoil, and increased seismic activity. You might be wondering, why aren't other environmentalists talking about this? Because in all of our science, just like in ecology, there is no comprehensive study of the problem. We have been able to study everything thanks to an interdisciplinary approach. The cause of all climatic cataclysms and natural anomalies is linked to the instability of the core and the magnetic field it produces. Another vivid example that abnormal changes occur at the ocean depths is the numerous cases of deep-sea fish strandings. Giant oarfish, usually living at a depth up to 1,000 meters, comes to the surface and is a predator of earthquakes and tsunamis. For instance, they surfaced shortly before the tsunami and earthquake near Fukushima, Japan. The frequency of their stranding since 1995 has increased dramatically. Because of changes in the core, the geophysical parameters of the planet change as well. Magma comes up to the subsoil and the Earth's crust, and ocean warms up, So does the atmosphere. And where our planet responses is triggered. As a result of warming, methane and CO2 are emitted. So as temperature rise, the ocean starts emitting CO2. Swamps also start emitting CO2 and other dangerous combination of gases instead of working as natural filter. And the most interesting thing is that even this small amount of forests that we still haven't been able to cut down are now also functioning in a different way. They have started to emit more CO2 than they absorb. Scientists have found and recorded this everywhere, which means it is a natural mechanisms in plants as a reaction to changes occurring on Earth. Thus, CO2 increases regardless of human activity. It's our planet's response to external impacts. Contrary to popular beliefs, CO2 does not heat the atmosphere, it cools it. It's just physics. And there is another important point. Where does the CO2 flow to? Into the atmosphere. The lower layers of the atmosphere heat up, the upper layers cool down. As a result of the temperature difference, the atmosphere condenses. In other words, kind of a barrier, a bumper is formed. This is one of the planet's protective functions. All these are separate puzzles of the whole picture of cyclical climate change. I would like to emphasize that it's very important to view the processes on Earth in an interdisciplinary way, meaning holistically. It's necessary for scientists to hear each other, to work together with their knowledge and experience to solve the current challenge. And now we don't have science as unified as it used to be. Everyone researches their own specific field, and they don't notice anything outside of it. So there is no comprehensive view. The problem is that science now does not work for the benefit of society. Modern science is 90% of grant seekers and plagiarists. They report only what is beneficial to certain individuals. And the best minds, unknown to the general public, work for the military industry. In order for science to serve society, we need to give scientists back their freedom of action and let them out of secret design bureaus. This is only possible in a creative society.
The ecosystem is the immunity of our planet, while the climate cycle is like an epidemic. The stronger the immune system is, the easier and faster is the recovery process. It's like a virus. It's not a virus that kills, but the complications that develop. Ecology is not the cause of climate change. It's a cause of deadly complications. In the previous cycles, the environmental situation was much better than it is now, and geological studies confirm that. Yes, the planet was shaking, there was nothing to breathe, and the ocean was almost everywhere, but people survived. Whereas now we have the worst situation ever. Those people who sincerely try to save the planet deserve true respect. They come out to mass demonstrations, hold various actions, sort garbage, and restrain their comfort for the sake of the common good. And it makes me tearfully sad that all these actions are totally pointless. In the consumer society, corporations skillfully manipulate and exploit the genuine aspirations of people, turning eco-activists into eco-terrorists. They urge people to commit acts of terrorism and vandalism in order to attract public attention and raise more funds. People are prompted to commit crimes in the name of activism, whether by sticking their hands on works of art, delaying traffic, or interfering in the lives of ordinary people. Unfortunately, the goal of eco-activists is often not to protect the environment, but to receive concrete material benefits. There have been documented cases when companies fight for markets by sponsoring the actions of activists against their competitors. Basically, eco-activism has turned from a real movement to save the planet into a trivial extremist organization. People's attention is diverted from the true cause of the changes that take place, and we are deprived of the opportunity to confront the real threat. We are not saying that environmental problems should not be solved, but it's important to set the right priorities. Would it help a fatally ill person to recover if we apply lipstick and false eyelashes on him and do some cosmetic treatment? Our planet is actually such a severely ill person. And the paramount task is to cope with the main threat, the climate, to counteract the external processes which are destroying the planet. And afterwards, we can already restore the pristine beauty of nature. If we remain in the consumerist format, and each of us separately will save his own piece of land, then all we have to do in the next 5 or 6 years is simply to watch how our planet is perishing along with ourselves. We should act together, and we should act already now. I will repeat, because of the climate impact, we don't have even 10 years. According to the mathematical calculations presented at the forum today, the planet will die due to the hydraulic impact in 2036. But we should not count on this time period because the growth trend is very fast, while the planet's defense mechanisms are so destroyed that we will die much sooner than the hydraulic impact takes place. We have neither time nor technology to resolve all the environmental problems in a short period of time. And we have no time to dissipate our attention. A lot of organizations now busy with saving individual species of ecosystems or animals. Some are saving pandas, others the Amazon forests, still others are saving dolphins and whales, while some are not saving anyone, they only fight technological progress. If we keep pulling the wagon in different directions, it will not move. People who are not indifferent should unite and start acting for a single common goal: salvation of humanity. And we can do this only on the Creative Society platform. It's not our own idea, it's a project of all of humanity. Only together we will be able to solve the climate problems and save every human life. Once we solve the climate problem, the most honorable activity will be to save our planet's environment. In the Creative Society format, our actions will bring real results. And now it is my pleasure to introduce Елена Sevrikova, Doctor of Engineering, Professor at the Institute of Advanced Materials and Technologies of the National Research University, Moscow Institute of Electronic Technology. Елена, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. I have been working on topics of technogenic safety, environmental risks, including the climatology of the Earth for more than 15 years in Russia. This is confirmed by my numerous published works, based on ground and satellite monitoring data. In my field, I see that new geological conditions on the planet require new technical approaches, technologies, safety standards, without which technogenic accidents are inevitable. The number of natural and technogenic disasters is growing. Changes are taking place in the environment where we live, and therefore affect everyone directly, making it impossible for us to be outside observers. Officials and news channels in various countries are trying to hush up the truly terrible news, which can no longer be called traditional disasters. They talk about temporary anomalies which, in fact, have already become a norm. People do not have truthful information. They do not have a global-scale picture in their minds. Over time, they perceive another catastrophe as an ordinary situation. Many scientists admit that publications that use the terms climate change and global warming are edited by the print media staff in a certain way before they are published. If we make observations on changes in weather conditions over the past 8 years, we can see that every year there are various climatic anomalies all over the planet, which we have not observed for tens or even hundreds of years. The clearest examples in Russia are heavy snowfalls in St. Petersburg in May, and the heaviest snowfalls in central Russia at the end of April. In Europe, instead of occurring once in 15 to 20 years, as they used to, severe floods are now annual. Snowfalls in the US have become much more severe and last longer. Powerful hurricanes have become more frequent. However, besides climatic catastrophes, humans themselves have significantly damaged the planet's ecosystem, which critically weakens the Earth's immunity, especially in the period of global cyclical cataclysms. Let's recall the slow-onset environmental disaster that occurred in the Gulf of Mexico in 2010. On the Deepwater Horizon oil rig in the Macondo Prospect, a technogenic disaster destroyed a pacemaker of the planet's climate. As a result of the explosion on the oil rig, about 5 million barrels of oil spilled into the Gulf of Mexico over a period of 152 days through the damaged well pipes at a depth of 1,500 meters. The oil spill reached an area of 75,000 square kilometers, which is about 5% of the Gulf of Mexico. And despite the prompt action of the US emergency services, about 40% of the oil remained in the marine ecosystem and on the coastal strip. The problems that our world is facing are quite numerous. Destruction of the ozone layer, global warming, global ocean pollution, air pollution, lack of drinking water, destruction of tropical forests, desertification of territories, reduction of biodiversity, depletion of natural resources. However, there is only one cause of these technogenic disasters. It is the consumerist attitude of humans towards the planet, its resources, other living beings that inhabit it, and moreover, towards each other. None of the above-mentioned problems can be solved separately. They can only be solved comprehensively with a change in the vector of our society towards the creative format and by treating the Earth as our common home, as a single living organism in which we are the cells. Today, the Creative Society project is bringing together the full potential of the world's scientists to find solutions to the planet's increasing cataclysms. I was astonished at the accuracy of the facts presented in the reports made for the Rotary International on the future of humanity. All of them are strictly based on scientific hypotheses and are supported by facts and calculations of leading scientists in various fields and countries. These can easily be traced back through the provided links to the resources publicly available on the Internet. Today, all the problems of the macroecological system management are tied into one global knot, and the answer to them must be global. Even the major nations cannot cope with them alone. Moreover, humankind has little time left to change the situation. According to the optimistic scenarios, it is only within one generation. And according to the pessimistic scenarios, we have already passed the point of no return.
Thank you very much to all the experts who worked on this report. No one has ever looked at the problem of ecology in such a multifaceted approach. This is an excellent example of bringing together experts from different fields of sight, thanks to which we could see the picture holistically. Dear friends, right now, record your feedback, video feedback about what you heard in the forum and post it on your social media networks, or send it to info@creativesociety.com. Now, we bring to your attention a unique new format of timeless spoken word from a popular musician and songwriter and performer from California, Roy Starr Soundseek. For centuries, our humanity has been dealing with the same problems that consumer format has created for us. And to break this spiral of silence, we need someone to start speaking the truth about what's really going on and the output we have. Timeless spoken word is a message and a call to all of us from Roy Starr Soundseek. In essence, it's an appeal to all of humanity. Let's listen.
For thousands of years, we've changed borders, slogans, and officials, but we've never managed to wipe the slate clean. The same rallying cries, posters, and news lines explain to us what it is we should die for today, for faith, for a name, for someone's idea, for glory, for freedom, for power, for a patch of land. It'll all be forgotten. For time will erase all names and fame, all triumphs and goals, leaving nothing but graves. For thousands of years, we, the entire mankind, with our blood and our mind, with our strength, our breath, and the time of our lives, we pay the maniacs stung by power for the fruits of their ambitious desires, for their rabid, ravenous greed. We pay with our hearts, with our mothers, with our daughters. Absently, we lead our sons for the slaughter, all for the sake of some tyrant to say, "It is I who have conquered this land." In the media, we read excuses for the murders. Hang in there, feebly they say to us. But let me ask you, my friend, honestly, voice the truth. How much is your life worth to you? Tell me, is a handful of land worth a child's life? Worth our blood and strife? Worth the grief and pain in a human heart? You see, this blind strife happens not in the wilds, but in the field of yourself, in the field of your views and ideas, your judgments. Haven't you noticed that? They move us from here to there like pawns, while we keep standing without a squeak, humbly waiting for someone to speak, someone who can no longer bear it. So he'll start speaking and shouting about what we all can't be silent about. What's inside us like a storm willing to burst out. There's no right and left in this world. There's no me and you. It's just people on this earth. We all want to live and we don't want to die. We are called to live, not to kill. So why do we need such a world where life is not valued? A world where we'll be finished by the climate or by our own sense of pride misalignment. After all, better is the world where life is valued, where life is favorable for all, and where the goal is the same. The clear format of creative society is to the benefit of all, undeniably. For this motto is a sunrise of humanity. But that's when the human in us will flourish. We will discover ourselves, and our talents to create will be encouraged. The key to change our life are in the 8 foundations, which are to be embedded into the constitutions of nations, so that there's welfare, vastness of creation. The whole world must be turned into a beautiful garden for us to live in an abundant oasis. It's easy to change the format of our world. We just need to start spreading the word. And that's why we have to proclaim with high speed that the creative society is what we all need. That's why I tell you, do speak. Because the word that arises from within will have the oppression of silent skin. Today, our survival is only in unity. It's the only way and solution for humanity. So I ask you now, tell everyone you meet, for humanity's evolution, the creative society is what we need. The creative society, we need to make it a reality.
For those who just joined the live stream, we would like to remind that right now you are watching an international forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, which is being translated into 150 languages by volunteers from around the world. These 150 languages are spoken by 90% of the world's population. To learn more about the Creative Society project, please visit creativesociety.com. The world is now sinking into the abyss of a global economic crisis, exacerbated by a worsening geopolitical situation and increasing climatic disasters. Traditional tools to stabilize the world economy are no longer working. This time, we should not expect or hope that a recovery will follow the economic downturn. We will not be able to revive the current economic system. Now, we will show you why.
We're used to thinking that after an economic crisis, there is an economic upturn and that we need to adapt to new conditions and wait. Each of us hopes the crisis will not affect us or that we will be able to prepare for it. But this time, it will be different. There is no hiding from the impending collapse, even in the most developed country, even with enough money and high-paying jobs. It no longer matters whether you are a head of a company, a business owner, or a top expert. This crisis won't spare anyone. Why is there a global economic crisis today? And what awaits us in the future? Even the strongest economies in the world are experiencing an inflationary shock. The prices for all goods and services are rising sharply around the world. Inflation in the USA and Europe is now higher than in the last 40 years. What has caused such a sharp rise in inflation? During the pandemic, more than $15.5 trillion were printed in the USA and 2.5 trillion euros in Europe. This injection of money led to inflation, a reduction in the purchasing power of the population, and a price spike. In a market economy, the quantity of goods and services has to be balanced by the money supply. If there is more money, it simply devalues, and this leads to higher prices for all goods and services. In an attempt to contain inflation this year, national banks of different countries are raising interest rates. This means that in each country, the cost of all credit is becoming more expensive for both businesses and consumers. This situation is superimposed on a critical rise in global debt. In 2021, the world plunged into a debt crisis. World debt has increased by an unprecedented $77 trillion, and it amounts to 350% of global GDP. External debts of countries account for 1/3 of this debt. The main debt increase has taken place in the USA and China. In China, this has caused a mortgage crisis which has shaken the economy. 30% of mortgages are bad debts which will never be repaid. Chinese developers are demolishing entire blocks of new buildings because the utility cost of unsold flats is borne by the developers, which is unprofitable. How will rising debt and inflation affect economies of different countries? Because of rising interest rates, countries will have to pay higher interest rates on government loans. This means that our taxes, that is our money, will go not to improving our lives, social benefits, medicine, but to the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and other financial institutions from which our country has borrowed. The economic crisis continues to intensify because of the geopolitics that have triggered the energy crisis around the world. The world economy is going through a precipitous decline. How will this affect our lives? The economic crisis will soon lead the whole world into stagflation. What does it mean? Against the background of skyrocketing inflation, prices of goods and products will rise manifold, production will drop, jobs will be extremely difficult to find, and wages will shrink. Many goods and products will become scarce, and some of them will disappear altogether. This will lead to starvation, power shortages, and fuel shortages. Today, poverty is the norm of our world. According to World Bank statistics, almost half the world's population lives on less than $5.50 a day. That's $165 a month. With this amount, people must not only provide themselves with food, but also pay for utilities, rent, basic necessities, and medicines. Obviously, it is impossible for people to survive on this money. Indeed, 50 million people live in poverty. In Great Britain, 14.5 million. In Germany, 13.8 million people. In Japan, 20 million. The highest level of poverty in these countries is child poverty. In the United Kingdom, 1 in 3. In Germany, 1 in 5. In Japan, 1 in 8 children. Poor families cannot provide their children neither with proper nutrition, nor medicine, nor education. The paradox is that in our consumer society, over 70% of people are living in poverty or at a survival level, while 1% of the population owns more capital than all the rest of people on the planet. And their capital continues to grow every minute. Even in times of crisis, the rich get richer and the poor gets poorer. The very model of the modern economy creates this inequality. In the current model, the wealth of some people is accumulated only at the expense of the impoverishment of others. The economy of the consumer society doesn't work any other way. This is the essence of the modern consumerist format of society. There is enormous amount of money and resources in the world, but also an enormous number of poor people. The coming economic crisis will push billions of people around the world below the poverty line. Insecurity, turmoil, and uncertainty will be increasing in every country. Uncontrollable public unrest will begin. So what is the real cause of this global economic collapse? The real reason is the current economic system. It doesn't just drive us into crises, it creates them. It creates inequality, poverty, inflation, and instability. Nowadays, the economic system is particularly destructive as our world enters a cycle of severe climate disasters. Climate losses are rising in every country, amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars. Climate disasters are increasing exponentially. Based on our mathematical model of climate change drawn up by the international team of scientists, by 2030, global GDP will not be able to cover all losses from destructive climate cataclysms. That means that in 6 to 7 years, there will be a total collapse of the world economy. Every one of us will lose everything. We'll no longer have electricity, heating, water, housing, food, or medicines. Climate disasters will simply put an end to our habitual life. Can we prevent this catastrophic situation? If we don't take drastic measures, it will only get worse. We can't find a solution in today's economic model. It's like patching up holes in a sinking ship. It will sink anyway. The economy is an artificial system created by people. We need to change the current economic system in order to survive. We need a new model that can create stability and security for every person on Earth, a model that serves all people, not just the 1%. To find a way out of this impending collapse, experts from different economic and related fields from all over the world have come together. A model of the creative society economy has been developed with another key principle in mind: to provide security and a high standard of living for every person on Earth. It is predictable, stable, unified, planned worldwide economy in which there is no inflation and prices are fixed. In such an economic model, there are no taxes for people, small or medium-sized businesses, and credits are given without interest. In this model, everyone will have a high universal basic income, free housing, free high-quality healthcare and education. The economy of the creative society will create a single high standard of living for every person, where everything works to meet the needs and comfort of all people. In order to implement this working model, we need to combine the efforts of specialists, business, and science. But first of all, we need to create a public demand for the creative society from the majority of people. Because changes of this scale can only be brought with a direct participation, desire, and consent of each and every person. It depends solely on us what kind of world we will live in tomorrow.
Greetings, dear viewers. What you've just seen is not a Hollywood movie, but a reality of today's life. Most of these crises are already visible. One of them, which we still tend to underestimate and don't want to admit to ourselves, is food crisis. And what is even scarier is that hunger is being created artificially. And unfortunately, if we do not change the consumer format of society, it's what awaits us all. The modern economic system of the consumer format is designed so as to create crisis, inflation, and wars. All wealth and resources in this system belong to a small percentage of people. It is even called the economy of the 1%. Meanwhile, the rest of the people become poorer and can afford to buy fewer and fewer goods. The economy loses consumer demand and the recession begins. And this causes people to become even poorer and money to flow even more to the top of the pyramid, to the so-called 1%. This is the economic system itself creates poverty, and poverty creates hunger. This is the standard mechanism of the consumer format. However, there are factors that are now further exacerbating this system, and these factors lie at the level of geopolitics. The first factor is the climate agenda, which aims to reduce CO2 emissions. Under this cover, a situation is created to reduce the amount of food on Earth. For example, the Netherlands, which is the second largest supplier of food in the world, decided to reduce nitrogen emissions. And this has led to a reduction in agriculture. Farmers find themselves in a situation where it is not economically profitable for them to produce agricultural products and raise livestock. Either they are burdened with high climate taxes, or they are given quotas for permitted emissions. The second factor is the development of expensive green energy and geopolitical decisions, which has led to a soaring of electricity and fertilizer prices. Farmers and companies in the agriculture are practically unable to bear these costs. Their business is no longer profitable, and similar situation can be observed in many other countries, including Germany, Canada, and Australia. This year, we have not yet felt the consequences of this situation because we are still living off the last year's harvest. But next year, there will be no such volume of harvest. And already this winter, we will be experiencing a shortage of common products in stores because of the electricity prices. It is already unprofitable to grow food in greenhouses and store it in refrigerators. We will have a delayed problem, which we will gradually begin to feel already. Some basic food products will disappear. These are likely to be vegetables, fruits, and meat, because it will be absolutely unprofitable to produce them. Let's simulate a situation. Taking all factors into account, what will this lead to? Our economy is collapsing, and we are entering a severe economic crisis. People are getting poorer and poorer. Consumer demand is dropping rapidly. In parallel, there is a geopolitical crisis, and we find ourselves in a situation where producers can't produce and buyers can't buy. Even if there is demand, there is no money. What will be the result? The food market is divided among three huge global corporations. These corporations are owned by two global financial funds which own each other. And of course, they are all owned by that very 1% we talked about earlier. Now, let's imagine this situation. There are far fewer goods in the world. Prices are getting higher and higher. Do you think corporations will take care of distributing food around the world so that there is enough for all people? Of course not. In a consumer format where profit is the main goal, this is not going to happen. Governments in our consumer format will also not take care of hungry people in their country. Through these corporations, governments will only sell products to those who give them more money. Eventually, some countries will be left without the ability to get normal food at all. And some of the countries that will still have more or less solvent demand will buy food at very high prices. As a result, people will not be able to get these products anywhere else. Now, add to these factors the climatic situation, which has already been felt by all countries this year. The climate will exacerbate the geopolitical, economic, energy, and financial situation. And things will only get worse. This means that we will have no production, no money, no agriculture, and no fertilizers, without which we cannot grow anything. And in a very short time, we come to the point where simply we will have no food. So how do we solve this problem? There is no solution in the consumer format at all, because there is no equal redistribution of food, and there is no goal for providing food for people either. So either the situation will escalate to the level of a food war between countries, God forbid that, or we will have what we are foretold, a mass starvation and famine. This situation would indeed be hopeless. But we have an answer and a solution: the economy of the creative society. A change in the economic model will completely eliminate the artificial factors that are now leading us to starvation. There will be no crisis, no inflation, no wars, no poverty. Everyone will have a high unconditional basic income and be able to buy as much as food as they need. Businesses would be free from taxes, interest on loans, and would have access to the most advanced technologies. Political pressure on farmers and agriculture companies would disappear. All of this will allow agriculture to expand and develop at a new technological level. And the new technologies will enable us to provide food for people even when the climate gets worse. Later in the forum, we will tell you how this will be implemented already in the transition period to the creative society. Thank you.
Dear viewers, right now you are watching live the International Forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, with simultaneous interpretation in 150 languages. Today at the forum we learned about the true causes of catastrophic climate change, the critical state of our ecology, why the world economy will no longer recover, and why hunger threatens everyone. Stay tuned. Next, you'll see the premiere of the film The Diary of the Last Man. You'll find out which prophecies have already come true. We realize we have covered many heavy topics today, but you have the right to know the truth. Stay with us. We'll be talking a lot more about the solution and the perspectives that will open up for everyone in the near future. People can no longer remain silent about the problems we see in today's society and about the need to unite to solve these problems. This is what the famous Cuban band Buena Fe song is about, which they wrote and performed especially for our forum today. The song is called Cuánta Más, which means how much more suffering and catastrophe does humanity need to endure to realize that it's time to change the world. And even though it seems that each of us is just a tiny flame, together we are a huge tsunami of love, and we will save the world and make it truly beautiful.
Hello, beautiful people. We're the Buena Fe Band, and we want to send our greetings to the friends of Global Crisis. Our survival is in unity. And that's exactly the way we feel. There is no other way. The world today is going down a very bad road, and we have no choice but to unite and become better people every day.
To stand against egoism, against anything that might harm the other. Big hugs. You can always count on us. We present to you the song Cuánta Más. This is our gift to you from Havana, Cuba. Let us move forward through solidarity and collaboration. Big hug.
Cuánto más hará falta el sermón del poder del amor. Cuántas veces se invoca la paz y a la conciliación. Cuánto tiempo invertido en forjar una idea del respeto. Que una vida siempre importe más que suntuosos objetos. Cuántos más libros, audios, películas son necesarios, alertando del mismo destino de los dinosaurios. Y otras guerras que nuevas catástrofes, cuánto más crueles. Como masa de nuevos Caínes, sintiéndose Abeles. Cuánto más, cuánto parece un sistema que acepta el reivindicar de una humanidad suicida. Fuego parece tan pequeño, pero a veces por efecto dominó se esparce, expande y crece y alumbra, blanquea toda justa y nueva idea donde ingenio y rendimiento favorezcan nacimiento. Comienza conmigo, que mi abrazo sea tu abrigo, no hay ganador si muere el mar. Ya basta de trampas, trucos y galimatías, de tabular las almas como si fueran mercancía. La lluvia y la nieve, gotas que montañas mueve. Hará falta un gran ciclón que transforme este relieve. Que la ciencia prevalezca por sobre las soldadescas. Y si toca ser soldado, sé en defensa de olvidado. Comienza conmigo, que mi abrazo sea tu abrigo. No hay ganador si muere el mar.
The depth of your soul. You can feel how much understanding, wisdom, and personal experience is put into this song. Indeed, as has been said, in order to change the terrain of this consumerist format, it is necessary to bring all people together. How much longer will we allow the consumer society to turn us into slaves? How long, with our tactless consent, will this lawlessness continue? How many more wars do we need in order to realize that wars only happen because of our inaction, because we continue to support the consumerist format? And yet, all wars have the same causes. Let's learn more about that.
Over the past 5,000 years of human history, there have been no wars on Earth for only 292 years. And since the end of World War II, humanity has had only 26 days of peace. Wars have taken 3,640,000,000 lives. That's almost half of the world's population today. War has always been an integral part of the consumerist format of society, in which profit is the primary value, and war is the instrument to achieve it. War is a business, the most profitable business. Wars are fought over resources, new markets, territories, money, and power. Who do you think benefits from this? The nations that don't even have the money to fight these wars? No,
It only benefits the corporations that have become so powerful they de facto run our nations. They are interested in continuous income, so they need endless wars. And do you know who pays for all this? Do you think it's them? No, it is paid for by all of us people. Remember, wars don't happen. They are created, and created ahead of time. Wars are planned decades before a direct armed confrontation, and the fighting is just the culmination of this plot. Starting a war requires convincing the public of the necessity of the war and of the right to a preemptive strike to avoid possibly worse consequences. Accordingly, anyone who wants to start a war will try to convince the public that war is necessary to improve the deteriorating situation within the country. Anyone who tries to start a war must convince the public that it will be easy and that the victory will be swift, inevitable, and inexpensive. In practice, this means convincing people that the cost of the nation will be small and the risk of escalation will be controllable, and the likely outcome can be easily anticipated. To achieve these goals, 10 simple but very effective techniques are used. Their effectiveness has been tested over the centuries, tested in more than one war from the time of the Sumerians to the present day. They guarantee a result without fail, and so they are used by both the aggressor and the victim side. Now, you will hear them and finally learn how even the most peace-loving man is persuaded to wage war. 10 principles of military propaganda. The first principle: we don't want war, we defend ourselves. To conduct war propaganda, the first thing that you must do is convince your own people that we didn't want war. It is the others, they, who have started the war, or are planning to start it any day now. We, on the other hand, are forced to defend ourselves. The use of this principle can be seen in almost every single war. The main thing is to convince people that the bad guys hate us and have already started or are prepared to start first. A suitable political assassination, an attack, an act of terrorism, etc., can be tucked in as proof. Feeling revenge is a simple and effective way to channel citizens' rage. The second principle: the enemy alone is responsible for starting the war. The third principle: the leader of the enemy is the devil and truly evil. The enemy gets a face, and it is now the object of hatred. It is not necessary to force hatred of the entire nation. The image of the enemy is personified in order to show its population that the head of the leader or of the others is a mentally ill, deranged, and corrupt man. The fourth principle: we defend a noble cause, not private interest. The economic and geopolitical goals of the war are carefully disguised. The defense of moral values, democracy, freedom of the nation are brought to the forefront. That is, the goals of war are noble: to save the people from suffering, to destroy terrorist bases, to prevent the spread of weapons of mass destruction, or overthrow a bloody dictatorial regime. The fifth principle: the enemy is brutal. Stories of the enemy's atrocities are one of the critical points of propaganda. Only the enemy commits atrocities. Principle 6: we don't commit atrocities. We go to war like knights. We fight by the rules. The seventh principle: hide our own losses and exaggerate those of the enemy. The eighth principle: This principle involves the creative and scientific intelligentsia in supporting the war effort. The ninth principle, religious idolization of the war effort. Slogans are used. Our cause is holy. God is with us. The enemy will burn in hell. The 10th principle, extreme conviction. Whosoever questions our propaganda is abating the enemy. You are either with us or you are against us. Any opposition is excluded. The leader of the country is identified with the whole country. The interests of that leader are the interests of that country. If you are dissatisfied with our leader, you are against the country. The effectiveness of these principles is guaranteed by the total monopolization of the media, which makes it impossible to obtain information from other alternative sources. Thus, verifying the reliability of this information being broadcast becomes almost impossible. Weakening of the victim. In addition to the ideological conditioning of the population, work is also carried out to weaken the victim. Depending on desired results, methods of weakening can be applied in stages or simultaneously. For your safety, we recommend that you memorize them. A typical tool that is used is a color revolution, followed by a country's leadership change, the appointment of a puppet government, destabilization of the economic and political situation, and plundering of the country's assets and resources. Modern armed conflicts increasingly use hybrid methods of warfare long before active military action begins. The aggressor state secretly, without a formal declaration of war, destabilizes the administration apparatus, the economy, the army, and even the cultural sphere by introducing to the people, as well as the rules and norms in the country of the victim, to the advantage of that very aggressor. An essential component of hybrid warfare is dragging the country into debilitating military expenditures by creating local conflicts in bordering and strategically important regions. These so-called gray zones are created by separating part of the bordering territories from the country through armed clashes and creating separate republics, which subsequently exist for decades and are points of conflict escalation. Gray zones are like red buttons around the world that can be pressed at any time to unleash an armed conflict. And even the signing of a peace treaty does not guarantee peaceful life in these zones. Today, any territory in the world can become a gray zone just because someone benefits from it. And when all the conditions have been created, one spark, one provocation is enough to start full-scale hostilities. Such a provocation can be shelling on the border, assassination of a prominent political figure, you name it. Of the U.S. military, I declare that war is the most terrible phenomenon in our society. It leads to the destruction of human lives, individual cities, and entire countries. In effect, the severing of supply chains and the destruction of production facilities and infrastructure set the nations back decades, if not hundreds of years. But if for some people war is a misfortune, for others, it is an opportunity to make money, as cynical as it may sound. And the primary source of revenue in war is armaments. Global military spending is rising for the 7th year in a row, reaching $2,113 billion in 2021 alone. That means that someone is constantly preparing for war or already engaged in warfare. It is essential to understand that weapons buyers are mostly countries, but the sellers are mostly private companies. So how does a manufacturer manage to convince governments to buy their weapons? The fact is that decisions in most countries are made by politicians, while the principal customers that make such requests are military industrialists. As a rule, schemes to bribe politicians and lobby for decisions and laws are used to ensure that decisions are made in their favor. Thus, the state serves the interest of arms manufacturers. And companies in the military sector are interested in keeping the war going, because if the wars stop, they will lose their multi-billion-dollar businesses. Simply put, the more military conflicts on the planet, the more profits corporations make. Why is it possible to carry out such deals and remain unpunished? Because it is all hidden under the national security seal, and the participants are protected from scrutiny. The mere expediency of producing weapons as a commodity already raised many questions. Not only do we continue to spend resources on inventing means of killing each other, but we also continue to produce something that will be destroyed one way or another. It doesn't matter if it is one bullet, $1 bullet, or a $13 million missile. If someone wants to get rid of money, why not make fireworks? At least they're pretty. Even better, invest in healthcare, technology. After all, the same MRI machine costs much less than missiles. Only a missile kills while an MRI machine helps save lives for decades. Imagine how much good would do people if the money for one cruise missile was spent on 13 MRI machines instead. Armaments are not the only lucrative scenarios. There are others. Every war has another side, a shadow side. Human trafficking and exploitation in various forms are carried out under the guise of war. Forced labor, including sexual exploitation, slavery, and the forced removal of organs. People who participate in such schemes and benefit from it are also interested in the continuation of war. The production and trafficking of drugs, the profits from which go to maintain and finance the conflict by corrupting officials and infiltrating the ruling circles of government, are increasing sharply. Taking advantage of martial law, enterprises and industries, private property and businesses are being nationalized, assets are being frozen, and bank accounts blocked. Other people's property is easily seized under simple propaganda. It's not enough to accuse a company or a business owner of collaborating with the enemy, and all assets are immediately taken over by others. In times of war, it is possible to eliminate a competitor without hindrance or to destroy the production capacity of a business or industry. As a result, the right people take over large and important companies. Profit is extracted from everything. For the first time, global military spending exceeds $2 trillion annually. That means governments have paid $2 trillion of our tax money to various corporations producing weapons and military equipment. At the same time, people are being persuaded that the increase in spending is due to the country's need to strengthen its defense. But in reality, behind this is the desire of corporations to make even more money by expanding their markets. Simply put, the more military conflicts on the planet, the more profits the corporations make. There is an even greater reason why war in the current format of society will never stop. And this reason lies in the very essence of the consumerist format of economy. For the economy to continue to exist, it periodically needs a reset created by war. In order to continue to function, today's economy must continually grow. If there is no growth, there will be an economic crisis that will lead to inflation and rising prices, unemployment and impoverishment. This happens because the economy is overflowing with money not backed by commodity production. As a result, money loses value, prices rise, and inflation accelerates. The economy is built in such a way that money and capital are constantly flowing to a small group of people who owns the majority of the world's wealth. At the same time, the rest of the population is getting poorer and world demand is falling, which stops the economy's growth and creates another crisis. The economy comes to a standstill. Everything is there, but most people cannot buy food and necessary goods. People find themselves in unbearable living conditions. Discontent grows and uncontrolled protests erupt, threatening the loss of power to a small group of individuals. In order to retain their power, a war mechanism is launched, necessitated by the need to reset the economy. How does war relate to resetting the economy, you may ask? War requires increased production of weapons, destroys the infrastructure and industry in countries where hostilities begin, and consequently frees up markets for the corporations owned by this small group of people. Why destroy entire cities? Infrastructure, communications, resource extraction facilities, and the energy complex, all in order to redistribute spheres of influence and make money on that reconstruction. That allows them to increase their capital even further, expanding their spheres of influence and increase their control over the population. The war in the consumer format creates the conditions for a small group of individuals to continue to get rich. The only thing is, we 99% of humanity pay for this. Not only do we pay for the war with our lives, but we also sponsor it ourselves by paying taxes and buying all kinds of goods and services. After all, the prices of goods includes taxes that go into the national budgets from which loans for military expenditures are repaid, which not only we, but even our children and grandchildren will have to pay for. We could have chosen to spend this money on equally expensive but peaceful projects, finding a cure for cancer or solving the hunger problem. But no one is asking people. More than anything else, war demonstrates that people are subservient and slavery has not disappeared. In our consumerist format of society, war will never stop. It is a part of the economy, a means of increasing capital and strengthening the power of a small group of people. In the consumerist format, it has always been and will always be so. So how to break this vicious circle? Not paying taxes will not fix the problem at its root. By buying any goods or service, we contribute to the economy of the consumption format, the economy of war. Neither can we stop buying. These are the conditions of a consumer society. If we do not change the format of our society and the present-day economy, wars will continue. So the only way out is to change this model of society from a consumerist society to a creative one, where the economy will be stable and aimed at ensuring a quality of life for every single person. The whole society will make decisions on socially important, socially significant, and economic issues. When conditions in society change, and the economy's functioning changes, wars will simply cease to be necessary. So I ask you, stop the war. Support the creative society.
— 2036 год — это не основное, что мы хотим сказать. Нам плевать на эту дату. Не стоит зацикливаться на разрыве в Марианской впадине и падении Луны, потому что самое страшное случится.
The year 2036 is not the main thing we want to say. We don't care about the date. We shouldn't be obsessed with the Mariana Trench rupture or the falling of the moon, because the worst will happen much earlier. 2036 is the date of our planet's destruction. No one will be able to live up to this date. It is impossible. No one in the world will be able to see it. This is the most important thing. We want to say we as humanity will perish much earlier because of the stupidity and inhumanity. We cannot agree today and get on the solution path. We are divided while the sword, the climate Cerberus, is looming over each of us. And the fact that we are all going to perish is certain. Let's not lie to ourselves and to each other. We have killed pretty much everything that should be human in a human being. Today, we are mercilessly destroying each other. We are mired in hatred, conflict, and selfishness. We are all divided. The climate will provoke and exacerbate all social, political, and economical crises. Wars, epidemics, famines, and riots. Chaos and madness will overwhelm the planet. No one will come to anyone's aid. No country, no army, and no service will be able to cope with the madness that will be all around. It is laid out in the documents what we should be like. It is laid out in religions what we could be like. But in the consistency of permissiveness, everyone will be killing. And we have to take that into account. In the consumer format, the strong will kill the weak, and the strong will be killed by the stronger ones. And for every stronger one, there are smarter ones. But even for the smarter ones, there is the climatic Cerberus that will put a stop to their lives. And we are totally unprepared for that. Do you know why? Let's face it. How our attention is being diverted away from the problems of the climate. When climate disasters begin to escalate around the world's media immediately stopped talking about it. And then it was immediately covered for 2 years by a pandemic and then by the threat of nuclear war. The media completely fails to reflect the real picture of the ongoing climate catastrophes. Can we just stop fooling around? If we don't build the greatest society, we will kill each other for a piece of bread and a sip of water. Why would that happen? It's simple. Look at how people behave in extreme situations, during warfare or natural disasters. Panic takes more lives than the disaster itself. People in fear for their lives mercilessly eliminate each other merely to prolong their lives for at least one more day. What becomes more precious in such a situation? Food, water, and some kind of shelter. Let us recall the most famous cases of mass starvation in the past 100 years. 1921, Povolzhye, Russia. People had to eat grass, dirt, insects, cats, dogs, clay, horse harness, carrion, animal skins, and eventually they resorted to cannibalism. A great many people ate members of their families and preyed on human meat. Cases of cannibalism were reported to the police, but there was nothing they could do because cannibalism had become a method of survival. It was reported that the police were forced to protect themselves, cemeteries attacked by hungry mobs. There is also evidence that people killed abandoned children in order to eat. 1932, Holodomor in Ukraine. During the Holodomor, cannibalism was widespread in Ukraine. People banded together, killed members of their families, and ate dead children. During the Holodomor, the vast majority of people went insane because of mass starvation. 1955, 1958, Great Chinese Famine. According to official statistics, about 15 million people died. And according to unofficial statistics, it was about 45 million people. Police reports detail specific cases of cannibalism. People lost all moral principles and often ate human meat. Some parents did not dare to kill their own children themselves. They exchanged children and ate those of other people. Cannibalism was severely punished by the authorities, but in spite of that, it persisted. Most of the food in China was precisely human flesh, and some parts of the country were populated by cannibals. Cannibalism during this famine has been called an unprecedented case in the history of the 20th century. 1994, North Korea. People went mad because of hunger and even killed and ate their old babies, looted graves and ate corpses. Parents were in panic. Their children could be kidnapped, killed and sold as meat. There was only hunger, hunger, hunger all around. Now people have no idea what hunger is. The feeling of acute hunger practically turned people into beasts. These are just small fraction of the egregious examples. It may seem that famine has not touched the civilized countries. Well, let me remind you then of the mass starvation in Europe and the US in the 1930s. Yes, there is not much publicity about it, and they try to hide the true information about the scale and the number of victims. But I'm sure if you search for cases of famine and related cannibalism cases in your country, you will surely find more evidence. No one is immune to starvation now. There are no more safe, civilized countries. We can assume that over the past 100 years, people have changed, made conclusions, and nothing like that will ever happen again. Then let's recall at what happened in the Philippines in 2013 after Typhoon Yolanda, in Haiti after the earthquake in 2021, and in Pakistan after the floods in this year, 2022. Hasn't this scenario repeated itself there? According to eyewitnesses, people out of fear and panic were violently grabbing food and water from each other. All this happened in conditions of food shortages, that is, hunger has not even come yet. So, just as 100 years ago, so now, consumerism and hunger are pushing people into violent fratricide. Now, are you still hoping for a peaceful scenario? Just a reminder, 85% of the world's firearms are in private hands. 2% are possessed by law enforcement agencies and 13% are in the hands of the military. And this is our reality. As a result, that the gangs will simply begin to form in places where they can get something to eat or where there is at least some source of water. In such a state of affairs, there is simply no chance of survival. Understand, it will not be possible to somehow sort it out and get something for yourselves and your families. I mean, really, what can a person offer in exchange for food? Well, what? Your junk? Your car, your yacht, your house, your jewelry? No one will need that. The most valuable thing you have is your flesh. Only your flesh matters in this chaos. Do you know why? Because it's eatable. The man who eats his own kind crosses the line, his last inner line. This is nothing human left in him any longer, and there is no doubt that this is exactly the scenario they're preparing us for. Just look at all the stuff that fills the information space: movies, TV shows, articles, advertisements, and scientific publications that describe the benefits and inevitability of cannibalism. It started a few years ago and keeps picking up steam nowadays. How would you behave in such a situation if this scenario is the only one you have in your head? We will turn into animals before the climate kills us. Imagine, you are stretching out your hand to be helped. And they cut it off and eat it instead of saving you. That's scary. This is a true zombie apocalypse in real life. This is what awaits us in the not-too-distant future. This is what the consumer format has done to each of us. So think about it now. Is this consumer format worth down for? Or should we struggle for everyone's life and change the format of society to a creative one? If we don't achieve the creative society, this scenario will become our collective reality. Okay. If someone doesn't like the creative society, suggest another solution to the situation. We are ready to hear any suggestions. Everyone has the right to have their own point of view, but it must be justified and accurate, like in mathematics. After all, what we have said about the climate is an accurate prediction based on the mathematical model. But while you're thinking, time is ticking. The climate Cerberus is on the loose already, and in just as little as a couple of years, it will be impossible to stop it. In the consumer format, we are enemies to each other everywhere, in politics, in economics, in society. We were being separated for 6,000 years. It is time to understand that when two people fight over a piece of bread, both will die. It is necessary to share this piece of bread, and this is the only way everyone will survive.
The report we heard at the beginning of our forum provided a clear model and forecast of what awaits humanity and our entire planet in the next few decades if we do nothing today. Do we have a realistic idea of what will happen? Some may say that we don't want to imagine such a development or that it's scary. But people must be aware of the future that awaits us all if we do nothing. So now we propose not just to imagine, but see what will happen on our planet with us and with our loved ones in the near future. If today, with all, we take the path of inertia and silently surrender to the climatic Cerberus.
Now, I understand. We all had a chance. We're sheer idiots for not using it. I regret just one thing, that I did nothing earlier. Hello, diary. This is such bullshit. Maybe the psychologist is the crazy one. Does he really think I can talk to a diary as if to a living person? I can't believe I fell for it. I wonder how it is supposed to rid me of depression. Okay, I'm supposed to talk to the diary as if to a friend. Well, hey there, buddy. Well, nothing comes to mind. Although, I got fired. I have no money. How am I supposed to pay the mortgage, insurance, and my children's college? No idea. Fucked up world. The only thing that helps me keep my head above water is the family. I'll do anything for them. My psychologist said I should write down what's bothering me. So what's really bothering me? A constant sense of anxiety, fear. I'm afraid that tomorrow I'll have nothing to feed my family. These thoughts are so crushing. Prices are skyrocketing. The world is going to the dogs day by day. What will happen tomorrow? It's a question. Yay, I got a great job offer. It was unexpected. I'll be automating engineering systems in a bunker somewhere high in the mountains for a rich guy. It looks like the client is thinking about a doomsday arc.
He's paranoid. They made me sign a non-disclosure agreement. I hope it doesn't cover this diary. Good news, I'm getting an advance payment tomorrow. When I receive it all, we'll be able to pay the mortgage and have a shit ton of money left over. But there is bad news too. I'll only see my family twice a year. Just this thought of such a long separation from Eve and the children makes me anxious again. Some scientists sound the alarm and say that by the end of the century, temperature will rise by 2 degrees across the planet and it's humanity's fault. Others say the climate was always changing, so nothing terrible is happening. Meanwhile, they show on TV that budgets should be increased to fight CO2. They propose to raise taxes. They just want another excuse to rip people off. But the climate really is changing. There are also crazies who are scaring people, saying that no life will remain on the planet in 14 years. Something is supposedly wrong with the core. Hey, we should unite and build. What is it called? The Creative Society. Sounds good for sure, but looks unrealistic. The client has changed the deadline once more. Damn it. No vacation for me again. I'm tired of sitting here. It's a good thing they have doubled my salary though. When the contract is over, we'll even be able to buy a new house and a car. That's unexpected. Cool. But I miss Eve and children like hell. We watch TV a lot. They show some climate disasters every day, as if there's nothing else to show. Several severe hurricanes occurred, but probably nothing unusual. What's all the fuss about? Everyone has gadgets these days. People film all the time. So it looks like there are many disasters. I don't think there's anything to worry about, although I have to admit that there is ever-increasing destruction. I've come across this post about the Yellowstone volcano today. They say something is wrong with it. There are too many earthquakes. Although we do come across many comments that people are just being hysterical. Nothing new there. The strange thing is, there is too much destruction from earthquakes now. Doesn't really match their scale. I mean, some conspiracy theories say that governments underreport data to avoid panic. People come up with such nonsense. Last week, a minor earthquake destroyed a whole city. I tried to find posts of those crazies who had predicted the apocalypse, but found nothing. All links were removed for some reason. I managed to learn that governments in various countries forbid spreading any theories, except the official anthropogenic one. You can even go to jail for that. Why so harsh? They even prohibit posting eyewitness videos now. We should sort of trust only official stats and remain calm. Are they afraid of something? The bunker is almost done, but supplies are delayed. Everyone left. Just 4 of us remain to fine-tune the automation system. We're waiting for supplies, but it's unclear when they will come since logistics are screwed. I really hope to see my family soon. They called yesterday. Eve says Mark is sick and has been missing school for 2 weeks. Many people are sick because there's an inflow of migrants from different countries. To ours, they come barefoot and hungry and bring epidemics. Where the heck did so many of them come from? They say there are millions at the border. Why not stay home? Get back to your countries. We have plenty of our own problems. I asked Eve why they don't show this on TV. How does the government respond to that? But the connection was cut. I had to come up to the surface, but the hurricane was so wild that I couldn't even go out. What the hell is going on there? I feel that something's wrong. Maybe they don't tell everything on the news. Once I get my money, I'll go back home. It's time to move, somewhere as far as possible from the border. We finally finished the job. I can't wait to see my family. 4 years of separation. My God, the kids must be all grown up. I'm so tired. We had no time off the last 2 weeks, helping to unload endless boxes with food, clothes, and hygiene items. Why does he need so much? It's enough for children and grandchildren here. He'll fly in tomorrow, inspect our work, pay us off, and I'll go back home as fast as I can. The first thing I'll do is kiss Eve many times over. Happiness does exist. We've waited all day long, but our client didn't come. We can't get through to him. The internet cuts off from time to time. Eve writes some wild stuff. Last week, they had hail the size of a pumpkin. It was like cannonball bombing. What the hell is that? It made holes in the roofs. My family barely had time to hide in the basement. The car is gone. Just a piece of metal remains. And our neighbor, Bill, died. I have no words. Eve is now helping to take care of his kids. What is happening in the world? We finally got a message from the client's office this afternoon. His airplane crashed due to severe turbulence. The bunker owner and the entire crew died. It turns out the office staff knows nothing about the bunker project. They promised to contact us. Shit! Who's gonna pay us now? And who's gonna pick us up? We're screwed. It's totally fucked up. It seems we've been here a whole eternity. No one picks up the phone at the office. We contacted the emergency service, but some crazy shit is happening there. We're the least of their problems. They say all of their equipment is being used to extinguish fires and patrol the streets. They told us to wait. They'll evacuate us as soon as they can. I read on the news that all of this year's crops died. Our city started rationing food sales. I'm losing my temper more and more often. It's like I'm going mad, having outbursts of anger and fury. Jack complains that no one is going to get us out of here. The government doesn't care about people at all, that they'll be saving their own asses. It's not a bed of roses here, and this jerk is making it even worse. In short, we had a huge fight the other day. Mass famine and unemployment started in our city. I wrote to Eve, warning her not to open the door to anyone and keep the lights off in the evening. More and more gangs have been appearing in the streets. Borders have been shut down by the military. People crazy with hunger are trying to get into our country, as if we have food. Meanwhile, I have enough canned food here to last several decades. Gosh, I wish I could send at least some of it to my family. Nobody's coming for us. We still don't know what to do. We keep thinking about how to get out of this trap. Guys went out to scout around, but couldn't walk even 5 miles and came back. It's 200 miles to the closest settlement through the rocks. Meanwhile, horrible news keeps coming from home. And one day, no food was left on the shelves. The country is going through an economic crisis because of droughts and massive fires. Rivers are drying up. There are severe water shortages everywhere. Ashes and burning smell make it impossible to breathe outside. It's super difficult to find protection masks. Drinking water is being distributed by ration cards in cities. And what about our government? Our government has waged a war with 2 countries at once for access to the one river, which still has water. I just can't believe this is happening. Goodness, it's like a nightmare. I hope I wake up soon. It seemed there could be nothing worse than the heat. But when water came back, which everyone was waiting for, it was no longer joyful. Endless rains began. Rivers overflowed. A flood swept even through my city and is now washing away everything in its path. I had a short call from Eve. She managed to tell me that the subway was flooded. Sewage is floating in the streets and municipal services are almost non-functional. There's so much water everywhere that it has nowhere else to go. Then we lost the connection. What's happening there? Looks like the city is doomed. I hope they manage to save their lives. I hope someone helps them. We are all people. Good, normal people. I've been trying to reach my family for weeks. My dearest people. But no luck so far. Nobody knows anything about them. I check all the news and search for them in photos. It's sheer madness, not to go completely insane. I read information all the time about what's happening in the world. They scared people, saying that the Gulf Stream would stop. There were plenty of disputes whether it can stop or not. It turns out it can. At one point, it just stopped, and that's it. Now many people are freezing in their homes without food and heat. Snow showers are getting heavier and breaking the power lines. They say the glacier will reach all the way to Rome. A colleague from Japan, Mamoru, had a nervous breakdown yesterday at the news of a terrible earthquake in Japan. They say the magnitude was 10. I don't know what's going on, but it is probably hell there. I can say one thing for sure. The world has never seen such destruction. They're not giving the exact number of victims, possibly hundreds of millions. Mamoru wasn't able to contact his family. He couldn't contact anyone he knows at all. Today, Mamoru disappeared. We searched for him everywhere, but couldn't find him. He probably left. Where could he go? Jack and Ali went searching for him. He couldn't have gone far. I stayed at the base to wait for them. A week passed. No one came back. Guys are offline. I went up, fired my gun, and lit signal fires. Nothing. Just my echo. Something happened to them. Damn it! Am I going to stay here alone? I'm the only one left. And I simply cannot get out of here. What day is today? I've had no communication with Eve for over a year. Satellites are malfunctioning. Communication with the outside world is getting worse. I'm finding out and recording the latest news in the Apocalypse Journal, as I call it now. Maybe someone will read it someday. When the permafrost melted, there were a lot of new epidemics. Apparently, ancient viruses thawed. Whole settlements are being burned down to stop them spreading. Volcanic eruptions covered vast areas around the world with ashes. People have nowhere to live and nothing to breathe. Acid rains corrode soils and infrastructure and poison groundwaters. Food can no longer be grown anywhere. By the way, planes no longer fly. There's not enough air density. They just cannot take off. Who could have thought it? And the sea has gone wild. More and more ships crash right in the marinas because of storms. Toxic gases rise from the bowels. Poisonous fumes rush to the surface from crevices. Sulfurous gas levels are already off the scale in some places. Hills and roads are smoking. Even water in the springs is bubbling. There's less and less information available. There seem to be no cities left that have any power. Wind turbines have been blown away by major hurricanes. Solar panels are swept away downwind like a deck of cards. I heard that now books and furniture are increasingly used as fuel for heating. Some scientists say that humanity will face complete darkness and terrible frosts. I still believe I'll see Eve and the children somewhere, someday, but I will see them. Why did I need that mortgage? I would now give everything to be next to them. Satellite communication stopped working. Jack's ancient radio that we all used to make fun of came in handy. I sit there tuning it. Sometimes some voices in incomprehensible languages break through the noise. It's so nice to hear the voices of living people. The faces of Eve and children arise in my memory more and more often, and the question, why wasn't I able to save them? I could. I actually could. I managed to contact several groups of survivors. Now everyone understands that we were warned about the coming cataclysms a long time ago. Back in 2022, it seemed unrealistic at that time, but now it's certainly impossible to deny the facts. I used to think that earthquakes occurred in certain places, but now they are almost everywhere. One night, there was such a rumble, as if shells were exploding underneath me. In the morning, I was afraid to even go out. It was only in the evening that I dared to make a foray. When I saw what I saw, my legs buckled. The whole valley was covered with round holes from a few feet to several hundreds of feet. The ground looked like cheese. I don't know if it was masdam or a mental. I couldn't imagine, even in my dreams, that such a thing is possible. Someone reported on the radio that Africa had split apart. Now I know it's possible. Coastal cities are flooded. Tsunamis rage almost every day. Asia seems to be all underwater, as the radio says. My consciousness refuses to believe it. I found a radio frequency where the people who were talking about a way out of the apocalypse are broadcasting. Now I understand everything. Why didn't I get it before? I actually saw it all the madness that was going on and gaining momentum, those bunkers, all the talks about the apocalypse. It was all obvious before. Something could have been done, and there were people who offered a way out. I should have heard them. Why was I so blind? If only I could bring it all back. Once a week, I contact survivors over the radio. It keeps me from going completely insane of loneliness. Every day, there are fewer and fewer of us left on this earth. They say cannibalism is no longer a rarity, now the norm. There are gangs getting together to hunt people. They roast and devour those they catch. Crazy freaks. Though I don't know how I'd behave if I didn't have a supply of food to last many years. Wild winds made it simply impossible to come outside. It's even more like a sandstorm, only the sand seems to be radioactive. They say whoever is out in it gets severely irradiated. Volcanoes are not subsiding. Today, no one even knows what part of the planet they are erupting in. The sky is covered with ash clouds 24 hours a day. It's like dusk and night all the time. Without sunlight, plants cannot survive. The earth becomes desolate, gray, and bare everywhere. They also say that phytoplankton no longer survives. Ocean waters are saturated with caustic gases. There's no life there anymore. Oxygen levels in the atmosphere decrease steadily. People on the radio have become my friends long ago. They advised me not to go outside because my skin could be burned. Apparently, some kind of cosmic radiation is being directed at the Earth. Neanderthals smeared themselves with ochre against such radiation. We also started smearing ourselves with it. Although people say it doesn't help much, but it is still better than nothing. Strong winds carrying sand and dust literally wipe out brick structures on the surface. Survivors have to hole up in basements and catacombs. Yet another strange threat has emerged. Lightning often kills those who dare to go on long forays. Lightning now occurs without thunderstorms. It just strikes constantly like laser weapons from the sky. Now it's clear why they said back then how destructive the weakening magnetic field was. It seems to me it was such a long time ago. It's getting harder and harder to write in the diary. My head hurts all the time. I don't know who I'm writing these notes for. The only living people remain in the same shelters and bunkers as me. It seems the Chinese managed to build something and someone else, but for how long? Total silence on the radio. I don't even know if there's anyone left alive on this planet. It became hot in the bunker. The walls are hot and keeping heat all the time. Air conditioning systems are failing. constant heat forced me to crawl upstairs and settle right in front of the entrance hatch. Lord, get me out of all this. How much I envy those who are already dead. This is total madness. I'm just sitting and waiting for the end. Why didn't I do anything before? If only I could go back to the point where it was still possible to change something. How crazy I was back then. I left the bunker. There is no point in sitting there anymore. The sky had turned orange. There are huge flashes on the horizon. It feels like the sun is rising somewhere from the west. My head is bursting with terrible pain. The earth seems to be shaking and exploding from within. Lava is everywhere. Scorching steam comes in waves. I'm running out of oxygen in my tank. This is the end. This is the end. I put the diary into the container. Heave sighs. Forgive me, Lord. Forgive me, darling.
Will a sane person agree to such a scenario as we have just seen? Understanding the gravity of our situation, one learns to appreciate every minute of time because you know you can never get it back. Now we must do everything we can to not be immensely bitter about the lost chance we still have. All the prophets have spoken of our time and this chance. If we had studied the writings of the world's religions carefully, we would have realized long ago that the time has come, which they called the end times. And now let's watch the video.
The interdisciplinary scientific study of the causes of climate change also includes the study of eschatology, that is, the description of the end times and their harbingers in the scriptures. Let's look at the eschatological signs of the two fundamental religions, Christianity and Islam. There are two scenarios mentioned in the scriptures: the golden millennium, Eden on earth, or the apocalypse, the end of time. As long as we are in a consumerist format, we are on the way to self-destruction. Time is passing, but we are not changing direction and are approaching an apocalyptic finale. Let's take a look at what we have been warned about. 12,000 year cycle. According to the Bible, in the second book of Ezra, Common English Bible Translation, chapter 14, verses 10 to 17, it is said, "The age is divided into 12 parts. 9 parts and half of the 10th part have already passed. As for the evils that you have seen now happen, people will yet do worse than these." Here, the age refers to the cycle of 12,000 years. In other words, the Bible itself speaks of the cycle of 12,000 years. Remember this. The message was left 500 years ago before our era, that is 2,500 years ago, at the time when 9,500 years from the beginning of the age had already passed. Thus, the Bible gives an indication that the cycle is 12,000 years, and it ends in our times. Scientists and atheists have all the answers except one. How could people 2,500 years ago accurately predict what is happening now? After all, there were no geophysical studies or predictions of mathematical models back then. There are two hypotheses as to where this information came from. Those who insist on the primacy of the mind are willing to believe that this information came from aliens or from past civilizations. For believers, it is divine providence. We do not claim anything. Which version is correct is up to you to decide. In Islam, the time of Judgment Day was indicated by the Prophet as the end of his community. According to the legend of the great Islamic scientist Al-Barazanji, the life of this community will exceed 1,000 years, yet be limited to 1,500 years. As of today, 1,390 years have passed since the Prophet's departure. We can accurately determine the approach of the Day of Judgment by the harbingers of the last days, indicators that the messengers left for us so that people who live in the last times can recognize them. Let's consider which harbingers of climate cataclysms from the scriptures have already come true. Fires. The ninth minor sign of the Day of Judgment in Islam talks about the Hijaz fire. Ibn Hajar writes in Fath al-Bari, one fire will happen among other events that will happen, according to the words of the Prophet, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, before the Day of Judgment, and the other will arise just before the Day of Judgment without a gap. The increase in the area and the number of fires in modern times is caused by degassing of the subsoil along faults and unprecedented heat. The cause of these phenomena is a heating of the earth bowels due to rise of magma. Rains and floods. There are several authentic hadith in Islam which state that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, "The famine would not break out because of drought, but there will be famine despite heavy rainfall, as nothing would grow from the earth." The rise of magma causes groundwater to heat up and evaporate, increasing humidity, which in turn leads to record rainfall and flooding. Already now, floods are destroying crops. Another natural harbinger of the Day of Judgment is the blooming of the desert. A hadith narrated by Abu Hurairah states that the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "The last hour will not come till the land of Arabia reverts to meadows and rivers." In 2018, heavy rains that hit arid Saudi Arabia inundated the desert and caused flooding, which made the desert bloom. Flooding has now become a frequent occurrence on the Arabian Peninsula. Land collapses. Sal bin Sa'd reports that the Messenger of Allah, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, said, "There will befall this ummah land collapses." Now in many regions of the world, huge sinkholes and land collapses suddenly appear. Such examples are known in Turkey, in Croatia, in Chile, and Mexico. Also in Siberia, methane explosions form huge sinkholes. All of this is due to the rise of magma, the heating of groundwater, and the release of mantle gases. Earthquakes. The hadith says that there will be an increase in the number of earthquakes at the end of times. The hour will not be established until earthquakes will be very frequent. Christianity also mentions earthquakes as harbingers. The Gospel of Luke, chapter 21, verse 11 says that there will be great earthquakes, famines, and pestilences in various places, and fearful events and great signs from heaven. Now, due to the rise of magma and the expansion of the planet, the number of earthquakes is growing exponentially. They are expanding their geography, their magnitude and depth are increasing. Since the beginning of the century, they're having more great earthquakes, as the Gospel says, with a magnitude greater than 8. So we see that harbingers such as an increase in earthquakes, floods, land collapses, and fires are already coming true. In addition to climate change, all the other harbingers of social change, diseases, technology, and astronomical science have already come true. The 12,000-year cycle end dates announced by the prophets also point to our time. Let's see what awaits us on the apocalyptic path. Judgment Day, Apocalypse. The prophets also describe the apocalypse scenario in great detail. In the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus Christ says, "There shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down." These words point to the unprecedented power of cataclysms. The Gospel of Luke says that there will be the roaring and tossing of the sea. People will faint from terror, apprehensive of what is coming on the world. The roaring sea indicates a tsunami from the strongest earthquakes. In the Quran, Surah 56, the Prophet, peace be upon him, speaks of the earthquake of unprecedented magnitude, when the earth will be violently shaken and the mountains will be crushed to pieces, becoming scattered particles of dust. In Surah 27, 52, and 70, it is said that the mountains, which we regard as motionless, will be set into motion like clouds. And they will become like wool, that is, they will be shaken and split up into blocks along the fault. So strong the tectonic shifts and the speed of the movement of the lithospheric plates will be. There is a description of the unprecedented speed of events in Hadith narrated by Abu Hurairah. It is said there that the end of the world will come so suddenly and quickly that people will not have time to complete the action they started. A person has raised a morsel of food to his mouth, but will not be able to eat it. In the Gospel of Mark, Jesus Christ tells people to run to the mountains, not to take anything with them, and not to turn around, which also indicates the suddenness of cataclysms taking place. And based on the words, "For in those days there will be tribulation such as has not been seen since the beginning of the creation which God created until this time, nor ever shall be," one can understand that a disaster of such a magnitude hasn't yet occurred on earth, such as has not been since the beginning of the creation, nor ever shall be. Similarly, in the Old Testament, the prophet Daniel said that such events had not yet been experienced by the earth. There will be a time of distress such as has not happened from the beginning of nations until then. The Quran speaks of violent volcanic eruptions and catastrophic fires during the Judgment Day. Watch for the day when the sky will bring a visible smoke covering the people. This is a painful torment. At the peak of the cataclysms, due to disastrous eruptions of numerous volcanoes, there will be a discharge of volcanic ash into the atmosphere, which will cut off the sun rays to the Earth's surface for many years. This is a description Jesus Christ gave in the Gospel of Mark. But in those days, after that tribulation, the sun will be darkened and the moon will not give its light, and the stars will be falling from heaven. The planet will be illuminated only by the light of the fires and the glow of the fiery lava. This is stated in the Quran in Surah 55, Ayat 37. And when the heaven is split open and becomes rose-colored like oil. Hydraulic impact. In the sacred text, we find description of the destruction of our planet, which the Prophet and Jesus Christ conveyed to people using the terms they could understand, and now, having a scientific basis, we can understand what they spoke about. For example, in the Quran, Surah 82, the cleaving, it is said, when the sky splits open, and when the stars fall away, and when the seas burst forth. The surah mentions that the atmosphere at the time of the violent explosion in the Mariana Trench will be ruptured by the flow of steam. Also, Surah 21 says, the supreme horror of that day will not disturb them. On that day, we will roll up heavens like a scroll of writings. What is described in this surah really reminds of the fact that in the event of steam explosion rupturing the atmosphere, the integrity of the atmosphere would be broken, it would be blown away by solar wind and dispersed in space. Also, Surah 81, the overthrowing says, when the sun is put out, and when the stars fall down, and when the mountains are blown away, and when the seas are set on fire, and when the sky is stripped away. It is also clear from the surah that the folding of the atmosphere will take place when the red-hot magma erupts into the ocean and sets it on fire. At that time, when the mountains are blown away, the strongest earthquakes will occur all over the planet. What is the falling of the stars that is mentioned in both Islam and Christianity? During the hydraulic impact, the rotation of the planet will instantly accelerate and the atmosphere will disappear. It is this phenomenon that will create the sensation that the stars are falling. If we summarize the Prophet's words about Judgment Day, we see the description of the phenomena that the mathematical model predicts for October 2036 during the hydraulic impact. Indeed, they see it as distant, but we see it as near. Then, do they await except that the hour should come upon them unexpectedly? But already, there have come its indications. That is the day of carrying out the threat. On the day heaven will sway with circular motion and the mountains will pass on, departing. On the day the earth breaks away from them and they emerge rapidly. Then watch for the day when the sky will bring visible smoke covering the people. This is a painful torment. And the earth and the mountains are lifted and level with one blow. Then on that day, the occurrence, that is resurrection, will occur. And the heaven will split open when the sun is wrapped up in darkness, and when the stars fall, dispersing, and when the mountains are removed, and when the seas are filled with flame, and when the sky is stripped away. If the apocalypse scenario comes true and what the prophet, peace be upon him, described happens, then our planet will become like Mars.
Peace be with you, dear brothers and sisters. The film we have just watched is truly shocking. A question arises immediately. How could ordinary people thousands of years ago know what would happen to us and describe it so precisely? How did the prophets know that in thousands of years we would destroy the ecology and enter a cycle of cataclysms? This is the most important sign for all believers. It is the sign that Allah has warned us all the times we live in now, the end times. Allah was aware of what we're about to face. All of us living have much to ponder. Everything we have seen now in this film, what the prophets warned us about, is an accurate description of the mathematical model you have heard today. Frighteningly accurate at that. The big question remains, why do we see it and talk about it openly and the rest do not? Allah is mercy. He has given us freedom of choice, and we have two paths. Either we die in the apocalypse, or we choose the life, and then He will give us the golden millennium. With all of the above, one thing that is not clear: why the entire Muslim Ummah is not here? Why all the representatives of Christianity are not here now? I appeal to all believers of the entire world. You have heard the predictions, you know them. Don't you feel how time has shortened and that the world is on the brink now? Why are you silent? Why are you not with us now? Yes, there are many believers among our active participants, but there must be the believers of all religions, of all denominations. If you are true to the prophets, if you believe in one God, you must be here and speak with us. For you and me, the scriptures have described two paths that mankind has. So far, the whole world follows the negative scenario, which leads us to total annihilation of humanity and the whole planet. Although so much has already been given to people, there is a report that everyone has heard today. There are confirmations in religions about what is going to happen. I don't expect anything from polytheists. They have different positions and attitudes to everything. However, the mono-religions are the dominant religions, and they're exactly pointing to what is coming. It is written in their literature, and it is indeed so. Why are the representatives of religions who know these predictions not with us today? Or do they seek the destructions of all humanity? Allah has given us a choice. What will we choose now? Do we wait for the sky to fall to the ground? Or do we take the chance and build the society all the prophets dreamed of? Just as Christianity talked about the golden millennium, so in Islam, the Prophet talked about the new order of society that will be under Imam Mahdi if people unite. So the choice is up to us, every person. Allah loves us so much that He has given us the greatest gift of freedom of choice. If we do nothing now, when our world is falling apart, that is also our choice. It is a choice to leave things as they are, which means supporting the mass demise of all humanity. We cannot justify ourselves by saying that everything is predetermined, that we're powerless to fix anything. For what then will we be judged on the day of judgment if everything is predetermined? And if everything is predetermined, then why did the prophets describe the beautiful society which you and I can build in such details? The prophet, the best of men, hoped for the last people, those who will choose the right path. And the last ones are you and me. Islam is the last religion, and the greatest responsibility for the path society takes lies with the Muslims. Remember the words of our prophet. We are the last of the community, but the first to be held accountable. Because everyone will be asked. The time has come for us Muslims to come together, look each other honestly in the eyes and answer ourselves the question: where and whom are we following as Ummah? So tell every Muslim to hear and know, and tell everyone that there will be an international conference for all Muslims on December 10th, 2022. The global crisis. Who is the Prophet Muhammad to us? Brothers and sisters, it is our choice to descend with the shaitan into hell, or to build a beautiful world and be with our beloved Prophet in the house of Allah.
Thank you very much, Arman. Dear viewers, do not forget to put December 10th on your calendars for the conference Global Crisis, Who is the Prophet Muhammad for us? Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Now, we offer you an excerpt from the program, Awakening, with the participation of the esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
The time has come for us to become humans, to look at the problem reasonably, to make a mature decision, and to start saving the whole world, the way a human being should act, to take care of each and everyone, and most importantly, to take care of our planet, to take care of our home, but we are unable to do that. We haven't been taught this. Therefore, we'll have to learn everything on our own. Yes, there will be many problems. There will be many stones on this road. But if we have a higher goal, we will traverse this road. And we shouldn't rely on anyone. Without us, yes, without you, my friend, we will not survive. That's a fact, and unfortunately already a scientific fact, a substantiated and repeatedly verified one. What else can be said? In such a situation, where we find ourselves as humanity, I can say just one thing. We have to trust, not even in God. After all, it's our choice. God has no right to interfere in our affairs. Yes, believers will now get indignant and say, God is almighty, of course He's almighty. He created the entire universe. But He gave us freedom, the freedom to choose whom to serve. Yet what have we chosen? We crucified Christ and betrayed Prophet Muhammad, the best of people. Tell me, what good have we also done for God? When we do not accept His messengers, when our heart breaks and tells us what to do, while we do as the devil whispers. Have we really been faithful to God? Have we been listening to Him? Or whom have we been listening to, friends? We shouldn't trust in God. He gave us the freedom of choice, and we chose what we chose. We can now trust only in ourselves and each other. The time has come for everyone to support everyone else, to become one big human family, to become a civilization. Our survival, friends, is in unity. Remember that. Let's just become humans, right? Everything is in our hands, and we can even save this world. We can build an Eden here. We can build the creative society. We can become humans and stop betraying each other, stop killing each other. We can start taking care of each other and loving one another. And the world will change.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for your support, your honesty, and for your constant motivation to us so that we can keep going. After the shocking information we heard today, any normal person understands that we are flying into the abyss. Everyone understands that something needs to change. Many boldly declare that our society has reached a dead end, but they don't see a solution and don't know the way out. But today, we already touched on the solution to all the problems and crises in our society. It is the creative society format. Stay with us as we will now explain what the creative society format is and why humanity will only survive if we build the creative society worldwide. We will show how the creative society will benefit everyone without exception, and why you should begin informing all people about it right away. We are only as strong as we are united. We need to stand together and prove that we are human beings with a capital H. Creative society is the way out. It is the goal that can unite us all. After all, we can only find a solution and survive together. And John, I'd like to pass the floor to you.
The problem that we have today, we have to solve has never before been faced by humankind. The year 2036 is the year of the destruction of our planet if nothing is changed. We have only 5 to 6 relatively stable years to do everything possible and impossible to counteract the radiation that is now coming on our Earth and causing this catastrophic destruction. It is a matter of everyone's survival. Climate cataclysms are gaining momentum, and as of today, the scientific world has not put forward a single working model to solve this vitally important issue. The scientists we know about from the media will not help us find a solution. These are people for whom grants and titles are important, not the truth. Today, all that official science does is fight for more prestigious cabins on a sinking ship. We're not satisfied with this, and we want to save the whole ship because we are all on this ship and it is already sinking. We need real scientists who know how to save this ship. We need scientists with practical scientific experience and real knowledge to solve this problem. So where are these scientists? It's no secret that humanity's best minds are now engaged in the military sector. They have applied knowledge and practical experience. They are those who develop new technologies in closed laboratories, technologies that are now unfortunately being used against humanity. Today, it is not profitable for any state to reveal those who are genuine scientists. Why not? Because these scientists provide a military advantage over other countries with their innovations. The only way to free real scientists is to change the model of the existing social organization of world society to a model where wars and the dictatorship of power will be eliminated entirely. Then, scientists would no longer need to develop weapons, and countries would no longer need to defend themselves. An important point: we need to eliminate wars not only in the present, but also in the future. Otherwise, states will cunningly continue to hide scientists in order not to lose their intellectual capacity and thus their power. Let's be honest. Politicians protect only themselves and their successors, and the latter only to avoid punishment in the future for what they have done. For the sake of their own safety, politicians will do anything, even destroy the world along with all of us. So changing the format of society is our only chance for survival. Changing conditions will spare us all from having to fight each other. Only this will guarantee the possibility of uniting the intellectual potential of real scientists and directing their attention to solving the global climate threat. Whether we like it or not, we need to unite into a larger human family to survive. If we fundamentally change the format of society, it must be acceptable to everyone. If we take this step, we must do what's best for people. Realizing that we need to change something, it became apparent that we don't need to invent anything. We can simply ask people. No one knows what's best for us but ourselves. For many years, we have been asking people how they see the world, what kind of world they want to live in, and how they think the world should be. Tens of thousands of volunteers have participated in these surveys. These surveys were broad in scope. We asked all the people, acquaintances, friends, and strangers on the street. Millions of people were surveyed in all countries of the world. By analyzing all the answers, the 8 pillars of the creative society were formed. The concept of the creative society itself was developed as a result of a request from all of humanity. All that people wanted became the basis of the new creative format. That's how the created society was born. Understandably, we are at the beginning of the journey, but the foundation has already been laid. Yes, we still have a lot to solve, but that is a task of specialists. Lawyers will solve legal issues, and economists, economic issues. They, as well as scientists, must sit around the same table and combine their knowledge and experience for the benefit of all humanity. Their task is to provide people with clear and understandable options for solving various issues. And people will vote for the most appropriate option. Thus, we will choose together the rules by which we will live in the world as one big family. If anyone has an alternative to the created society, we would love to hear it. Among us are historians, political scientists, sociologists, and a vast number of specialists and enthusiasts who have studied human history in detail. Always, in all attempts to change something, everyone has tried to preserve power, the power of the few over many. Wherever there is power over people, it always turns into tyranny, consumerism, wars, and slaughter of people. It doesn't matter whether it is power of a single person or a group. Everything inevitably turns into a permanent or temporary slave system. We are well aware that there has never been such a format as a created society. But it is precisely what people want. Any other system where there remains even a temporary, slight power of one man over another will inevitably lead to catastrophe. We will live again as we do now, as enslaved people. We must first realize that we are all slaves to a small group of people. We're like an obedient herd that is simply incapable of making decisions. That is what we have been indoctrinated with for 6,000 years. In fact, it's not true. Even according to the Constitution, we are free people. We are the holders of power in all countries. It's written in all constitution. We're the ones who actually built this world. We need to realize and understand that clearly, and stop listening that someone will come and do something good for us. We're being persuaded that people are not capable of solving anything. Yes, they can. Specialists are capable of thinking things through, and people are capable of making decisions. We won't need politicians anymore, because a politician in today's world is a representative of certain groups of people who think they are masters of the world. Those very politicians make slave out of us. History clearly shows us this, and we need to understand it. On paper, a politician is someone who prevents conflict and wars, cares about people, and is a representative of the people. But in reality, it is the opposite. A politician sits on people's necks, considering the people a herd, and drives in wherever he wants, or where those who are behind the politicians tell him to go. Therefore, such notion as a politician cannot exist in a created society. In the face of a global climate catastrophe, we can speak frankly and openly. We have been divided into states and told that we must fight and kill each other in the interest of these states. The question arises, what and who is a state? The answer is simple. The state is made up of people. It is not just a territory. But today, the state is power, a superstructure over people. Everything is done in the interest of some ruling party or simply in the interest of power, but not in the people's interests. Let's be honest and call things by their proper names. We have a few free breaths left. Then we will have hard time breathing and communicating with each other. Before the climate destroys us, let's talk honestly to each other. Better yet, let's build a creative society for each and every one of us, for our descendants.
The creative society will ensure a world free of poverty, crime, and violence. It'll give us a safe, comfortable life anywhere in the world, stability and confidence in our future and that of our children, the ability to develop our businesses in a sustainable and predictable economy, able to implement technologies withheld from us, withheld from use in the current consumer format. Moreover, it'll give humanity access to new ways of generating energy. It will accelerate our development as one unified civilization. Such a society is beneficial to all. The creative society is based on 8 pillars, 8 guiding principles that should be adopted into every country's constitution. That allows for a peaceful and lawful reformatting of the fundamental values of world society from anti-human to human, and to make human life the highest value. Creative society is a new format for the unification and partnership of people worldwide. It is not a single organization. It is a movement of all people of goodwill who support the 8 pillars. Let's look at these pillars more in detail. The first pillar is the most fundamental principle. It declares that human life is the highest value. There is not, and never can there be, anything else more valuable than a human's life. The goal of society is to ensure and guarantee the value of each human's life. Do you feel the difference with what we're seeing today? Isn't that what we really need right now? For most people, freedom and equality are very important. Life cannot be fulfilling without freedom, and freedom is impossible without equality among all people. Despite the declared rights in today's Constitution, people are not treated equally in real life. The consumerist format undermines equality, and in reality, imposes on us a social hierarchy that supersedes any laws. The second pillar guarantees those rights. It states that every human is born with the right to be a human being. All people are born free and equal. There can be no one and nothing on earth superior to a human, his freedoms and rights. We all have a fear of tomorrow. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. Will I still have my job? Will the economy be okay? Can I afford the medical bills if something happens? What if? What if? To put it simply, the third pillar removes that ultimate fear, the fear of tomorrow. That is, the fear of survival. Each human is guaranteed free provision of essential life necessities, including food, housing, medical care, education, and complete social security. And of course, everyone wants to feel physically safe. A unified global service will protect everyone from any emergencies and threats. Read that again. Did you catch that? Did you really fully get it? You'll be provided with everything to live your life without worrying about survival, food, housing, medical care, education, and so much more. Next pillar, number 4. For society to function properly and justly, there cannot be any secrets from its citizens. Therefore, transparency and openness of information for all is essential, including the information about the movement and distribution of public funds. Technology will allow us to track all public spending down to a penny No disinformation will be allowed because mass media will belong exclusively to society and reflect information truthfully, openly, and honestly. Ideology is what shapes society's values and behaviors. The prevailing ideology should bring out the best human qualities in people. Today on TV, we see violence, destructive, hateful news, and endless problems without solutions. Mass media is aimed at the division and manipulation of the masses. After watching the news, people feel hopeless and depressed. In creative society, propaganda of violence, division, aggression, and anti-humane manifestations will be prohibited. Therefore, establishing conditions for the development and education of a human with a capital H, cultivating moral values in each individual and society. The sixth pillar guarantees everyone high quality, free education, and harmonious development of their personality. That will eliminate the colossal student loan that today leaves graduates enslaved by debt for many years to follow. Also today, many young people choose their fields of study based on the profession's earning potential instead of following their heart's desires. In creative society, every person, regardless of location, can attend university or college of choice and receive a degree in any field they choose, completely free of charge. That will give freedom, enjoyment of learning, and fulfillment of true potential. The seventh pillar assures equitable distribution of our planet's natural resources among everyone, regardless of nationality, age, and social status. Today, we have never-ending wars and battles because of the lack of resources in certain countries and the unstable desire by certain groups, the insatiable desires by certain groups to hoard and accumulate resources in their own hands. When all resources genuinely belong to people and are distributed evenly, conflicts and wars won't be needed. The concept of power in the creative society is absent. People directly participate in making decisions on key issues. You and I will decide how our communities and the world at large operate. You and I will determine what happens on our planet. Politicians will no longer supersede the vast potential of the people, and therefore, the people themselves will use their rights and talents for the benefit of the whole. And that's it. Just these 8 short, simple paragraphs describe everything that all people want. And you know what? If someone agrees with at least one of these principles, he is already a member of the creative society because it's what he wants. But if a person denies all 8 pillars, then he is so harmful and dangerous to society that something needs to be done about it. And you need to understand that creative society is a new format for bringing people together. It is not an organization, but an association of people based on the desire to live and live well, to live in safety and dignity, and to develop and prosper. A question is often asked, guys, who are you? Ask a counter question. Who are you? Whose interests do you represent? Your own. Isn't that so? And that's the meaning. That is the creative society, which serves everyone's interests. So, if we all decide we can start living like this within 5 years, let's tell everyone, let's create public support for this idea. Let's create electoral demand. Let's create a new reality.
Thank you so much, Wilkins. Absolutely agree with you. A creative society is the format in which each person's life, freedom, security, and well-being are the highest value, not on paper, but in the practice. A society where there is no power of one person over another, where people make decisions on key issues together without shifting the responsibility to a small group of people. In this model of society, all resources belong to a man by bartering water, gas, oil, electricity, natural resources. The possibility of the separation of resources is the same, hence is eliminated. This also prevents the domination of one person or group over the majority. Let's see what each person in the creative society will receive.
For several years, we have been informing about the creative society. The most frequent question we hear is, what will my life be like in the creative society? Friends, it's time to answer this question that concerns all of us. Make yourselves comfortable. We invite you to a wonderful world where the most valuable thing is human life. Your life. Living conditions, everyday life. Already in the transition period from the consumerist format of society to the creative one, each person will immediately be provided with accommodation of at least 60 square meters for a comfortable life. If you have a family of 5, you will live in a house or apartment of 300 square meters. This housing will be your property. It will not be subject to taxes and utility bills. As your family grows, your living space will expand. A consumer paradise will be created. The availability of free time, money, and a variety of quality goods and accessible products. And this is already in the transition period from a consumerist format to the creative society. Financial freedom. People will become financially independent starting from their birth. From the first day of the transition period to the creative society, all mortgages and loans will be written off. No more inflation. Prices for the same product or services will be the same all over the world. No more taxes on small and medium-sized businesses. No more taxes on individuals. You will receive a universal basic income of $10,000 every month. There will be no need to work in order to have a roof over your head and feed your family. In the creative society, you will always have confidence in your future. Do you want more money? There will be an opportunity to work doing what you love to do. Only 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. You will have a vacation at least 2 months a year. Do you want to work more because you get a buzz out of doing your job benefiting society? Go for it. You are always free to choose. All hard, dangerous, harmful, and monotonous work will be done by robots and automated systems. A human is not a slave to toil from morning till night for a penny. You will have time for yourself. You will be able to do things you really care about. Spend time with people you love. Develop yourself. Be creative. And travel to any part of the world without visas or restrictions. In the creative society, every day of your life brings only joy and pleasure. Environment. Production will be waste-free and completely environmentally friendly. Pesticides and chemicals will no longer be needed to grow products. Only tasty, healthy, and varied foods will always be on your table. You will be able to enjoy clean, fresh air wherever you go. You will be able to drink crystal clear water saturated with good microelements and minerals. In the creative society, we will restore the ecosystem of the planet, and we will be able to admire the purity of oceans and the beauty of pristine forests. The creative society is a world of harmony and beauty. Healthcare. Perfect health of every person is one of the priorities of the creative society. From the very beginning of the transition period, medical care will be free for everyone. Doctors will be paid for healthy patients. A patient will no longer be seen as a profitable client. Each medical center will be equipped with artificial intelligence that will incorporate the experience of all the best doctors in the world throughout history. The very approach in healthcare will change. It will become 90% preventative. And all this right away in the transition period. Now, in the creative society, new technologies will allow humanity to never get sick. Everyone will have an opportunity to significantly increase their lifespan. To date, these technologies are already being developed, but the consumerist format makes them inaccessible for us. A simple device installed in the shower cubicle will scan your body and will adjust your appearance according to your wishes. In the creative society, you'll be really healthy, completely free of charge. Education. You deserve a decent, high quality, and free education. Do you like to study? In the creative society, you can get as many degrees as you want. And you won't have to worry about earning a living because you'll have a universal basic income. From the first days of the transition period to the creative society, you can easily acquire a new profession if you wish to. Artificial intelligence will create an adaptive educational program for you according to your peculiarities. You can study anywhere in the world and at a time that suits you. The creative society is a world of knowledgeable and versatile personalities. Freedom. People will decide for themselves what rules and laws to live by and implement their decisions through voting on a unified platform. The highest value is human life. Everything will be built around the fundamental basis. The world's media will no longer be in private hands, but will belong to society as a whole. This means that they will no longer be able to manipulate public opinion for the profit of a few. The media will truthfully and holistically inform, educate, and inspire people. Safety. Already, in the transition period from the consumerist format to the creative society, the fate of people will no longer depend on the decisions made by a few individuals and on what those in power will agree among themselves. Society will create conditions in which wars, murder, theft, slavery, human trafficking, and drug trade will be impossible. Crime will completely disappear. The latest technologies will be implemented everywhere, which will help the Unified Emergency Service to work proactively to prevent accidents and crimes. You can easily let your child go to school or outside being completely sure about his safety. You'll be safe and secure at all times of day and night while returning home in the evening, going for a walk in the park, or going to a concert. The main danger, the threat of a global climate catastrophe, will be solved. Humanity will never again be threatened by climate disasters and wars. In the creative society, you and your family will be safe anywhere in the world. You will get all this starting from the first days of the transition period. And already, in the creative society, thanks to a replicator technology, you will be able to get everything you need. all kinds of food, clothes, household items, and much more. As fantastic as it may sound, most of the technologies we're talking about already exist. It's just that it's impossible to use them in a consumerist format. Beginning with the transition period, science and technology will be aimed at improving the quality of human life. Life must bring only joy and pleasure. The whole absurdity is that, despite having all the possibilities to live in the creative society already now, we continue to maintain the consumerist format. We can build the creative society peacefully, without struggle or confrontation, in the shortest possible time. There will be no more revolutions, except scientific and technological ones, which will be a permanent and natural phenomenon in the creative society. Tell your family, friends, neighbors, and acquaintances about this perspective. Share how beneficial and cool the creative society is for them. You and I are living in an amazing time, when within a short time we can move from the slave system of the consumerist format to the free and safe world of the creative society. Everything depends on you. If you want such a life, support the creative society and tell everyone about it.
Our life? A creative society is a format of social organization. At its core and the center of everything is the individual, its life and its benefits. That will require a reformatting of all spheres of our life. And there is a step-by-step plan for implementation of the creative society. And there are very specific stages. So let's learn about the stages of building a creative society, what actions have to be taken, and what is the goal of each stage is.
How do we know that building the creative society is possible? Because any normal person wants to live in the creative society and not in the consumerist format. The informational stage is essential, because if people don't learn about the creative society, there will be no politicians for whom they will vote. Such politicians will only appear when there is an electoral demand for the creative society. This is required to lawfully implement creative society values in our countries. Creative society is an actual working model. There is a clear plan and a strategy of its implementation. It consists of 3 stages of creative society formation. First stage, informational. Second stage, political. Third stage, world referendum. The strategy outlines specific activities to achieve the goal of each stage. In just 5 years, we will be able to move from the current consumer format to the creative society peacefully and lawfully. To make this happen, all people need to unite around the idea of the creative society as quickly as possible. Now we are at the first stage. The first stage of building the creative society is the informational stage. The goal of this stage is for majority of people in every country to support the transition to a creative society format. The objective of the informational stage is for every person on the planet to become aware that there is an alternative to the consumerist format in which we are struggling to survive. The alternative to the creative society. The alternative is the creative society. This stage is the most important one. What does it mean to inform about creative society? It means to talk about what prospects of a new quality of life it opens up for each person: safety, security, and high quality of life. It is essential to convey to each person that forming the creative society is a practical and feasible task, and we can build it in the shortest time frame, within 5 years. Today we will learn many interesting things about how life will be in the creative society. During the forum, we will discuss how to join the Creative Society project and what you can do right now. It is crucial to showcase your choice wherever possible. That's exactly how people will create a global electoral demand in their countries. This is exactly how we will demonstrate to politicians that we want to live in the creative format of society. The result of first stage of informing will be the creation of an electoral demand for the creative society. We are at this stage right now. We have calculated that if each person tells only 5 other people about creative society, we will accomplish the first of the 3 stages in only 2 weeks. When we achieve this result, we will be ready to move on to the next stage. The second stage of creative society formation is political. Here, we aim to implement the 8 pillars of the creative society into the constitutions of every country and enact the law about the electoral platform. We will use the existing legal framework. This new format of social organization should be secured on the legislative level. To build the creative society quickly and peacefully, we need to use politics as a tool. We will vote only for those politicians and only for those political parties that support the creative society and the 8 pillars. If there aren't any, we won't vote at all. Today, there are more and more decent people among politicians who understand everything. They support the creative society and the 8 pillars. If you and I vote only for those politicians and those parties that they build the creative society, other politicians have no electorate. Politicians always follow the electorate. If there is an electoral demand for a creative society, they will build it. Once our chosen politicians and political parties are in power, we will need to enact laws that will guarantee the realization of interests of every person. In the second stage of building a creative society, with politicians' help, we will achieve the following goals: adoption of 8 pillars of the creative society into the constitutions, enactment of the electoral platform law, enactment of the politicians' instant recall law. The first step that politicians will carry out at our request is to introduce the 8 pillars of the creative society into the constitutions and laws of the countries, according to the existing laws, in a legitimate and legitimate manner, without violation of the current laws, in an entirely peaceful way. The basis of all laws will be the 8 pillars of the creative society. That's why we say that the creative society is an absolutely peaceful scenario. Introducing the electoral platform law will give us back the power and the right to choose how we live. We will regain the right to make decisions through direct voting, without intermediaries. The role of politicians will be solely executive. Another essential step of the second stage is introducing the law about an instant recall of a politician if he doesn't perform or fails to fulfill the functions entrusted in order to form the creative society. The outcome of the second stage is the implementation of the 8 pillars into the constitutions of most countries in the world. After that, we can move on to the third and final stage, the vote referendum. At this stage, thanks to electoral platform, all people of the world will be able to accept the creative society as a unified form of social structure on the whole planet and establish the 8 pillars as a law by which all spheres of life of our society will finally begin to function.
Ignorantia juris non excusat. Ignorance of the law is no excuse from responsibility. Today, ignorance of the laws not only deprives us of a beautiful future, but can also deprive us of life. After all, we simply do not use our legal right to create an electoral request, and as a consequence, we put our fate in the dishonest hands of others. A creative society is an absolutely natural and necessary way to guarantee the realization of human rights, which today are declared in the legislation of any country, but are not actually realized. In order to guarantee these rights of every person, it is necessary to introduce a working legal mechanism into the legislation of all countries, not by breaking the current order, but by improving it. There is no need for any revolutions. It is evolution. A legitimate question arises: how to do it? Into the constitutions of all countries, it is necessary to introduce 8 foundations of the creative society and to pass the law on the electoral platform. The electoral platform is a society-owned electronic system, which is the only tool of initiation and adoption of laws and decisions by all people. It is also a unified legislative base. This is possible when a majority of the members of parliament support the creative society. And for this to happen, the majority of votes in the country needs to vote for those candidates who will pledge in their election programs to implement the 8 foundations into the Constitution and pass a law on the electoral platform. And now we come to the most important thing: the formation of a public request coming from the majority of citizens who have the right to elect public representatives and authorities. How to achieve such a majority among active voters? This is the main task of the first stage of building the creative society. The stage of informing. All people on the planet who have already heard about the creative society and want to live in it simply need to actively inform all people about the creative society. When the majority of the world's population actively supports the creative society, the remaining stages of its creation will proceed very quickly and easily, in accordance with the national legislation of each country. This is why the information stage is most important. That is, the formula is simple. First, we inform all people about the possibility of building a creative society. Then, voters choose only those politicians who support the creative society. And these politicians already implement 8 foundations of the creative society at the legislative level and pass the law on the electoral platform. With a form of government like a monarchy, things are even simpler. The monarch, by his decision, amends the constitution or simply adopts the 8 pillars of the creative society as the basic law of the state. It is important to remember that any monarch and any politician always depends on public demand. As we can see, we, all human beings, have the irrevocable right to decide what kind of society we will live in. And the creative society is the natural embodiment of people's decision. And its constitution is not a revolution. Construction is not a revolution, but an evolution which takes place in a legal way. The time has come to exercise this right. Thank you. Now back to our hosts.
Thank you, Robert. You're absolutely right. We, people, have the legal right to create an electoral request and to build the creative society. Still, people do not know about this right and therefore do not use it. In preparation for today's forum, we interviewed Ms. Christian Anderson, a member of the European Parliament from Germany. We invite you to watch a fragment of this conversation. Our first question is about the upcoming forum that we will have on November 12th. The name of our forum is Our Survival is in Unity. How important is the unification of people during this challenging time? And what is the role of people to make a long-lasting positive change in our society?
Well, the unity of the people is very important at this point, because what we have seen, especially in the last 2 years, how the rights of the people, civil rights, and inalienable rights, constitutional rights have been infringed upon. They have been taken away. They have been redefined into being privileges that a government can grant whenever they want to or withhold whenever they see fit. And this is not only happening in 1 or 2 or 3 countries, this has been happening all over the world. So it is of utmost important that people once again realize it is their democracy. They need to get involved. If they want things to change, they can make it happen, but they need to go and cast their votes and not stay at home. They need to take responsibility. Democracy is not a place where you simply go to sleep, because there was once said, when you sleep in a democracy, you will have a very rude awakening in a tyranny. You will always have a conflict of interest. Whoever has power, his aim is always to expand his power at the cost of the one he is overpowering. We do need to have institutions that have some kind of a governing power. Obviously, we do need this. But the key is there needs to be checks and balances. That is also a cornerstone of every democracy. The people need to realize they have the responsibility for their life, and they need to make their own decisions. Then they elect representatives who are supposed to implement the wish of the people. But what we're seeing now is the people are being dictated to by these elected representatives what their wishes have to be. And that is wrong on so many levels. So people need to realize we elect representatives and they are our employees and they have to do what we tell them. But nowadays, a lot of people think, well, they're the bosses and they tell us what to do. No, it's the other way around. And we need to get a clearer understanding once again of how democracy works. And it seems to be a pretty big problem right now.
Dobrý večer.
Good evening. Nowadays, human rights are declared in the legislation of every country, but as we can see, they are not actually implemented. Do we control our own lives? In our present consumerist format of society, can we stop wars, abolish inflation, or at least reduce our electricity and heating bills? We rightly cannot protect our own lives. Having food and heat at home has become a luxury for many people. We don't even have means to save the lives of our near and near people in the event of severe illness. All of us are unsure of tomorrow. Will anyone ask us what we want before they push the red button and bury us and all our dreams under the mushrooms of a nuclear war? The system of the consumerist format is arranged in such a way that the maximum we are entitled to is to choose who will make decisions for us. During elections, we basically give our rights for a pig in a poke. We give away not just our rights, but also our benefits at disposal of a few individuals whom we often do not even know. Meanwhile, at the international level, we have no opportunity whatsoever to directly defend our own interests at all. Do you know what it may be compared to? Imagine that you issue a general power of attorney for someone to use and dispose of your house, and the right to move people in and to sell, demolish, or rebuild the house without your consent. At the same time, you continue to live in this house. Everything that remains for us to do under the current system is to trust in the authorities and hope that they will solve our problems, or to express our discontent at mass meetings and demonstrations in the hope that we will be heard. Despite the existence of a huge number of laws, international treaties and agreements, society's problems will never be solved in the consumerist format. Because we, people, do not participate in making socially important decisions. Whether a war is needed or not, what taxes we will pay, and how natural resources should be used. Meanwhile, all of these issues directly affect our lives. This consumerist format of society, where power and money are at the core, has reached a dead end. But the situation can easily be changed, so that there is a decent life for everyone, not just a few individuals. In a legal and evolutionary way, we can implement the concept of the creative society, where a human is at the center. Self-government in society is one of the fundamental pillars of the creative society format. We can hear such a statement: the society is impossible without power. But how can we then explain, for example, people's self-organization and mutual help in emergency situations, when there are various disasters and catastrophes? People themselves will effectively solve all the pressing issues and tasks without waiting for any action from the clumsy system of government authorities. Moreover, without the involvement of civil society volunteers, the state is totally unable to solve the issues of providing people with everything they need. So, a fair question arises. Is it us who cannot do without the government, or is it the government that cannot do without us? Generally speaking, let's take a reasonable look. Why do politicians strive for the peak of power? In order to help us? Do they love us so much? Let's just not be naive. Everyone understands perfectly well that everyone strives for a better life. People whom we endow with power always pursue their own interests only, and the power of a few individuals inevitably leads us to inequality and exploitation. So what is self-government? Self-government in society is when we, as the entire community, decide by majority vote whether something should take place or not. You have to agree that it is actually natural and normal for every person to manage their own private life. Then why, when it comes to managing matters of public importance, on which our private lives depend even more, do we begin to think that someone knows better how we should live our lives? We people must have a voice in direct resolution of all publicly important, socially significant, economic issues that affect the quality of human life. This very principle is embedded in the eighth pillar of the creative society, the self-governing society. This pillar defines self-government as the absence of power and the right of every person to participate in managing society's affairs. Self-government means participation of people themselves in decision-making on the electoral platform. The electoral platform is an electronic system owned by society, which is the only tool for all people to initiate and adopt laws and decisions. And it is also a single legislative framework. Self-government doesn't mean that incompetent people will run the state. Yes, people make all decisions that affect their lives. Naturally, there should also be an executive apparatus to implement the decisions which people make. But those are merely executives, whom society hires and controls. Society can dismiss any executive who doesn't fulfill his obligations and replace him with another person at any moment. Self-government removes manipulation of legislation in favor of anyone's private interests. In the creative society, no one will be able to amend laws in the interests of individuals. Lobbying will cease to exist. Creative society removes conditions suitable for corruption because decisions will be made by people themselves. And it's impossible to bribe 8 billion at once. And it makes no sense to influence executives either with threats or with blackmail or with money, because they do not make crucial decisions. It's not within their competence. The electoral platform makes it possible to exercise public control to the fullest extent, and public funds will not end up in the pockets of a few individuals, as it happens nowadays. Everything is open and transparent, which is guaranteed by the fourth pillar of the creative society. On the electoral platform, each of us can vote for a decision that is important for him or her. And together, we will adopt the simplest and most convenient procedure for implementation of our rights and interests. People will really be able to quickly resolve their issues on the electoral platform without lengthy procedures, red tape, and bureaucracy. Therefore, self-government in society provides every person with the following: real equality without privileges, statuses, and immunities, an opportunity to initiate and participate in making key decisions. Point number 3, an ability to monitor implementation of decisions and receive reliable information about the state of affairs in society. Point number 4, stability and confidence in the future. In the creative society, thanks to self-government, authority is given back to a human, along with all the benefits that a human should have by birthright. Thank you very much for your attention.
Today, everyone claims that your future depends entirely on you. But is this really the case? Is your opinion always really considered? Not to mention that simply expressing your opinion today can be risky or life-threatening. If you want to change something in society, how realistic is it to do so? Yes, we can elect those who supposedly stand for the slogans that coincide with our desires. But when our elected politicians come to power, they embody something completely different. In fact, who are we in a consumer society? Rightless pack animals. Let's see how our lives will change in the creative society. The first and crucial difference is that in the creative society, your present and future will actually depend on your choices, and everyone's choice will improve everyone's life. Today, we have a representative democracy. That's when we elect representatives and hand over power to them, and they decide how we should live and manage our wealth, money, natural resources, and our lives. In the creative society, power will be in the hands of people themselves, and they will be able to directly exercise it by making decisions on the electoral platform, because people will become the legislative body. Every day, people will live more comfortably, more prosperously, and more securely, with full confidence in the future. For example, Anna, a woman of 38, a wife, mother of 2, and employee of a design company. She will have a direct impact on improving society without being a politician. How can this be implemented? With the help of up-to-date technology, a platform is created for considering initiatives, passing laws, and voting. Anna will install an app on her phone or tablet. The platform will allow you to solve absolutely all issues online. Now, Anna's opinion will actually matter. It will be taken into account immediately, since voting takes place right there on the platform in electronic format. The application will be easy to use, simple, and intuitive for everyone. Designed for user convenience and fully protected against the possibility of result falsification. The most important thing is that Anna will spend no more than 30 minutes a week to vote on the platform. She will be able to read the current agenda while sitting in a cafe while her children are playing sports. Simply ticking yes or no next to each question. The app will be available to every adult, regardless of location, gender, or technical ability. After all, every person matters in the creative society. It is absolutely possible to create such a platform, taking into account today's level of technical development.
Many effective developments are already being successfully tested in different countries. The use of such a platform will make it possible to get rid of unnecessary intermediaries and move to effective self-government. What is self-government? Self-government is, in fact, direct decision-making by the people. You will make the laws and decide which ones are acceptable to you and which ones are not. Any initiative to improve people's lives will be welcomed. The initiative can be local, state, or global. Experts develop and propose laws, options for solutions, and implementation of what people want. For example, Anna is a designer, so she decided to take the initiative to develop ergonomic and comfortable seating in public transportation in her country. You may be thinking right now, how am I going to make laws? How am I going to understand so much information? After all, I'm not a lawyer. But in fact, there will be very few laws to consider. They will be presented in a simple, clear form and with an obligatory explanation of how exactly it will affect your life. What will guarantee the efficiency of self-government? It's very simple. First, a law on the electoral platform must be passed. It will secure the right of the individual to make proposals and pass laws. It also legislates the electoral platform as a mechanism for implementing such a right. Thus, the individual participates directly without intermediaries in making decisions and laws. Putting the 8 foundations of the creative society into the Constitution and following them steadfastly guarantees the effectiveness of self-government. These are the most basic norms of human and social life. All other legislation must correspond to these norms. That is, it must not violate them. Thus, in the creative society, it would be impossible to make decisions that worsen a human situation or threaten his life, liberty, and security. For example, today, Anna decided to meet her friend after fitness and arrived at the restaurant 30 minutes earlier. She set aside this time in her calendar in advance to go to the electoral platform. She checked out what bills and initiatives were open for a vote. And in order to make a decision, she only needs to answer her own question. How much will this improve my life? And give the answer, yes or no. Won't Anna figure out what's good for her? Of course she will. For example, Anna had 2 bills on the ballot to allow houses to be built at the water's edge or not. The main point of each bill will be briefly and clearly stated with all the explanations for and against. The first bill suggests building houses not closer than 200 meters from the shore, taking into account the preservation of the environment. It also provides for a free passage to the water body with a public beach. The second bill suggests building right by the water. In this case, only a few people get the opportunity to have a house with access to the water, which means there will be no public access to the body of water. Besides, it would harm the environmental balance. Which option do you think Anna will choose? In this way, people will be interested in making their own decisions because it will affect the improvement of their lives. Of course, all the complex issues must be worked out by specialists. Any initiative is first considered from the point of view, how will it affect a person's life? Simple and clear expert offers are developed. You may ask, how will implementation be controlled? It will be simple, transparent, and will be carried out on the same electoral platform. All those who have power over us now, in other words, politicians, will be responsible doers in the creative society, and nothing more than that. They will have no privilege, no exemptions, and no immunity. The law will work the same for everyone. If they fail, they will be subject to recall at any time. When a politician loses power, he automatically becomes a doer. He becomes an employee who is hired by us the people, and as customers, we can terminate the contract with the employee at any time. The introduction of modern technology, including artificial intelligence, will eliminate corruption and bureaucracy once and for all. There will be complete transparency in the appointment of executives, transparency in the movement of funds, and implementation of projects. All this will be controlled by society through the electoral platform. How will issues be dealt with at the international level, you ask? There will no longer be an international level. Humanity will become a united people. Everywhere, in any part of the world, there will be one law, one time zone, and decent living conditions for everyone. Now we are divided into countries, nationalities, states. In the creative society, national culture, history, and traditions will be preserved, but at the same time will be united. All this will rule out wars and any conflicts. A united civilization opens up a new phase in the evolution of humanity and prospects for rapid development. The creative society is a bright future for every person and for the entire humanity.
You know, per week, and vote for that will improve my life. I like that it will be accessible and understandable for everyone, even older people. It is truly an evolutionary concept that we can all understand and use. The most exciting part is that my voice finally matters, that I can decide for myself instead of choosing between two evils like we do right now. I really like the changes that we make and the benefits that everyone will receive. This is a true unity. Finally, we can build a wonderful world for everyone. And I do not need to blame or complain about some politician with his empty promises. I am in charge now. I am now building a bright future for my kids and not just dreaming about it. I also like that politicians can be easily recalled if they do not deliver on their promises. The power will belong to the people, and a regular person like me can become responsible for a social project, propose ideas, and see them come to life. Who knows better than us how to improve our own lives, right? Finally, we will know where our money is going. The transparency will allow us to monitor all projects, salaries, as well as public investments. And it will be impossible to conceal money anywhere because the fourth pillar of the creative society guarantees transparency and openness of information for all people. It is our right to make our own decisions, plan our lives, and be in control of our own destiny.
Ďakujem, Roy. Je našim
Thank you,
právom.
Roy. We have the right to make our own decisions, to plan our own lives, and to manage our own destiny. But along with this right, there comes a responsibility and a desire to act. And right now, we can all together see the results of people's choice and their volunteer work. I am honored to present and invite you all to watch a music video with a song that it's a gift for the forum from all the participants of the Creative Society project from Slovakia. Its title is Unity, which accurately describes the essence of the Creative Society project. Participants from the Czech Republic, Kazakhstan, United Arab Emirates, and Russia took part in creating this music video. When people are willing, they can do what seems to be impossible. The same happened when this song was created. Its authors, who starred in the music video themselves are not professionals. They are people who came together with a common goal to create a song for the forum and for the creative society. This video also depicts our common journey to the creative society. The beginning is dark and hopeless, just like our society today. But in the distance, so we can see the light and those people who were the first to understand the idea of the creative society without hesitation. They go forward, and some of them even run to implement this idea, because in the creative society, darkness will dissipate and we will be able to start living and developing our potential. Okay? That's enough words. Let's get inspired.
There is a different way.
beautiful song. Big thanks to the participants of the Creative Society from Slovakia for such a gift. Dear friends, this is another example of what can be done at the informational stage and what outstanding projects volunteers can accomplish when they come together. I want to remind you that we are now at the most crucial step of building of the Creative Society, the informational step. It's the simple, small steps that are the most valuable today. Right now, during the live broadcast, you can write to a friend or send them a link to the broadcast or the recording, which will be available in 150 languages today after the broadcast on the Creative Society platform.
Hey, earlier today, we heard that we have all the legal basis for building the Creative Society. Now, let's focus on the economic system. And trust me, the question of how the economy will work to provide all the benefits for every human being comes up a lot. So this is what we will talk about right now. The information you're about to hear is very important. It is life-changing and will be presented for the first time. So please pay attention as we explore how our economic system will function. So the ultimate goal of the economic system in the Creative Society is to bring everyone to the same best possible standard of living. And we are talking about the highest quality of medical care, education, housing, food, clothing. Everyone will have the best of everything according to the strictest quality standards. So imagine a stable economy with no crisis, no fear for tomorrow, and the entire population of the planet with stable income, meaning everyone has great purchasing power and time to enjoy the products and services.
To achieve this goal, the economic system needs a complete overhaul, which will happen in 2 stages. First, we need to transition from our current economic model to the economy of the Creative Society. This transition period will last for about 5 years. A very important change will be the introduction of a unified monetary unit created by a single World Bank that belongs to and is operated by society. The key element of the new economic model will be that every human being will receive a monthly unconditional basic income equivalent to $10,000. This will create a high purchasing power for each member of society and ensure a steady demand for goods and services, which, in turn, will create conditions for the growth and development of enterprises. An important condition that will be fulfilled immediately when we transition to the new system is the cancellation of all debts of countries and individuals. From that point on, it will be forbidden to lend money at interest. If you need money, you take it and pay back exactly the same amount.
And with the help of AI, the economy will be planned by and for the benefit of society as a whole. Global demand will be formed by people themselves and analyzed by artificial intelligence, which will be able to predict the required volume of production of food, goods, and services to provide each person anywhere in the world with everything necessary. This will ensure the most optimal allocation of resources and production volumes at the planetary level. The demand for all goods and services will always be available online and accessible to everyone. For example, you want to start a business and inquire about opportunities in a field of your choice. The AI gives you a prediction about the current and projected requirements for this industry, and you choose what you can do will have a guaranteed demand. All new technologies will belong to society and will be fully accessible to any business. This will make it possible not only to automate the processes of production and economic activity of companies, but also to create conditions for improving the quality of products and services. Another important change: prices will be fixed from the beginning of the transitional period. Specialists, with the help of AI, will calculate optimal prices for all goods and services, taking into account logistics and production costs. It will not be possible to increase the prices, only to decrease them, all while maintaining or improving the quality. And prices for the same goods and services will be the same anywhere in the world. Automation and new technologies will make it possible to work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, all while having a high level of earnings. No matter how much a person works, they will continue to be paid the basic income every month. There will be an incentive for everyone to work, to live an even better life. To give you an example, everyone is provided with great quality housing of 60 square meters per person. So a family of 4 lives in an apartment of 240 meters. If I want to have a house of 500 square meters, I can work to earn more and buy a bigger house. Then you come to visit and see that we live in a 500 square meters house, while you and your family live in a 240 meters apartment. Well, you already want to work and to live in a house like ours. And no matter where in the world you choose to live and work, professionals with the same qualifications will be paid the same high wage for the same job all over the world. This would eliminate labor migration and the difficulties associated with it. So let's do a quick recap. A single World Bank owned and controlled by the society, single unified monetary unit, fixed prices, and no interest on loans completely removed the possibility of inflation and crisis in the economy. We no longer need to seek for balance between supply and demand, between the amount of money in circulation and the goods and services on the market.
If today competition is built on money, on price reduction, in the transition period, companies will compete on quality. Fixed prices, no interest on loans, a unified monetary unit, no inflation, and full access to new technologies give businesses enough room to improve quality and make good profits. All these factors will create conditions for healthy competition and will stimulate the production of higher quality products. This, in turn, will ensure a high standard of living for everyone. In the creative society, conditions will be created in which corruption and the influence of individuals on politics and economy will be impossible. For this purpose, a limit on personal wealth will be introduced, meaning that there will be a limit on the maximum wealth per family. We will determine this limit together as a society. Let's say $10 million. Such a fortune is more than enough for a comfortable, rich life, but not big enough to start a war. The world's resources, strategic industries, and life-supporting enterprises will belong to the entire world community, including the mining industry, energy production, the financial system, the development of new technologies, healthcare, the production of medicine and medical equipment, and last but not least, large agricultural enterprises.
At a certain point in time, after preparing all the necessary conditions and having created the new economic framework, we will choose a date on which the new economy of the transitional period to the creative society will start. At this point, the currencies existing in different countries will be exchanged for the new unified monetary units. The exchange will be made taking into account the wealth limit. If the savings exceed the maximum threshold set by society, the rest of the money is not exchanged. At the same time, all debt will be nullified, prices will be fixed, and unconditional basic income will begin to be paid to each person.
Many of you are probably wondering right now, where are we going to get the money in the new model of the economy to pay everyone an unconditional basic income of $10,000? Before we answer this question, let's understand what money actually is. We use money as a medium of exchange to facilitate the purchase of goods and services. It doesn't matter whether it's made of metal, paper, or it's just numbers on a screen. For centuries, gold and silver have been used as money. But as time passed, people came up with the idea of depositing their gold in a bank and getting a receipt stating that the bank owed them that amount of gold. These receipts, or banknotes, were used as money. This system was called the gold standard. But after the 1970s, the gold standard was abandoned altogether. Governments around the world decided that money would no longer be backed by gold. And now money is not backed by anything. Once the value of money was determined by gold, but now it is backed only by our trust. Money is simply an agreement.
Anyway, in a world where you have to pay for everything, we depend on money. And people spend most of their lives trying to make money. And for money, we are willing to do what we are told. Whoever has the money has the power. More money, more power. In the consumer format of society, money is the key instrument of power. And this instrument has a master. So, who is the master of money today? In today's financial system, money is created by the central banks of countries, although these banks do not always belong to countries. In the United States, for example, the central bank is the Federal Reserve. But did you know that the Fed is owned by private bankers? But more interesting, over 90% of the money is created digitally by the private banking sector. So most of the money in the world is private. It is owned by someone. It does not belong to the government. It is private property. And there are trillions of dollars in private hands at the moment. And that's the root of the problem. Money belongs to a small group of people, not society. And no matter how we try to earn it, money always goes back to its owners.
But here's the good news. Economics is not an exact science. There is not a single law in economics like the law of gravity in physics. In economics, there are no axioms or postulates. Economics is simply an arrangement between people. And that means that we can change it. We're used to thinking that money belongs to someone else. It is public, international, or private. But in the creative society, the money will belong to society itself. As we said earlier, there will be a single world bank that will be owned and controlled by society. The function of this bank will be to create and redistribute money for the needs of society. A new single unified monetary unit will also be created. With its introduction, other currencies will cease to exist and all savings and income will be exchanged for them. Private banks will no longer be able to create money, as there will be no more private banks. We will decide by ourselves, as a society, how much money we need to create to provide each person with an unconditional basic income, quality housing, development of medicine and education, and improvement of our lives. We can create as many trillions as we need, and they will be all ours. And they can get kept on our common account if we don't need them. The key point is that it's very important to understand that this money will not be subject to inflation, because in the economy of the creative society, prices are fixed all over the world and cannot be raised. Prices will no longer depend on the amount of money in circulation, and the value of money will be maintained. And we must understand that keeping money in circulation is a temporary necessity during the transition to the creative society. It's also crucial to understand that a creative economy is a harmonious global economic system. The economic principles we've just discussed can work only together, everywhere around the world. Only one or some of the creative economic principles will not work independently of each other.
And during this transitional period, we will be able to rebuild our economy, develop and make available to everyone new technologies in energy, science, healthcare, ecology, food, and other products. This will enable us to move on to the next stage, the creative economy. This is a completely different world, a world of new, unlimited, accessible to everyone, and free energy. It is a world of new technologies for the production of good and food through the control of elementary particles. This world will no longer need money. In the creative society, each of us will be rich, confident in the future, and free to live the life each of us wants.
The cornerstone of an efficient economy and a prosperous life is, of course, the availability of energy. It has become like air or water. We need it to live. But the naked truth is that today, energy is just a commodity used for making profit and increasing the power of a few who control it. The energy supply is being optimized to increase profit instead of covering for our needs. Let's watch the next video on how absurd and dangerous we have agreed to organize and manage this vital resource at the potential expense of our future.
Energy is the basis of our life. Energy is food, water, sanitation, communication, heat, and mobility. Energy is the basis for all our production. The development of energy leads society towards technological progress. Without energy, our society cannot exist. But what is going on today? We are already experiencing an energy crisis.
It is really scary, because as soon as I go out, now after 2 hours I'll come in and it's already £2, and you're thinking, I'm not cooking, I'm not doing anything.
And how does that make you feel?
It makes you really anxious.
So you've really got down to thinking in detail about every electrical appliance you've got?
Yeah.
Whether you can switch
which one works more, which one doesn't.
Normally, if we have like every year like 10% extra cost, it's not a problem, but it's now like 10 times more than 2 years ago. It's crazy. In this way, if nobody can survive. No company, no people with a household, nobody.
In many countries in Europe, in America, and Canada, electricity prices have risen by 30 to 50% and led to a spike in the prices for all goods. People are no longer able to pay their energy bills. To date, even in civilized Europe, people are stocking up on firewood. In some countries, even private clinics have to be closed. In Europe, farmers are shutting down winter production of vegetables and greens because it is too expensive to maintain the necessary conditions in greenhouses. Even storing crops has become unprofitable because of higher energy prices. Farmers are forced to destroy their crops. This means that we will not see our usual vegetables, fruits, and greens on store shelves this winter.
All the prices are going up more and more. Today we have to pay 300% more for fertilizers and fuel than a year ago.
Suppose we stop working, then everything stops altogether. What do we have to do then? Just work losing our money and constantly asking for help and money to keep working. It's a vicious circle.
Why don't you turn on the air conditioner at home?
I can't afford the electricity bills. The city folks get salaries. We farmers don't.
The production of meat and dairy products is totally dependent on electricity. Rising prices for this resource create a spike in the prices for meat and dairy products and can create a shortage of these products in stores. It is not only producers of agricultural products who suffer. Even hospitals are at risk of being left without power. For example, the hospital in Naples received an €11 million electricity bill. Factories have to reduce production or shut down completely. To date, many countries are already preparing for reduced electricity consumption. Shutdowns and partial shutdowns of production facilities and businesses are being planned. This, in turn, will lead to higher prices and shortages of products and other goods all over the world. Imagine coming to the store tomorrow and seeing half-empty shelves. Moreover, you just won't be able to afford what's left on the shelves. Perhaps this is one of the reasons for the famine that we are promised from the high tribunes. So, why are electricity prices rising all the time? Governments are making huge investments in energy development. In 2022, this amounted to $710 billion. This year, energy funding amounted to $2.5 trillion. Of that, almost $1.5 trillion went to green energy development. The net income of the world's oil and gas producers has doubled in 2022 to more than $4 trillion. Money from our taxes goes to the development of the energy industry. But every day, energy is becoming more expensive and unaffordable for us. The reason is that energy today is a business like any other, and people just make money on it. Electricity is a commodity. It is sold and bought on the energy market. Any company, private or state-owned, has the goal of making as much profit as possible. One and the same megawatt an hour can be resold several times, and each time the price will increase. The more times that the megawatt an hour of energy is sold on the market, the more expensive the electricity will ultimately be for us. This is what creates such an increase in electricity prices for people and factories. We pay for the profits of the energy industry enterprises in every bill, and on top of that, taxes on the development of green energy are added to our energy bills. Green energy also has a significant impact on price growth. Its tariff is the most expensive, but the rules of the energy market oblige us to buy green energy in full. We are being persuaded that the transition to green energy will reduce CO2 emissions and save the world. Instead, we are no better off than before. We have spent trillions of dollars on free solar and wind power, while electricity prices have skyrocketed. We are shutting down nuclear power plants, thermal power plants, and are trying to switch to green energy. But even if we cover the entire surface of the planet with solar panels and wind turbines, the energy they will produce won't be enough. Has it only now dawned upon us that the sun doesn't shine at night and the wind doesn't blow all the time? In such conditions, power outages are unavoidable. That's why we can't give up conventional power plants, but for some reason we have imposed an additional tax on all hydrocarbon energy, and we are paying 3 times the price for it. In fact, we haven't switched to green energy. We have just added an unnecessary and unreliable source and only increased the costs in our bills. So it turns out that we ourselves pay for the creation of inefficient and expensive energy. The absurdity is that in our world, energy is a commodity. It belongs to a few and is a tool of power, political influence, and manipulation of people. In a normal human society, resources must belong to all people, and energy must be free and available anywhere in the world. When we come home in the evening, each of us wants to turn on the light, air conditioning, take a hot shower, watch TV, charge the phone, and make dinner. We are used to taking it for granted. But even now, many of us can't afford it. And these are not temporary difficulties. We are destroying the existing stable system of energy supply. And instead of waking up and seeing the dire consequences of what we have come to, we are told to simply consume less energy, to give up traveling, home comforts, and even food. Wouldn't it be easier for us to move straight into a cave, or better yet, straight into a grave, so as not to emit extra CO2, which, by the way, has nothing to do with climate change. Extreme climatic conditions will worsen. Our civilization simply will not survive without reliable energy sources during this period. This year's record-breaking droughts, floods, tornadoes, and extreme temperatures are just the beginning of climate disasters, and we are already feeling the effects of power plant shutdowns and lack of energy. In times of climate change, we rely on weather-dependent energy sources despite the fact that they are the most vulnerable to climate change. Within just an instant, there could be a total collapse of the energy system. De-energized cities will be left without water, food, light, transport, and communications. It is obvious that further transition to green energy would be a fatal mistake of humankind. At a time of climatic disasters, it is vital that we create reliable energy sources that are powerful and independent of weather conditions. The ability of our society to survive is inextricably linked to a stable energy supply. But as long as this vital field is privately owned and one can make money out of it, it is unable to serve us, people. Stable energy sources already exist today, but they can only be implemented if we choose the creative format of society.
Dear viewers, each one of us understands today more than ever that our life is impossible without energy. And at the same time, we're experiencing an energy crisis in many countries, as energy prices are skyrocketing, up to 60% for household consumers and up to 200% for non-household consumers. For many years, this was due to the transition to the so-called green energy, which should have been developed to eliminate the use of hydrocarbons, at least in theory, while we were paying for the solutions directly out of our family budgets. Now we're confronted with geopolitical problems, while we keep paying more and more for energy. The energy prices have already become a threat to people's subsistence. It is not the first time we're talking about this. In the previous conferences, we have already warned that the existing framework will lead to an energy crisis created artificially. And what do we see today? Nuclear power plants are already considered green in the European Union. The so-called green energy business is no longer interesting and is gradually being given up. The key point is that we have made a business out of the most important resource for every person, energy. In the consumer format of society, energy is a commodity for which we have to pay. By raising the price of energy and restricting access to it, energy is used as an instrument to artificially create asymmetries, to separate, control, and manipulate us. While, in fact, much more efficient, environmentally friendly, and safe technologies already exist today. These include small modular reactors, fast neutron reactors, thermonuclear fusion, and many others. And a completely different technology is already in use: fuel-free generators, or FFGs. It is an open system that allows the production of inexhaustible, clean, free energy from the surrounding space. FFGs will change the entire structure of the energy sector and enable everyone to remain autonomous with no risk of a blackout. However, in our consumer format, the introduction of technologies that will make energy unlimited and free of charge would not be beneficial for us. This sounds like a paradox. So how can this be? If we assume that we could generate inexhaustible, clean, and free energy starting today, we would not be able to use it in our daily lives, because the energy sector would disappear and millions of people would lose their jobs. This would lead to an unprecedented crisis and a total collapse of the worldwide economy. This is the absurdity of our current economic system. But the trouble is that exactly this economic system is already leading us to a collapse. Because of skyrocketing energy prices, millions of people are already faced with choosing between buying food, paying the energy bill, or paying for health insurance. So one way or the other, as of today, we're moving towards an unprecedented energy and economic crisis, because energy, although a basic resource, is mainly used for making private profits. But who decided that energy should be used for profit? Energy is like air or water. All people need it. Energy is just a basic human right. Therefore, in order to improve our lives, to become truly prosperous, we need to make sure that we all benefit from the introduction of new technologies for generating energy. But this is possible only by changing the framework of our lives. Today, we reach the point where we have everything we need to move to this format, the format of the creative society. In the creative society, all strategic and life-supporting industries will belong to society. Energy is one of them. It will no longer be an instrument of profit for a few or an instrument for manipulation. After all, energy is a resource that rightfully belongs to people. Therefore, in line with the goal of the creative society, we will be able to provide inexhaustible and free of charge energy to every home and every business. But already in the transition to the creative society, thanks to the new economic model optimized by artificial intelligence, we will be able to plan the production and provision of energy required by all 8 billion people on Earth. Energy will be free of charge for consumers because it will belong to people. We will not have to pay for the energy itself, its generation, or distribution. While the people working in the energy sector will all receive high salaries on top of the unconditional basic income. All of this is possible due to the unlimited financing provided by society to strategic industries. How much money do we spend today for energy? Imagine how much of our personal budget will be freed up when energy becomes free. And we will be able to spend this available budget on goods and services we cannot afford today. In the transition period to the creative society, we will still use all types of power plants we have today: hydro, wind, solar, thermal, nuclear, including small modular reactors, fast neutron reactors, and so on. Because we will need all forms of energy available to ensure a stable energy supply, grow the economy, and enable breakthroughs in technology. At the end of the transition period, when the new global economy will have been optimized and it will have reached its goal, namely, to ensure a decent standard of living for everyone. It will be possible for literally everyone to use FFGs. This will mark the beginning of the creative society. In the creative society, the universal availability of such a technology will allow us to step into a new era of energy. Everyone will enjoy unlimited energy at home, at work, when traveling, anywhere, anytime. And when energy is free, people become free.
Power industry, this is something which without our civilization cannot exist. But how much efforts do we invest and what factors do we depend on to produce and generate power for our well-being?
Hydrocarbon energy. Nuclear power. Hydroelectric power.
Green energy. What's happening, guys? The forest shut down again? Right now, we are totally dependent on our planet's non-renewable resources or weather conditions for our power industry. In the pursuit of producing more power, we are destroying nature. Also, we are jeopardizing our own lives. Is this the limit of our dreams and technological capabilities? We need a new technological leap, and we are able to do it now, but only on one condition. First, let's understand how realistic such a leap is and what benefits each person would gain from it. Fuel-free generators, what are they? Let's start by comparing them with traditional generators.
Internal combustion engines and nuclear reactors require a constant supply of fuel to convert thermal energy into electricity. Green energy requires winds or clear skies. Gasoline and nuclear fuel are finite. The sun, wind, and water are unstable, whereas engines based on these operating principles have low efficiency. What does this mean? For example, an engine has combusted 100 megajoules of fuel, and from this energy, the engine has delivered 30 megajoules into the mechanism for operation. Thus, the efficiency will be 30%. The remaining 70% of the energy will be lost as heat to the surrounding space.
The efficiency of traditional energy sources is extremely low.
Efficiency of thermal power plants, up to 43%. Efficiency of internal combustion engines, up to 40%. Efficiency of nuclear power, up to 35%. Efficiency of solar panels, up to 22%.
Even if we go to the most efficient hydroelectric power plant, we can see that its efficiency is no more than 85%. And at the same time, we lose most of this energy while we are transporting it to the end consumer. Because it's impossible for us to implement and put hydroelectric power plant in every home. But it's very possible for us to equip every home with an FFG. The fuel-free generators requires energy only for its startup, and then it operates autonomously. which means the efficiency of fuel-free energy is greater than 100%. Thus, FFG is not a perpetual motion machine, since it requires an input of energy, but a smaller amount than what energy it can produce. An obvious question arises: how energy then would be generated if no fuel required for that?
We know from the school physics class that according to the law of energy conservation, we can't get more network output than we had spent on it. But this law only works in a closed systems, whereas FFG is an open system and it receives energy from the surrounding space. Scientists of the Russian Academy of Sciences experimentally confirmed that, for example, during the operation of magnetic FFGs, the space around the generator does not heat up but cools down. Instead, there are many myths and fakes around this technology that discredit the very existence of FFGs. Someone tries to make money from selling fake devices. Real inventors are being intimidated and even physically eliminated. Many developments were stolen or destroyed. Why is this happening? Energy is not only a tool of manipulation, but also a tool of political influence. It brings billions of dollars in profits for energy corporations, which will be gone instantly with the implementation of FFGs. Consequently, their power over us, those who buy energy and depend on this resource, will disappear too.
However, despite all the obstacles, we have working devices from officially recognized inventors. Let's take a look at some of these developments.
Magnetic generator. Its original inventor is considered to be John Searle, who used custom-made magnets in his machines. Since 2019, based on a similar technology by the inventor, Dennis Danzig, a US company has been supplying power to its customers using plants with a capacity of up to 25 kilowatts.
Since 2019, it's no longer science fiction. Only those who are far from science and do not monitor new technologies laugh on FFGs as a fiction. Therefore, those who make fun at FFGs themselves gave a fun on others. Let's continue.
A whole range of fuel-free generators was developed in Ukraine. The principle of operations of these generators was based on a looped electromagnetic gun, a pulse power system. For example, one of the systems produced 25 kilowatt of free energy on a conventional generator with an input of 3 kilowatt. The efficiency is 833%. Gravity generators. In one type of such machines, the pneumohydraulic principle is used. The generator runs on the buoyant force of water according to Archimedes' law. The output of such units depend on their size. The most famous generator of this type is called kinetic power plant. It is also known as Roche generator. Such generators are produced by a German company which has branches in Mexico, Serbia, Switzerland, and Colombia. According to official expertise, the compressor of the generator of one of its units consumes 4.5 kilowatt, while a generator itself produces 11 kilowatt of electricity. That is, the efficiency is more than 200%. How much is that? Is a typical country home power consumption. 6 kilowatts per hour. Radio wave generators. Their inventor is Maxwell Chikumbutso from Zimbabwe. He is called the African Tesla. A very compact African technology made it possible not only to create a free energy generator, but also to upgrade a car so that it could move without fuel or recharging. As a result, even a helicopter was upgraded. Recently, the inventor presented a very small 500-watt power generator. Its output allows you to power a widescreen TV from free energy. And there are dozens of less-known inventions in different countries. In the USA, Malaysia, Georgia, India, Turkey, Japan, Uzbekistan, Mexico, New Zealand, and many other countries, there are research teams developing fuel-free generators.
How is that, you may ask, and how it's possible to launch these technologies? How inventors are still alive and their generators are not yet been destroyed?
That's because they get energy for free and sell it to consumers for money. While the generators themselves cost crazy money, the percentage of people currently receiving energy from these systems is negligible compared to all of humanity. Therefore, FFGs that are actually working now are in no way helping all people to become energy independent.
So why isn't this amazing technology available for everyone in the world? Because we are living in a consumerist format of society.
If FFGs are introduced all over the world without changing the format of society, then this will result in a big disaster. Millions of people will lose their jobs. Everyone who is involved in the power industry, from CEOs to janitors. This will inevitably lead to a collapse of the economic system, growth of unemployment, poverty, crime, and chaos. But when we gradually change the consumerist format to a creative one, then a new economic system will allow us to introduce FFGs everywhere. All power plants, factories, mines, dams, oil pipelines that harm the environment and pose a threat to people will be shut down. We will use hydrocarbons more efficiently instead of just burning them. While people working in the energy sector, just like every person on the planet, will be provided with a universal basic income, they will be able to easily shift into any other field of activity, being protected and well provided by the society.
So let's see how the world will be like in the creative society after the introduction of the FFGs in all the spheres of life.
Humanity will have a source of free, stable, safe, and environmentally friendly energy. We don't pay for it anymore. No more energy bills and utility bills. Each home will have its own compact autonomous generator of electricity and heating. This will make us independent from the centralized energy system, which is very important in the period of escalating climate disasters. Cars will no longer need to be refueled, and we will not be limited in traveling anywhere in the world. Fuel-free generators will be installed not only in houses and cars, but also in helicopters, airplanes, ships, and space stations. Robots and automatic systems that do all the hard work will be powered with an uninterrupted energy supply of the necessary capacity. Our planet will become free of the wires and pipelines that entangle it.
Free energy is one of the conditions for the transition of a civilization for a new evolutionary stage. During this transition period of creative society, energy will be available and free for everyone, everywhere inside the world. If you want FFG to be installed in your house and in your car, support creative society and tell your friends about it.
I think the above video was very clear and it truly emphasizes the importance of free energy. We have seen there are a variety of energy sources, and what impresses me the most is the number of alternative potential energy resources that are currently available to all of us. Free energy is not only possible, it's already here. Many scientists and inventors like Nikola Tesla and John Searle have already scientifically proven the existence of free energy and brought their proof to the mainstream. Free energy is a freedom for humanity, a birthright given to all of the living beings. By using this technology, we'll be free from the ties of the consumerism in the form of gas and energy bills. Free energy gives us the opportunity to produce it in unlimited quantities, with the only limit being our imagination. Can you envision the beauty of this dream world? It's not only a dream, it's our reality. It's up to us to choose. And from the bottom of my heart, I wanted to say thank you to everyone who has made a choice to be part of the Creative Society family. I'm beyond blessed to be part of this family.
Free energy is the solution to many problems in society. The fact that we will have access to free energy already in the transition to the creative society will allow us to use new technologies. It will help to solve such a global problem as the food crisis. This problem is affected by two factors. One of them is like One of them is economic, which will be solved by the new economic model of the creative society. In the creative society, there will be no poverty, no crisis, no inflation, and consequently, no hunger. Stop. With the new technologies and access to free energy, we can solve the problem of hunger completely. And already during the transition to the creative society, regardless of the climate situation, the solution is vertical farms. I would like to introduce our distinguished guest, Dr. Dixon Despommier, Emeritus Professor of Microbiology and Public Health at Columbia University. Dr. Despommier has also lectured on the concept of vertical farming at many leading universities in the United States. In 2010, he published his widely acclaimed book, Vertical Farm, Feeding the World in the 21st Century. Dr. Despommier, the floor is yours.
First of all, let me thank you for inviting me to share my views with you. Everywhere, no matter where you go in the world, everybody has to pay for food. That's a basic commodity that's absolutely essential. In most places, people also have to pay for water. Water is another basic commodity that is not equally distributed. So the biggest question is, why do we do that? And the answer is easy. It's called greed. Greed is the biggest driver for accumulating wealth. And why do we do it? Because with money there comes power. With power, you can tell people what to do, and they will do it. And so you can even get more power that way. There's too much wealth in too few people's hands and not enough wealth in everybody else's hands. And it's about resources, and it's about your right as a human being, basically. Food, water, energy, housing, clothing. So let's take a long view now of vertical farming. First, let's just talk about the advantages. One is that you can grow food anywhere in the world, as long as you have water. Indoor farming uses so much less water than outdoor farming, and there are many reasons for that, but the major reasons are that all the water is recycled through the plants indoors. And so that you use 70% less water if you farm indoors, 70%. Right now, of all of the available fresh water on the planet, 70% of that is used to farm. And then it's no longer available. That's sheer stupidity. We are just not thinking about how to do it the right way when we know that there's a different way. So the different way is to use less water to get the same amount of food. And so basically that's what indoor farming is. Now, I can have food all year round. Okay, so you take that idea and then scale it up. You've got the same plant as you have outdoors, only the big difference is the rate of growth is much more robust and faster indoors than it is outdoors, because you can control all of the conditions that this plant needs in order to grow. Temperature, humidity, oxygen levels, CO2, all of that can be controlled. There's a farm not far from here in Kearney, New Jersey called Bowery Farms. They have 5 people that work in this farm. 5 people. It's all done automatically. They have, artificial intelligence that is surveying the crops for diseases, growth rates, when to harvest, how to package. It's automated. The whole goddamn thing is automated. So it's really crazy why we are not doing it, right? A lot of people say, you know, a lot of what we grow ends up as animal food. Well, why don't we grow that inside also? We can do it, but I think if you started with farming and allowed people to have enough food, everybody, then there would be a lot less fighting, because most of the fighting is done for territory. Now, imagine all of a sudden, everybody could have wheat. Everybody could have rice. Everybody could have barley. Everybody could have whatever you'd like. Everything will grow indoors that grows outdoors. Everything. Everything. Remember why we said there are a third of the world starving? Because they can't afford to buy food. So why is it that we only grow the food indoors that we can make the most money from? And that's the question. The question is, why do we grow just leafy green vegetables? And the answer is because they grow fast, there's a demand, and we can charge a premium price for them. Why don't governments subsidize indoor farming? So that they will be encouraged to grow potatoes and celery and all the other crops that we would like to be eating that we don't have access to, because they won't grow them because they don't get enough money for them. And if that ever happened, if the world ever got together and said, you know, there should never be a least developed country, at least in terms of food. It's a human right. When you're born, it's your right to get food. It's not a privilege. It's a right of birth. And so, and I firmly believe that.
Thank you, Professor, for this information. Dear viewers, as Professor said, we have the capabilities and technology to feed the entire population on the planet. Let's look at these technologies that will allow us to produce enough products and food for all people anywhere in the world and even in the space. And let me just remind you that this will already be possible in the transition period to the creative society.
Today, we can easily solve the problem of hunger using technologies that already exist. One remarkable example is vertical farms. The main differences between vertical farms and traditional greenhouse facilities are that they allow for growing on multiple levels and in a fully controlled indoor environment. Several technologies are used in vertical farms. 1. Hydroponics, growing plants in an artificial environment without soil. 2. Aeroponics, growing in an airy environment without soil. 3. Aquaponics, a technology that combines hydroponics and aquaculture, fish farming. So, we see that the soil is not used. There are no insects. There is no need to use pesticides. The products are ecologically clean. It is a closed ecosystem. It is not harmful to the environment. Its efficiency speaks for itself. The Mirai Core vertical farm in Japan is one of the largest city farms on the planet. It requires 98% less water than a conventional farm, and it is 50 to 100 times more productive. An American farm called Aero Farms yields up to 26 harvests a year and produces 390 times more food per square meter than field farming. Aero Farms now grows more than 550 different varieties of fruits and vegetables. To date, the NASA Center is conducting practical developmental work on growing wheat to provide for humans in space. Researchers at Stanford University have calculated that wheat grown in an indoor 10-layer vertical farm can produce up to 660 times higher yields than modern farming methods provide.
Yes, we actually published a paper in 2020 on wheat production in vertical farm. So you could really produce a lot of food and 365 days a year, not just during the season. And it's totally independent of climate, but it has a cost. That means that every year you need to spend about $15 million in electricity, which is quite a significant amount of money. Now, if you remove the energy challenge, it's great because people can have food.
And we will solve the electricity problem in the first year of the transition period to the creative society, thanks to the gradual introduction of fuel-free energy generators, the technology which already exists nowadays. Another amazing opportunity that vertical farms offer is growing vegetables anywhere on the planet. One of such examples is Antarctica.
I'm standing here in our Antarctic greenhouse from the Inite project, and today I will give you a quick look around. As you can see here, I'm surrounded by plants. To my left side we have tomato plants, behind that are cucumber plants. To my right side we have here 4 different types of lettuce.
Thus, we see that vertical farms are greatly expanding our possibilities in food production, but this is far from the limit. Nowadays, projects are being developed for complete ecosystems capable of growing not only fruits and vegetables, but even raising fish and poultry. French architect Pierre Sartou has proposed a vertical farm of mixed functions, Tour Vivant, living tower in which housing, farms, leisure facilities, restaurants, and shops can be located. The concept of the Tour Vivant Eco Tower is to combine hydroponics production and housing in an urban environment. The 30-story pyramid farm, designed by Dixon Despommier, is a closed-loop agricultural ecosystem in which almost every element of the agricultural process, including water and nutrients, is recirculated. It will utilize only 5% of the space of a traditional farm. One such farm will produce a wide variety of fruits and vegetables, fish and poultry, and feed about 50,000 people annually. These few technologies alone show that once a transition from the consumerist format to the creative one starts, the problem of hunger will be solved instantly. By bringing together scientific potential, the best developments and resources, cross-functional, multi-purpose farms will be built within the first year of the transition period to the creative society. In such facilities, in addition to plant cultivation, there will also be fish, livestock, and poultry farms in one building. The first floor is a fish farm. The second and third floors are allocated to livestock farming. The upper floors are for agricultural products, plants, berries, fruits, and vegetables. We can create such farms even in areas where nothing grows, and the land is not suitable for human habitation. We will turn the Sahara Desert into the most fertile area on Earth. Fresh products without chemical treatment or pesticides will be on your table at any time of the year, anywhere in the world.
In today's format of society, vertical farms are simply not economically feasible. They require large financial investments and, most importantly, a lot of energy. But already, during the transition period to the creative society, energy will become a free resource for every person and for the entire economy, because it will belong to society. We will have enough energy to operate not only vertical farms, but also other advanced technologies. We can create such farms even in the areas where nothing grows and the land is not suitable for human life. The Sahara Desert can be turned into the most fertile area on Earth. Does this sound like science fiction? But let's get this figured out. Vertical farms are on average 10 times more productive than those traditional farms. In vertical farms, crop is harvested at least 10 times a year, depending on the plant species. On traditional farms, it is harvested only twice a year. This means that vertical farms are 50 times more efficient than existing farms. We currently use an area of 50 million square kilometers around the world for agriculture. This area includes pastures, crops for people, and forage for livestock. By size, this is the area of Australia, North and South America combined. Vertical farms would require an area of 1 million square kilometers to produce the amount of food needed today. That's 1/5 of Sahara. 1/5 would be enough to feed the entire planet. The single plant economy will optimize the transportation of products and significantly reduce transportation costs. Food will be available anywhere in the world at the same prices. The transition to universal multipurpose complex technologies should be gradual. While we will be building these complexes around the world, we will need to continue to use traditional methods of agriculture, improving them and their efficiency and environmental friendliness. This is a real solution to hunger, even in the scale of climate disasters. The problem of fresh water and its shortage is even more acute. After all, not only agriculture, but any production is impossible without it. Of all fresh water, we use 80% in agriculture today. At the same time, half of the world's population suffers from water shortages. But already today, there are technologies that can completely solve this problem. For example, water from fog. In Lima, one of the largest capitals in the world, located in the desert, fog is collected in a huge net and used to produce drinking water. And in Morocco, there is one of the largest installations which can produce up to 6,000 liters of drinking water a day from fog. It costs practically nothing to operate and requires no outside energy. Water out of the air. Atmospheric water generators can extract up to 3,000 liters of potable water per day and can be scaled up to 1 million liters. They can be mobile and stationary, operate from any energy source and in any climate conditions, even in an arid desert. Next one is desalination plants. Around the world, about 16,000 desalination plants clean ocean water from salt and turn it into fresh water. They can produce millions of gallons of fresh water a day and supply 300 million people. Water recycling. The technology has undergone many tests. It allows the purified water to be used for watering, cooling, and any other technical needs. The quality of water purified in this way exceeds the standards of the World Health Organization. And this is just a small part of the technology we know. Now we are being told that there are too many of us. In the consumerist format, we are offered the only solution, population reduction. Whereas in the creative society, for the development of humanity, we will need at least 50 billion people, which our land can easily feed, and even the climate will not be an obstacle. Because only in the creative society, advanced technology will be able to work for the benefit of all people. And when we pass through the transition period to the creative society, we will get such technologies that we won't even need vertical farms. Now back to our hosts.
Yes, as we see it, humanity will forget the problems of hunger if we choose the creative society. That benefits everyone, but not everyone knows about it yet. Today, thanks to volunteers, scientists, experts, video editors, translators into 150 languages, we have been given this unique information. We have learned about such great perspectives. This forum was made by people for people. Now it's important that the idea of the creative society goes viral. You can share this video with all of your friends on all your social networks. We repeat once again that it is allowed to use, publish, reproduce, transmit this information presented on this forum, regardless of the form of its presentation in any way, at the discretion of individuals or legal entities, in whole or in part, without distorting the text of the transmitted information while maintaining links to sources. If you need access to videos of this conference in your language for distribution, write to the email info@creativesociety.com. The following topic will not leave anyone indifferent. Vertical farms are a temporary solution to the food and water problem in the transition to the creative society. And already in the creative society, we will have an even cooler technology. Let's see a video about it.
In the creative society, a new technology such as a replicator will be available to all people. A replicator is not science fiction, it's a device that works according to the laws of physics. Let's take a lobster, a t-shirt, or a phone, for example. In appearance, they are completely different, but if we look at them on a micro level, we'll see that they are made up of the same elementary particles. Only their number is different, and they are arranged in a different way. These particles form atoms, and atoms form molecules. Due to a given combination of these elementary particles, we get either a lobster, or a t-shirt, or a phone. The working principle of the replicator is basically to assemble the elementary particles in the proper combination to get what we need. A hot breakfast, or fashionable trousers. Moreover, they are brand new, already ironed, and of the highest quality. Everything depends on the program you've set up. For example, in order for a new gadget to appear in a replicator, you need 3 components: energy, particles from which the object will be created, the information about the sequence of their assembly. Energy has been successfully used by humanity for a long time. In the creative society, we'll be able to use both new and long-discovered types of energy. Information about an object will be received by scanning the desired objects and uploaded into the replicator. A similar principle has already been implemented in beverage molecular printing technology. Any beverage is printed directly from molecules. The main thing is to have the appropriate amount of particles from which the object we need will be materialized. To do this, we need a utilizer. Unnecessary things will be put in it to be decomposed into elementary particles and placed into cartridges. And the replicator will create whatever you need with the use of the cartridges and information, so you dispose of the garbage and get everything you want. Having a utilizer, you will no longer need to wash the dishes. Just put in it dirty plates, a tablecloth with crumbs, and you're done. A replicator and a utilizer are devices about the size of your microwave or a small cupboard. The magnetic power inside them will help rearrange the particles according to a given combination. In milliseconds and at any moment, you get everything you need and completely free of charge, without harm to your health or the planet's ecology. A replicator will not only benefit every person, it will also benefit the entire planet. For example, to enjoy a delicious, fresh bun at breakfast today, a whole chain of complex production processes must occur. You need to plow a field, and you need a tractor for this. To produce a tractor and all its component parts, we have to build different factories. And all these factories emit tons of poisonous gases, whereas their wastewater contains dangerous chemical compounds. We also need raw materials that people extract from quarries and mines. To grow wheat, we need pesticides and chemical fertilizers, which poison the soil and the crops. Delivery of everything we need requires a huge expense, fuel and lubricants. We need transport, trucks, ships, and trains. Look how much damage an ordinary bun does to the environment. And the same story is in every manufacturing sector. In the creative society, all these destructive to the environment processes will disappear, as everyone will have a replicator at hand. Just press the button, and here's a bun for you to eat. Everything will be enough for everyone, anywhere on the planet. We'll be able to cleanse the air, the earth, and the ocean of all dangerous radioactive pollution. Garbage will become the most valuable resource, that is, a source of elementary particles for creating new, beautiful things. The creative society is a world where you will enjoy the most advanced technology and your life will be financially independent, comfortable, and prosperous.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые зрители.
Greetings, dear friends. I have a question for women. How long ago did you buy yourself a new dress to wear? For example, to go to a restaurant or theater? When was the last time you took a warm bath with scented foam? Where did you last go on a trip? Perhaps these questions may seem too frivolous to some, but it's not that simple. When was the last time you felt truly happy and free? When was the last time you even felt like a woman? Be honest. After all, the answer to this question provides so much insight. A woman is a source of love and life. Each of us has infinite creativity that is now trapped in the cage of routine, obligation, duty, and the absurd rules of consumer society. Instead of enjoying life, it's like a woman is running a cross-country obstacle from a kitchen to the store, from the store to work, from work to daycare or school, all the while hugging a day planner with an endless to-do list. The day planner certainly has dreams and plans in it, but is there a time to accomplish them? A few minutes ago, we watched the replicator video. Just think about it, how much time this technology alone could free up. No more endless cooking, no need to puzzle over what to wear. The replicator closet will create new, stylish, and perfectly ironed clothes for you in seconds. The clothes that will fit you exactly. But that's not all. You have no idea what the future holds in the creative society. We can talk about it for a long time, but it's better to see it with your own eyes. For this, we have created a film about the life of a woman in a consumer format and what it will be like in a creative society. Surely, you will recognize yourself in it. I appeal to every woman. This is a gift for you to understand that what you are missing out without creative society.
I'm so sick of this. Hi, my name is Maria. I'm a housewife. My husband, Alex, provides for our family. Thanks to him, I don't have to work. This is how my usual day begins. One of the 365 days of the year. Evelina, wake up! We are gonna be late for school again.
Mom, where is the skirt from my uniform?
Should be on the hanger. I ironed everything yesterday.
Have you seen my watch?
Check the nightstand.
I don't want this oatmeal.
What will you have then?
Pancakes.
My uniform, Mom!
Just change quickly.
It's not there.
Here it is.
Mom, the pancakes is burned.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
You didn't forget you're supposed to come for a haircut today.
Oh shoot, I totally forgot. Can I reschedule? For Saturday. I don't have any time today.
This is the third time you're putting it off. You shouldn't put yourself last.
I know. How do you manage to find time for everything with your job on top of it?
But I don't. I'm sick of it already. After coming home from work, I wash, cook and clean until midnight.
Every day the same thing.
I wish I could retire already, take a break from all this. Okay, I got you. Let's make it Saturday.
Yes, I'm a housewife. It would seem that I don't work. But I have no personal life at all. No days off. No vacations. Why did I even go to college? I have no time for self-development or self-fulfillment. It's like I'm a hamster running on a wheel. Some might say, "What are you whining about? Your life is not so bad." But the problem is, we are so used to it that we no longer see that we are slaves. Hello.
Well, hey there.
Have you got something for pain? My back is hurting so bad.
Of course it's going to hurt. Look at your bags. I too can barely make it home after such weightlifting. Let me get you something.
Oh, I forgot milk. Daiga? Hi.
Hi.
Is it supposed to be your shift today?
No, we're just short on money, so I take more shifts. Did you get your electricity bill yet?
Not yet, but I can imagine what's there. I'm so tired, honestly. Some things got to change.
Yes, but what can we do? I'm looking forward to the time when kids grow up. Maybe it will be easier. At least I wouldn't have to work so hard.
Right. Only when kids grow up, we'll have grandchildren. we are about to have dinner. Get Daddy and Katrina.
And where are you going?
I'll be right back. Just unpack the laundry while I still remember. From early morning till late at night, every day it's the same thing. Cleaning, cooking, laundry, shopping, repeat. Taking kids to and from school. But when do I get to leave? And this is despite the fact that I don't work. But I feel like a slave. Did God really create humans to be slaves?
Good morning, Maria. Your screening is complete. Hormonal, vitamin, and micronutrients levels are optimal. The health parameters are normal.
Cody, today I'll have medium roast coffee with hazelnut flavor.
Done.
Cody, I want to set the table for breakfast. Suggest options. This one's good. What would you like for breakfast?
Pancakes.
With your favorite jam?
Yeah.
And I'll have baked rolls.
And I'll have my favorite salad. Alex, what will you have?
I'll have lobster.
For breakfast?
Well, why not?
Lobster.
Is that a lobster? Oh my my god, that is so ugly.
No, I'd rather have steak. At least I'm used to it.
Mom, are we going to water park today?
Yes, Dad will come home from work and at 3 o'clock we'll be at the water park.
Yay!
You know what I like about the creative society?
What?
You don't have to sharpen your knives. They're always sharp.
Thanks, Mom, I love you.
Thank you, Mommy. I love you.
Can you help clear the table?
Yes, of course.
It's empty.
Empty.
Girls, are you ready?
Yes, Mom, we'll be right there.
Good. Cody, let's read that book we started.
Chapter 12. The Architecture of Machu Picchu.
Cody, turn on the deep cleaning function.
Launching. Continue reading.
Yes, go ahead.
The amazing thing is that the whole city is built without any kind of bonding compound. All the structures are held together by their own weight.
Mom, we are leaving.
Have a nice day.
Cleaning is complete. At 1 o'clock, you are scheduled to get together with your friends.
Oh, I completely forgot. Cody, help me choose a look. No. Not this one. This one's cool. Cody, that Levy restaurant.
Fasten your seatbelt. The travel time is 7 minutes. Would you like to listen to some music?
Of course.
Time has come for us to see. It's up to you, it's up to me to build a world we wanna be, the creative society. Take a look around, there's so many wars. Do you even know what we're fighting for? Take a stance, raise your voice. We need to make a choice now.
So now we finished developing this technology, and soon it will be in every shower room. Girls, you will be scanned and cured of all diseases in a matter of 5 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, and it will be available to everyone. And that's not all. If you want to change your appearance, that's easy too. You can lose weight, or on the contrary, gain weight and sculpt your body, and even change your height.
Even change the height? How is that possible?
Girls, I look at you and I'm so happy. How beautiful you are. Finally, we became women and stopped being slaves.
Yes, the creative society cannot be compared with the past. It makes me shudder just recalling it. It's good that you found that website back then, and we were able to do our part in building such a beautiful world.
Yes, girls. How quickly everything has changed.
Maria, how are your megaliths?
We are going to Peru one of these days to see the complex.
Wow, how cool!
Yes, very. I'm so excited. Girls, I could talk to you for hours, but my family will come home in 15 minutes. We are going to the water park today. That was a scary black pipe back there.
No, it wasn't scary.
Which one did you like most?
I like the blue one best.
I like the blue one too.
Oh, look.
Oh. No, Katrina. Don't fish out the lemon. It tastes better with it. Bon appetit. So, starting tomorrow, I'm on vacation. Have you planned the next 2 months for us?
Well, we'll probably go fishing first.
Yeah, I'll never say no to fishing.
Right, and then we are going to South America, just like we've always wanted.
Yay!
And then we'll fly to New Zealand to visit our parents. And then we'll decide where to go next. Hawaii or Fiji.
Okie.
Dad, maybe we could sail on yacht from there.
Great idea. Cody, plan the route.
Working on it.
Life is always the result of our choice. This is how my day in the creative society ends. One more best day of my life. Are you saying this is science fiction? This is the reality. This is the absolute reality of tomorrow. If we build the creative society today. Dear friends, hello. To be honest, this video makes me want to burst into tears of shame that we still do not have the creative society. Oh my God, I want that kind of life. Everything you've seen about the life of a housewife in consumer society is true. My life and the lives of my friends look exactly like this, if not worse. I would also add that the whole routine is endless. I'm catastrophically short of time. I cannot even spend enough time with my husband or just sit quietly to read a book. All the time I have for myself is when I'm in the bathroom or taking a shower, and that's it. I have tons of business ideas and plans for my life, but I just don't have time or resources to do it all. As you've understood, all the time is taken away by household chores. Every day, I just work like a horse, without days off and breaks, and no one pays me any money for that. The entire life of a housewife is in cooking and cleaning. And I also keep thinking that my life is not successful, and I haven't achieved anything in it. Even though I love my husband and children, I often have such thoughts. Now, after watching this film, everything resonated inside me and just opened my eyes on what my life and the life of every woman in the creative society can be like. I couldn't even imagine such a thing. The creative society gives you a chance to get enough sleep, gives you a lot of free time for self-development, acquiring new skills and fulfillment of your desires. The most important thing is that all household chores will be done by robots. No washing, ironing or cooking. Just imagine robots do all the chores at the snap of a finger. That is everyone's dream, isn't it? Even my children want to live in the creative society. I was scrolling through Instagram the other day and found a photo of a kid from Africa with a poster of the Creative Society. He wants the Creative Society. He supports it and informs about it. Meanwhile, there are adults who know about the Creative Society but do not say anything to anyone. Don't they want the Creative Society? Don't they want to free their women from household slavery so that they can be free and reveal themselves as true members of society? Don't they want us and our children to have a future? I have a question for those people then. Are you idiots? Don't you understand that this is your happiness? I'm sorry for calling these morons the morons, but because of those idiots, I will now have to come home and spend all my time cooking and cleaning after the forum. If it were the Creative Society, I would only have to push a button or say 2 words, but now I have to come home, work hard for hours and waste my personal life, which is already very short for us, people, on cleaning up the mess, feeding my always hungry family, washing the dishes after them and dirty clothes. I live in such a shithole because of those stupid people who don't understand simple things, that today we can make our world better, more beautiful and safer. I have a question. Why do these morons think that women were born to exist in this household slavery? Yet they dream of being welcomed home by a queen. Right now, I have neither physical strength nor mental energy. Why do I have to live in constant stress and worries? Why do I have to worry whether my child will return from school alive and unharmed, whether there will be a nuclear war, or worry about the uncertainty of tomorrow, and a lot of housework that can never be done? And what awaits me tomorrow? More cleaning and cooking and the same fears? Why do I have to suffer? Because there are idiots who don't understand the prospects of the Creative Society for themselves and for all people. In the Creative Society, all wars or threats to life are impossible. So what should I call those who don't want to build a Creative Society? Friends? They are not friends. They are bastards. They are so stupid that they cannot see further than their own noses. I'm tired of all the worries and anxiety. I just want to be a woman, not a tractor that plows from morning till night. I just want to enjoy life, spend time with my husband and children, develop and always be beautiful and rested. Isn't that bliss? Isn't that a dream? It's a dream that can become a reality. For this bliss to come true, we, the women of the world, just need to inform all the people on earth about the Creative Society. After all, there are only uninformed people standing between us and our wonderful lives. We should remember that if we now have someone around us who doesn't know about the Creative Society, he is the reason that you and I, dear women, remain in this household slavery. In order to get out of it, we only need to inform everyone, because we all want to be free and happy. So inform everyone you can, whether in the street or in a hair salon, in a store, or at the doctor's, wherever you talk to people. Inform them and support this topic. If you cannot do anything at all, you are sitting at home, write a poster, "I support the Creative Society," and hang it outside your window or put it in your yard. Let people read it. Use every possible way to inform them. Women, I appeal to you. Let's build the Creative Society and finally be free, happy, and enjoy life. We deserve it.
This is a very timely topic, and indeed, only in the Creative Society will a woman feel fully as a woman, as a mother, and as a wife, and finally enjoy life. I wish this could happen as soon as possible. Now we are in the first stage of building the Creative Society, which is the informational stage. We are being asked, what can be done right now? We have a simple answer to that question. There is nothing simpler than a small action. You can start wearing a t-shirt with the Creative Society logo on it, a baseball cap, a sweatshirt. Start wearing them to make people aware of the Creative Society. All the designs are now available on the Creative Society website. Tell me, what's the point of buying a branded t-shirt from a well-known company and for your own money to wear their ads in these huge letters? I would rather wear a t-shirt of the Creative Society because I want to live in the Creative Society. I want my children and parents to live in the Creative Society. I want all the people in the world to learn about the Creative Society. And now I would like to welcome Shayla Bonick, an incredibly talented, creative, beautiful, and most importantly, a person of great heart. Many of you know her as a leading singer of the legendary music band novanm. Shayla is also a songwriter, performer, co-producer, fashion designer, author, among other things. Together.
Hey, let me tell you something. Hey, lend me your ear. We're here to tell you it will be okay. We'll find
Today's forum is unique. It's filled with both the awakening truth and the love of those who reach out to humanity through their actions and creativity. Our survival is in unity. We can do it, but only together. This beautiful song has now reached the hearts of many people. It's very inspiring and motivating not to stop, to keep informing people about the creative society. Have you ever thought that if human life is the main value of the creative society, then the top priority of the creative society would be to keep people healthy? Right now, we are 8 billion of patients in the consumerist format. On the one hand, there is a lot of money circulating in medicine. And on the other hand, people are getting sicker and sicker. Pandemics have taken millions of lives. Diseases that are unknown to doctors continue to appear. In this block of our forum, we will look at the situation in medicine through the eyes of a doctor and a patient of the consumerist society format. And also we will learn about the incredible technologies of health improvement and life prolongation, which will be available for everyone in the creative society. Our guest today is Mr. Vladimir Razumenko. Vladimir Razumenko, Doctor of Medical Sciences, Professor, Academician of the Ukrainian Academy of Sciences, corresponding member of the National Academy of Medical Sciences of Ukraine, the Chief Neuro-Oncologist of Ukraine, neurosurgeon.
My name is Vladimir Razumenko. I am a physician by occupation. That's the main thing in my profession. I am a doctor of medical sciences, professor. I am also an academician of the Ukraine Academy of Sciences and a corresponding member of the National Academy of Medical Sciences of Ukraine. By position, I am the chief neuro-oncologist, that is, a neurosurgeon who deals with oncological diseases. I spend almost every working day in the operating room. I perform the most complicated surgeries on the brain in case of brain tumors. Without the development of medicine, it is impossible to further discuss the issue of health of the entire world's population. With the current population of about 7 billion, unfortunately, not in all countries people are able to get adequate medical care. It's a negative moment in the development of the healthcare industry in every country. Medicine today has to be highly technological. Medicine today should be highly effective. And the application of various medical measures should not only be aimed at curing a person, it should be aimed at disease prevention. And there is a serious issue of correlation between our actual life, ecology, and environment and the diseases that occur in the body. Today, technology makes it possible to cope with a whole range of very serious diseases. It concerns all organs, all body systems. But it has to be applied everywhere and in all countries. And today, if something has been invented somewhere and is being used highly efficiently, then it's necessary to share its experience. Each country should gather forums and cover it widely, not keep it a secret. And then together, it will be possible to collectively develop the chosen direction in a specific aspect of a certain disease. It's a significant problem. And another important aspect of the problem in the economic component of medicine. Unfortunately, nowadays, The economy suffers from a variety of factors. This concerns how an economically developed country uses the resources that it receives at the expense of business, how its enterprises work, and how people use the accumulated balance and accumulated funds for development of healthcare. It is considered that if the economy is high level, then the therapeutic measures must be high level too. And what to do in economically non-developed countries? And what about those countries with wars going on? When there's a discrepancy between the life aspirations and attitudes with those who run the country and who benefit from the wealth accumulation for the sake of their existence, they don't think about humanity at all. This is a major problem as well. A doctor should not make money, but should receive a proper salary, proper conditions, so that he doesn't have to think about everyday routine or that his family is not fed. He should think about applying his professional qualities to treat these or those diseases. Therefore, preventative medicine is an important issue. And such a doctor is a real doctor who pays attention to disease prevention, who makes it possible to prevent the development of any disease at an early stage. A crucial component of our life today is the creative society. We can speak of the creative society only when we match it with the conscious state of society. If society is conscious, if it is not consumerist or parasitical, then the creative society will really allow us to change our planet, change people's relationships, improve medicine and people's health. I think that it is necessary for all of us to unite humanity on earth as one whole in making sure that the creative process is steadily progressing and not halting or regressing.
Professor, thank you for being honest about what's going on with medicine. The field of healthcare requires radical changes. Today we say with certainty that the medicine of the creative society will provide the most important thing, the protection of a person's health. We already have enough technology to cure all diseases. In the creative society, people will not fall ill at all, and our life expectancy will increase considerably. Let's watch the video.
You will be surprised how many diseases can be cured even today, and what technologies exist. We're told about incurable chronic diseases and that there is no way out, either surgery or taking drugs for the rest of your life. We are milked by playing on our feelings of fear and hopelessness. But let's see how things work in reality. Genetic engineering technologies are already working wonders. Gene therapy affects the human body at the DNA level. This is not a fiction. There are many successful results of its application when patients have been completely cured. You can find information about these technologies in public access by Googling them or by visiting the offices of the development companies. For example, Tessera Therapeutics' genetic engineering technologies can already rewrite DNA fragments, eliminating most genetic diseases. Tessera Therapeutics believes that rewriting genes will make it possible to treat genetic defects that are the basis of most modern diseases. Just imagine, people will be able to get rid of diabetes, cancer, asthma, hypertension, joint diseases, allergies, heart attacks, autoimmune diseases, and many others. To date, leukemia is often a fatal verdict for a child, accompanied by long periods of suffering, and it is a terrible grief for his parents. But this is only because advanced technologies are not used, but they do exist. The last chance for the patient with an aggressive form of leukemia was TALENT technology, which was used in London Hospital back in 2015. The girl's life was saved with the help of genome editing. The horrible word HIV is in itself a complete doom. Matt Chappell from California, USA, has lived with HIV for most of his adult life. But after ZFN therapy, affecting the damaged gene, he stopped needing antiretrovirals. This is not all. Not only acquired, but also congenital pathologies can already be corrected. Today, it is a terrible misfortune to give birth to a child with severe vision loss caused by retinal diseases. This inevitably leads to complete blindness. Up until gene therapy, there was no cure. In 2017, Spark Therapeutics registered a gene therapy injection drug. Thanks to these technologies, 27 patients from the US have already regained their sight, and very quickly. After treatment, these children saw stars for the first time. But this is just the beginning. Another example of what technologies we have today is nanorobots. Nanorobots, or nanobots, are robots of the size comparable to a molecule less than 100 nanometers, with a function of movement, processing and transmission of information, and execution of the embedded program. Even if you have not yet heard about how nanotechnologies work in healthcare, you are already actively using them in your smartphone. It is thanks to nanotechnology that your smartphone keeps its charge for many hours. 4G, 5G mobile networks, microprocessors, all these are nanotechnologies. The cost of making a nanorobot is only a few cents, and the time to assemble it takes only a few minutes. This will significantly reduce the cost of medical services. And due to the microscopic size of nanorobots, a person will not experience any discomfort or pain during treatment. You just drink a glass of water, and nanobot doctors will perform treatment where it is necessary. To date, nanorobots can already destroy cancer cells without harming the body, deliver drugs to all tissues and organs, remove blood clots, thus preventing heart attacks and strokes, improve the quality of diagnosis and detect any disease at its earliest stages, or even predisposition to it, destroy pathogens of any infectious diseases, including the fatal ones. An amazing technology was discovered by Iran's academician, Peter Petrovich Gariev, and his colleagues. The method allows us to read information from healthy DNA using a laser and record it in the form of a sound spectrum. When the sound wave affects a diseased organ, the damaged DNA code is restored and a patient fully recovers. How long do you think a person can actually live? Prolonging a person's life is already possible. Nowadays, our long livers look like this. But prolonging life is not only an opportunity to live more than 100 years without diseases, but also to live precisely in the young body. The key to youth and longevity has already been found. Stanford University has developed technology for genetic age reprogramming and obtained a license for its use. Just imagine, at 100 years old, you will be able to do sport and be in the same physical shape as you were when you were 25. These are just some of the technologies that exist. They are not available to you today because today, your life has no value for anyone but you. Any person in the consumerist format faces diseases and loneliness. But everything will change in the creative society. All advanced medical technologies will be available to everyone, even during the transition period to the creative society. Artificial intelligence technologies will combine the knowledge of specialists from all over the world to help make diagnosis accurately and restore people's health. Such notions as medical error, misdiagnosis, complications from treatment, and side effects will disappear. Healthcare will quickly become exclusively preventative, whereas in the creative society, people will stop getting sick at all. Every home will have a revitalization capsule. When you enter it, you will be able to scan and repair your body in a matter of minutes, and also correct your body shape as you wish. At last, you will be able to eat your favorite dishes and desserts without harming your health. A pleasant bonus in the creative society will be prolonging life beyond the species limit. Even at 125 or older, people will look and feel like they are 20 years old. You will be able to make all your dreams come true. Climb the Great Wall of China. Walk 50 kilometers across the South Island of New Zealand in one breath. Run with your grandchildren and dance salsa until dawn in your 60s or 90s. To date, healthcare is a business and health is an expensive commodity that many people cannot afford. It's time to make healthcare high quality and free for all. Eternal youth and good health is your reality in the creative society. Share this information with everyone right now.
When one hears the benefits of a person in the creative society, I, for myself, want to say that I want to live in such a society. Creative society is the real dream for everyone. To create a creative society, we must unite on the idea of a better society. We are not uniting on possessions, cultures, or houses. Unity does not mean that we not all now start wearing the same type of clothes, listening to the same music, or thinking the same way. No, we unite in our diversity only on an idea, the idea of a better society. A society where human life comes first and where every human being is provided with the dignity of life from birth. A creative society is beneficial for every human being. And that's why I'm happy that the creative society is also supported by the Roma. Bogdan Chayanak from Poland will tell us about his vision of the creative society.
Let the gracious God grant everyone goodness and happiness. Let everyone be healthy and happy. Roma all over the world. Be healthy and happy. My name is Bogdan Trianek. I'm a Rome from Poland, a member of a government commission that works for integration. Love for our neighbor, for brothers and sisters, and not only for the Roma. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be a speaker together with you today here at this international forum where I can share my love and warmth for my Romani brothers and sisters, but not only for my Romani brothers and sisters, but for all people with a good heart. And I know that people with a good heart are watching and participating today. People who strive for big changes when love, tolerance, and nature will reign. The world is beautiful it's just that people spoil it, but thanks to all of us, tremendous support and great love, this world will become more beautiful. What is the use of a tree without leaves? It withers away. So if we all seek together and speak the same words in one voice, and we all say, stop violence, stop destroying the world and nature, our world will become more beautiful. We live all over the world, Roma brothers, we have our own and our love. We certainly feel great in our countries, but my appeal to my brothers around the world is that we should be able to find ourselves and learn. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to say today that I have a favor to ask. It is a request of a pious man to my Romani brothers and to all of you who hear us, who participate in this beautiful forum. We must unite with all our hearts. Why do we unite with you? Because we can see that the creative society is doing a wonderful work in the name of love. I would like to sincerely ask all of you, my brothers, to change things from now on. We want and desire it. Let's not pretend. Let's not be indifferent to people, to the world, to animals. Let's not pretend that we don't care, because I know that you and I care, because this is your future and my future. My grandmother had always told me about great love and tolerance, and suddenly I came across the creative society that talks about freedom and love, about a free world. This is what every human being wants, and especially we, gypsies, because we, gypsies, are free people. No one has ever forced us to do anything, and if they did, we did not give in. Together with you, we will build a wonderful world. The fact that today we join together around the world at this international forum is proof of that. And my Roma brothers around the world, I, as a Roma brother, ask you to join in. It is necessary to unite so that we can be like one fist, one force, because our strength is in unity. When we all get together, we will change the world.
У вас может возникнуть вопрос, кто же все эти люди? А действительно, кто мы? Мы — это человечество.
You may be wondering, who are all these people? And really, who are we? We are humanity. The creative society is all of humanity. It is not some saintly call. It is a society where everyone has a place. And when I say all, it means all. We are on every continent of our planet. We are all volunteers, regardless of age, status, profession, or hobby. We all contribute to the common future of humanity in our own time and our own way. We are bikers and businessmen, bankers and teachers, criminals and generals, construction workers and terrorists, politicians and taxi drivers, scientists and sailors, students and athletes. There are members of all religions and sects among us. And yes, there are even Freemasons among us, and they too are doing a lot of good and working for the common good of the whole of the people. Even alcoholics and drug addicts share our views. Are they not human beings? Don't they want a normal life? Whoever you name, they will be in our ranks anyway, from the Talibs, the orcs, the banderas, the communists, the fascists, and the mafia. I will tell you more. There are even Democrats and Republicans among us. Do you know why they are? Do you know why we are so divided? Because before we didn't have one common idea, we didn't have the creative society. The consumerist format has fragmented us all and put us in our own niches, forced us to get our own bread in different ways, turned us away from each other in pursuit of personal happiness. There are true heroes and geniuses among us. They've been working for years for the good of humanity. Some have already given their lives for the survival of humanity. The consumerist format does not allow us to say their names because the consumerist format will inevitably exterminate them. Yes, we are heroes, but we're also the outcasts of today's. Take the Taliban, they are terrorists. Why did they have to take up arms? Have you ever asked yourself this question? We do not support terrorism or justify their methods, but right now in Afghanistan, our members are translating this form for the same Taliban who have taken up arms under compulsion of the consumerist format, because they dream of being humans, of fulfilling the precepts of Prophet Muhammad. They dream of the creative society. I will shock you once again. There is even the all-to-know common mafia among us, Yakuza, Triad, Sicilians, Russians, Mexican, and American. And do you know why they are our members? Because they are human beings, and under different conditions they would be true people. But now they are victims like the rest of us. Our law says they are criminals, and we say they are victims of the consumerist format. In other conditions, they would be heroes. In the consumerist format, they will risk their lives to. In the consumerist format, they risk their lives to earn their bread. And in other conditions, they would risk their lives to improve everyone's life. They would be heroes. They are risk takers. They have a risk character. They are not afraid to risk life, to sacrifice their freedom and their lives. But for what? Today, for a piece of bread. In other conditions, in the creative society, they would be explorers. The most extreme and dangerous professions would be for them. Every person on the planet would know and be proud of them. Let's be honest. Many people have been pushed on the criminal path into the ranks of the mafia as a protest against the injustice of this consumerist format. Isn't that a crime? This whole consumerist format just change the conditions and billions of people will get a chance for a better life. A life without humiliation and oppression, a life of quality and justice for all. Where are these people? What are these people strive for right now? Has anyone looked into their souls? No one. No one but us. Now they are persecuted by society, but in the consumerist format that has made them to be like that. The consumerist format has divided us, made us banderas, fascists, communists, anything but humans. The consumerist format has divided us as much as it possible, but we want to unite and become one civilization. When one lives in prosperity, there is a tomorrow, and the whole world is beautiful. All the best will flourish in every human being, and that's the point of the creative society, not only to save humanity physically, but also morally. And we will not have to protect pedophiles condemning children to abuse. We will not have to fight for gender identity. We will be able to live and enjoy life, because life is given once on this planet. And life is given to humans for much more than just to quarrel or die for someone else's interest. For someone to steal another billion, tens of thousands of people must die. Isn't it nonsense? What are we fighting for? For someone else's ambitions? When the whole world belongs to humanity, everyone will take care of the common good, and there will be no need for quotas on ecology. We will live in symbiosis with the planet, not as parasites, but as symbiotics. The planet will benefit from us. The planet will benefit from us, and the planet will benefit us. They are saying now it is necessary to reduce the number of people because we're eating away the planet. But believe me, in the creative society, nobody will eat anybody. There will be enough food and resources to feed 50 billion people, because the goals that we set for humanity are ambitious, realistic, and achievable, unlike the goals that the consumerist format set. In the consumerist format, the main thing is consumption. We want to live in a beautiful future where we are united, where we are a united civilization. We want to save not only humanity, but the human in each of us. Thank you.
We're all people. We're all united by the fact that we want to live, but live to live decently, safely, and happily, to live in creative society, because in creative society, everyone will benefit.
And right now, I would like to pass the floor to American politician, 2020 presidential candidate, ambassador, and International Human Rights Commissioner, Robbie Wells.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to participate in this landmark international forum. I'm grateful for the opportunity to reach out to people around the world, to you, dear friends. I agree with our distinguished speakers. Our climate and geopolitical situation are very urgent. Even in my home country, the United States, the economy is collapsing rapidly. Record inflation is eating away at our salaries and savings, and more people are left on the streets because they can no longer pay their rent. Think about it. There is an unprecedented increase in child poverty in the United States right now. My heart bleeds to realize how many children will go to bed hungry tonight and how many more will go to bed hungry tomorrow, because the situation is only getting worse. And this is all in America. In America, children go to bed hungry. It's not somewhere in developing countries. It's already happening here in the United States. All this despite the fact that we are the most developed nation in all the world. And we no longer feel safe in our country. When sending children off to school, every one of us is afraid, and we pray. God forbid that nothing happens to them while they are away, and we hope that they come home alive. The polarization of society has reached its climax. We are divided. We're pitted against each other, and we are afraid of our neighbors. And all of this is happening at a time when we absolutely must be united, because the climate is wiping us Americans and our beautiful country off the face of the earth. These conditions in which we find ourselves leave us no choice. We can no longer stand by and hope this nightmare will go away on its own, like a bad dream. It will not go away. And we will face the inevitable end unless we act together. This is the first time humanity has found itself in such a critical situation. So we need a new action plan. The existing programs will not save us. Can I let you in on a secret? We politicians, we're sick and tired of proclaiming our endless new action plans while realizing they don't work. How much longer can we keep bad-mouthing each other while fighting for our office? We don't have time for these political games. We need a feasible working model that will unite our fragmented society and defeat the undefeatable, and I mean the climate. Because no matter how much we are pitted against each other, we all have the same enemy, which is the climate. It is time for all of us, all of society, to grow up and stop being passive. The price of our inaction is human life, our lives. I'm an American. I grew up in America. I owe what I am today and what I have achieved to my country, to the people of this country, to my parents and my teachers. It is time to give back to my country, which is now in great need of a new creative format of politics. But first of all, I am a man, a resident of our shared planet Earth. We are all inhabitants of this planet, connected closer than the people of one nation. We are linked by an inevitable thread of humanity. It is this quality together with our determination and persistence that will help us to build a creative society the entire world over. With all of this in mind, I would like to announce that I am taking a couple of months to make a decision on whether we will run for president in 2024. Expect that decision by the 1st of next year. The cornerstone of my election, if I choose to run, will be the building of the creative society, because only the incorporation of the 8 pillars of the creative society into the Constitution will guarantee a secure, stable, comfortable, and happy life for all people. Why the 8 pillars, you may ask? Well, I often travel around America and talk to voters. And believe me, everything they want is already spelled out in these 8 pillars because the people themselves formulated them. And I'm all for what society chooses. Look, at this global crisis, it is evident to me that the creative society is the only chance to build a wonderful world for all. The world that each of us dream about. No matter how great America is, we cannot overcome the climate alone. So, as was said above, to defeat this common enemy, we must put aside our differences, reach out to each other, and together choose the creative format of society. I will stand for the creative society to the end. And when I win, if I choose to run, the presidential election in 2024, and I know I will win, I will build a creative society, not just in the United States, but around the entire world. One more thing, and you can bank on these words right here. I will put Putin and Xi Jinping around the same table, and they will accept the creative society. And together, we will surely save our planet. May God bless each and every one of you around the world watching tonight, and may God continue to bless these United States.
Wow, this is a very honorable promise, and absolutely all people want to live in the creative society, but many don't know about this format yet. At today's forum, we described in detail how the creative society will benefit each individual. Now, let's watch a video and hear from the people themselves.
I dream of living in a world free of diseases.
My dream world where everybody's treated fairly, everybody's treated equally.
I believe that something like universal basic income would be quite reasonable.
Everyone has the right to water, safety, an education, and either a supply of food or the means to provide food for their families.
It seems to me that once a person is born, he or she should already be provided with good living conditions, housing and food.
I feel they should have like basic necessities, so like food, water, obviously like electricity, and status, health aside, because without health you can't do nothing.
No. Yeah, and just free healthcare as well.
It would be great if every person on this planet already had housing at the moment of their birth.
If everybody could work with what they love, I think we could see a huge difference in society.
By birthright, a human should have the freedom of moving around freely. There shouldn't be borders, because I believe that God created the earth and sky for everyone, but people began to divide it.
I think every person should be given a fair right.
A child should
should be able to have a loving home, I think. And maybe the government shall support families that don't have that much money on their child.
I think there should be benefits to help mothers and raise kids.
First of all, it has to do with freedom of movement. Primary education should be free. It's a basic fundamental human right. Free health benefits to survive, because some parents, they're going through crisis.
Don't fight each other. I think it's important for people to have clean water and good food.
Of course, a peaceful world. Ideally, a world without diseases, so that we could cure as many diseases as possible, the whole spectrum of diseases.
So everyone should have a roof over their head, everyone should have employment, access to free education, access to free healthcare.
In an open and technological society where you should probably work 3 or 4 hours a day and do only a job that is interesting to you. In fact, nowadays, there's enough technology for people to not work at all.
A world where collaboration is like the main intention and not like just competition.
A society that gives the tools for anybody to develop.
A society where everyone can fulfill their potential.
Opportunity.
Yes.
A chance of a happy life.
An education, a safe home, secure home, and equal rights.
Old age should be decent. Pensions should be decent.
To live in a world where human life is the most important thing.
Yes, I think so too.
Everyone must have access to information, and it mustn't be distorted by those in power. Mass media should be free.
Well, I suppose for human life to be a priority, you have to look after the environment that you work in. So resources have to be shared, nurtured, invested in for everyone, not just the wealthy few.
The government should take care of everybody, and everybody should be living in peace.
Want to be friendly, to cooperate with each others, not kill each others.
There must be economic independence.
It is necessary to ensure that laws are obeyed and human life is respected.
All the money that we are investing in army, we have to invest it into education. No hunger in the world.
Peace in the world and relationships between people should be friendly.
For me, it is a world without war, an alternative world, a world without nuclear power, a world without bombs and mines.
I would like to live in a world free of crime, where the government fulfills its promises.
Do you support the creative society?
Of course. I'm as active as a participant as you are. The creative society is what we are building today.
Definitely, yes.
Definitely.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I support this.
I would definitely support creative society.
Of course I support it. I believe it would make the world a much better place. I don't just believe, I'm sure.
It's important for the whole world. That's a fantastic initiative. Yes, I'm definitely going to participate.
I want the creative society, a society of kind, open and bright people, to be for the future generations. And I would like it for us too.
Sure, because I'm actually already doing it now. Deep inside, we all know what is right. At some point, we shifted responsibility onto others because we thought they could save us. But the only ones who can really save us is ourselves.
Of course, I want it too. Who wouldn't want it? We all want to live in such a society.
Yes, absolutely. We are supporting, and we are dream about this society.
Yeah, definitely. Yes.
Yes, I would definitely want it. I dream about it.
Do you support the creative format of society?
No doubt. I surely do.
Yes, definitely. I'm definitely on board, 100%.
Of course, I would like to live in such a creative society.
Sure, definitely. I think all reasonable people support it.
Of course there will be a new world, and I definitely support it. Not only with words, but also with deeds and actions.
Of course. I believe it's the only way for us to survive in the world that we have created.
Absolutely, yes. I want all people to start living in the creative society as soon as possible, because I believe that it's our chance to really live a happy and peaceful life.
I would, obviously, and more importantly for a person like me of my age, I'd like my children and grandchildren to have a society like that. So that's why I would be very supportive. That's what we're supposed to have, an equal and creative society that spreads resources for all.
Of course, I support it. I'm a mother and I will soon become a grandmother. I surely support it. And who doesn't?
If such a format of society exists, any reasonable person would certainly support it and aspire for it, regardless of its name. Creative society, good society, happy society, or whatever.
Do you support the creative society?
Absolutely.
We also support it.
A creative form of society, we do support it.
Yeah, of course I do.
Yes, definitely I support the creative format of society.
I love creative society. Creative society is in me. I am creative society.
I definitely support that, like definitely 100%. For many, many, many reasons. But, you know, everybody will say, oh, yeah, cool, we work less. No, it's not about working less, it's about achieving more.
Naturally. Well, yes, I think that's what many people want, and actually what everyone wants, what everyone is somehow striving for.
That would be the greatest society. If we all really become united, there would be no evil.
Now we're at the stage of informing about the creative society. We need to start talking openly and loudly to everyone that we want to live in the creative society. We need to spread this information. Now you can tell everyone about the creative society, and in this way, we will form an electoral request to politicians. At the next election, we will vote only for politicians who support the creative society. And if there are no such people, then we will not vote for anyone. This is the only way we will change the format of society to the creative one, peacefully and quickly. There is nothing more valuable than human life. It cannot be returned or bought. Let's restore our right to life. And now, we want to present the song prepared for us by participants of the Creative Society from Africa. The song is called We Will Rise.
We will rise, we will rise, we will rise, we will rise, creating society. We will rise in power of unity. We will rise. Every day you wake up, you want the news and ask yourself, why? If one day the hatred and all the fight comes to an end, if one day the killing and greed is over, if one day humanity's mind is sober, every time you wake up, you make the world we are living in. Nooks and guns await us as we are walking on the streets. We are sent to kill each other in wars. Do we want to? No one even asks us. We will rise. What we want is a peaceful life. It is 8 billion of us. We want to live, not just survive. The power is within us.
We would like to thank the very famous singer and very talented Dr. Phyllis Duque for his song, We Will Rise, as an expression of the African voice for the creative society technology. Technology, as we know, should always serve to improve our lives. But today, it's impossible to achieve this. Even though we live in a time of technological breakthroughs, we are limited by the consumer format. Only by joining together will we move to a level of technology that you could never even dream of. Free energy, life extension, smart and technological cities, nano robots, robotic assistants and various drones, artificial intelligence systems, and much, much more. There's simply not enough time to list all the technologies. So let's watch a video about the essential technologies available to everyone in the creative society.
Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Arthur C. Clarke. What is your wildest dream? What will you get when it comes true? A big, beautiful house? A super modern car? Lots of traveling. Do you want to work less and spend more time with your family and friends? What do you personally dream of? What if dreams come true for every person on Earth and the creative society will come? What will your life be like? Have you thought about it yet? A human being is the most valuable element in the creative society. Therefore, the first thing that will be developed and applied is technology that will free you from hard, grueling, and dangerous labor. It will be done by robots and artificial intelligence. Nowadays, in the consumerist format, the introduction of advanced technology will leave you without work, but in the creative society, it will be different. In addition to the universal basic income of $10,000 a month, you can earn extra money and work at a pace you feel comfortable. No more than 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. And if you're an entrepreneur or businessman, schedule your time the way you want without worrying about anything, because both you and your employees have a universal basic income, and all the cutting-edge technologies and robotics are there for you. As of today, robots are already capable of taking on the most labor-intensive tasks in agriculture, metallurgy, mining, automotive, and other industries, and even in the neutralization of radioactive waste. If you don't want to work, then don't work. You can afford it. But how long will you be able to lie on the couch? A week? A year? You'll have lots of opportunities to do what you love and earn an income that you could only dream of before. You will be able to learn new professions and skills and educate yourself as much as you want. In education, there will be use of technologies that will make the learning process super interesting, easy, and interactive. Virtual reality glasses and holograms are already being used today. One of the most important areas that will be upgraded with the most advanced technology is the protection of human life and his safety. Thus, you will be safe and secure everywhere. You won't be afraid to come home late at night. You won't be afraid to let your child be alone outside. You will be able to go anywhere in the world and nothing bad will happen to you. Safe city systems have already been created based on artificial intelligence. They can quickly respond to emergencies, protect citizens and visitors every day, investigate and even prevent crimes. Intelligence systems and road infrastructure are already capable of controlling traffic throughout the city and ensuring safety. They can prevent traffic jams, send a signal to the car about a pedestrian who is about to jump out onto the road, and even intervene in case of a possible collision and activate the brakes. Imagine that you're going home in such a smart city, for example, and an autopilot air taxi. You chat via video call or watch your favorite movie. You walk into your beautiful big house, and you already have a hot dinner waiting for the whole family. Smart gadgets and artificial intelligence have already washed, ironed, tidied everything, and ordered food delivery. Who has cooked the dinner then? Home robotic kitchens can already scan your refrigerator, find the right gadgets in your cupboard, and cook a meal of any world cuisine on its own. The updated version will be able to put dirty dishes in the dishwasher and put clean ones in the cupboards. And these innovations will become available to you already during the transition period of the consumerist format of society to the creative one. And in a few years in the creative society, there will be even more pleasant surprises awaiting you. There will appear replicators of food, clothing, and everything you need. Have you ever heard what a replicator is? It's a device which creates an item you need, from a hamburger to a t-shirt, or earrings from elementary particles. To do that, it uses the information about the object in a small amount of energy. A company from California has already created the technology of the future, a printer that makes drinks right from molecules. The cartridge system makes it possible to make thousands of natural drinks with almost no waste. And this is just the beginning. The breakthrough discovery of nanotube technology by Massachusetts and Yale graduates allows them to manipulate matter at the molecular level and already obtain gasoline and other fuels directly from the air.
When this technology is everywhere, what does that future look like? What I'm picturing is something like the size of a mini fridge that essentially can take waste materials and turn them into useful products like fuels and building materials. Or it can pull CO2 out of the air and turn it into fuels or building materials.
The use of replicators will not only make our lives easier, but will also greatly improve our health. We will stop eating artificial foods, as we do now, which contain a lot of harmful chemical additives and flavor enhancers. Food from a replicator will be real, very tasty, and healthy. It is made from elementary particles, the same as in natural products. Finally, we will remember the taste of really natural food. Of course, if you love to cook yourself, you'll cook your own pleasure, maybe even in tandem with the famous chef. Your smart house in the creative society is a house that not only takes care of chores and food, but also of you and your family. It will be able to monitor your health indicators. For example, acoustic tissue has already been developed. It can monitor your heart and breathing in real time without you noticing it. You can even talk through it, answer the phone, and communicate with other people. Smart toilet with the smart health function will take tests and send the results to artificial intelligence and, in case of abnormalities, to your doctor. It will advise you on how to adjust your diet. It will tell you what kind of food is not good for you and warn you about the risks of certain diseases. Smart mirror will track your health vitals while you're getting dressed. It will help your elderly parents stay in touch with the doctors. It will also take care of your skin. It will detect problems in time and even help to choose the right product for you. In the creative society, even for beauty, there will be used the most advanced technologies. You will be able to save time by getting your manicure in minutes and building your eyelashes by an ultra-fast robot, or try on clothes in a virtual dressing room. Sure, you like it already. What's next? Watch this. Thanks to the introduction of energy innovations, such as a fuel-free generator, the house will be completely autonomous. No more utility bills, not even for the heating. In the creative society, everything will be focused on the continuous improvement of goods and services. Imagine you won't have to repair your car or home appliances because they don't break. What will you do after a delicious lunch? Do you want to go to your favorite band's concert? The supersonic train will get you there in minutes because it can reach speeds of over 1,000 kilometers an hour. Countries such as the USA, Canada, China, and South Korea are actively developing vacuum and magnetic train technology, and they are competing for leadership in this futuristic technology. Do you want to spend a vacation somewhere on uninhabited islands or meet up with a friend on the other side of the planet? Already today, NASA is developing a silent supersonic aircraft for commercial use. It will cut the duration of flights by at least in half. And this is just the beginning, because space technology and the creative society will serve people on Earth as well. You will get anywhere in the world, not only quickly, but absolutely for free. No visas, no bureaucracy. There will be complete freedom of movement for everyone. You will be welcome in every corner of the world. There will be one world. No wars, no enmity. We'll have nothing to fight about anymore. True human values will finally return to society. Cutting-edge technology will cleanse the planet of all garbage without harming the environment. Even today, innovations make it possible to completely recycle unsorted waste into raw materials for repeated further use in industry. You will be surprised to know what great prospects await us in the creative society. Garbage will become the most valuable raw material because the introduction of replicator technology will help to completely break down garbage and unnecessary things into elementary particles, and then read everything we need from them without leaving home, from food and clothes to gadgets and so on. We will no longer have to destroy the planet and kill animals to survive. In the creative society, we will be able to breathe clean air again, drink crystal clear water, and enjoy the pristine beauty of the oceans and forests. Have you decided what you'll do in the creative society? Have you long been dreaming of spending more time with your family or changing your career? Or would you like to learn how to surf on the best beaches in the world after work, travel with friends? Or maybe you dream of seemingly simple things, for your parents to be protected and live long, for your children to be healthy, and that for you, yourself, that you won't grow old and live more than 100 years. The creative society is better than your dreams. You'll have something you couldn't even imagine. And it's a society focused on your needs. It's the implementation of the best technologies, the world's best practices, all for you. Imagine your dream. It will become a reality in the creative society.
In order to get to the creative society, just a few simple actions are required. Explore the idea, embrace it, and pass it on. Look at the logo. If we make it so popular that when you go into any supermarket, cafe, hairdressers, gym, cab, turning on any channel, go into any social network, you will see the logo, that would mean that the idea of creative society have spread. That is our first priority, to make sure that everyone knows about the idea as soon as possible. After that, we can move on to the second stage of building the creative society. It is simple and quick, without protests, rallies, and bloodshed. Let's look at just a few examples of how millions of people worldwide are already spreading the information about the creative society.
It is important that all 8 billion people learn about the Creative Society project and support it. How can this be achieved? Where to start? Tell your family, friends, neighbors, work colleagues, basically everyone you know about the Creative Society. Share the information about the Creative Society on social media. You can write comments to videos, write video blogs, write posts, and share them on social networks. Post banners on your personal websites and accounts. Make your social networks explode with information about the Creative Society, and every user of your network will spread the news to the whole world.
I work with a large group of volunteers, and we have an official Creative Society account.
I am over 60. I'm a grandmother and a blogger. In my posts, I talk about the Creative Society.
Hello friends, my name is Gabo Korchak. I'm a chef. Informing is the first and most difficult stage in building the Creative Society. That's why I do my best to inform people about the Creative Society at every opportunity, whether it's meeting different people, guests, and so on. Because every person I talk to wants to live in peace, love, and prosperity.
Wear clothes with a Creative Society logo, such as t-shirt or a baseball cap.
We use pullovers, t-shirts, and caps. We hand out cards with the logo and the webpage.
You're always on trend when you wear the Creative Society logo.
The only thing we need is the creative society. The creative society.
Put a sign in your yard. Attach a sticker with a Creative Society logo to your car. Decorate your bicycle with the logo.
As you can see, I have a t-shirt with the Creative Society logo printed on it. Well, it's one of the ways. I also put a sticker on my car, which says the Creative Society and has a QR code which people can scan to access the project homepage.
I support Creative Society and I inform people every single day about Creative Society, as you can see on my car and even on the plate.
From the Netherlands, we are volunteers from Amsterdam, decided to spread the knowledge about the Creative Society by placing a sticker on our bike.
Indeed, there is actually more bikes than people in the Netherlands. So you can imagine how important it is to put this message about the Creative Society, the 8th Foundation, and the way to get even more information with the QR code.
Leave information about the Creative Society in coffee shops, doctor's offices, the local grocery shops, the hairdressers, anywhere, even on the wing of an airplane.
We are in Berlin today, shooting a film about the Creative Society in an Italian cafe. We told the chief and owner of this cafe about the project, and he became really interested.
Please support this idea of young people who are fighting for and promoting a better world for all of us.
Today I'm in the pediatric surgery department. My son has been treated here for more than 3 weeks. Such a small action as informing people can change the destiny of many.
Don't know where to get a model? It's already solved. Just go to the Creative Society website to the design section and choose the one you like. So let's do anything we can to build a Creative Society as soon as possible. Write poems, songs, make short videos, memes, and even jokes about. For example, the phrase, "If you do not support the Creative Society, don't touch me," can be printed on a toilet paper. If you are a business owner, put the Creative Society banner on your website or add the logo to your products. Show that you care about all people.
Since I have my own tailor shop, I inform people when I'm at work.
One of the fastest methods of conveying the information about the Creative Society is via media. Participate in talk shows, podcasts, news, or any other program about the Creative Society and its benefits.
It's the most important thing I can do in my life, and it's the most important thing I can do for all of humanity.
We were also invited as guests to the Storytime program on Radio Italy, where we talked about the Creative Society.
You can also put advertisements about the Creative Society in articles, newspapers, magazines, and on billboards. Place the Creative Society content on television, both local and global.
Great news! Soroka TV is now showing interviews and excerpts from various videos about the Creative Society project. The more creative content there is, the faster we will succeed in building the creative society.
The Creative Society Project's logo should be everywhere, all over the world. It should be recognizable in every corner of the world.
It's a platform where every person can raise their voices and speak about what challenges them as individuals, but also as a society. It's the voice of the people, and it's the people to make the change that we want. It's only together that we can change the world. It's you and me come together for a betterment. That's why I call upon everyone, friends, brothers, sisters, to come and be part of this great project for the betterment of our world.
Be creative and think of other ways to let the world know about the Creative Society. But don't forget that everything has to be within the framework of the law. The sooner people learn about the Creative Society, the sooner we will be living in it. If you want to have a decent life, tell everyone about the Creative Society.
We're all unite on one platform, on the Creative Society platform, and we talk about the fact that we need to change the system that we have from the one that's consumer-oriented with money and power is number one to the one where people deserve to live well.
I have a big flag, and when I ride my bike, I attach this flag and the small ones to show that this way I draw people's attention to the Creative Society.
The marathon is a great way for the city to learn about the amazing project, the Creative Society.
Creative society is the most peaceful and the most appropriate society format in the entire history of humankind. Only in the creative society can we cope with the climate threats and the crisis of the entire humanity. The best investment in your future is an investment in the creative society. Every active volunteer of the creative society, those who are implementing the hardest and most difficult part, that of informing people, deserve to receive a Peace Prize from the Creative Society. Every participant of the Creative Society deserves to be recognized and remembered in the future by grateful descendants. In a transition to the Creative Society, anyone who devotes time and effort will be rewarded. Let's discuss bringing understanding to this. An award should be structured in such a way that it reflects the efforts of people who inform about the Creative Society. A volunteer Peace Prize can be broken down into 5 categories. First, Those volunteers who currently inform a few people, those are the people who put stickers, "I support the Creative Society" on their cars, who talk to their colleagues, friends, and acquaintances everywhere, who just work with a few people. Those people will receive $1 million. Second, those people who inform dozens of people, those who could be cafe owners, bloggers, those who travel, explain, talk, who are not shy to talk in buses or somewhere else, and massively inform dozens of people, they get $2 million. Third, those who inform hundreds of people get $3 million. Fourth, those who have the opportunity to communicate with people and notify thousands of people get $4 million. And fifth, those who are able to inform millions of people, bloggers with multi-million followers, people who speak on huge platforms, who participate in conferences, singers who can create concerts watched by millions of people, they'll get $5 million. We must recognize that such incentives will only be given away in a creative society, not now. Awards are determined based on how much personal responsibility a person assumes when making information about the creative society available to others. A new history will begin with the names of the volunteers who contribute their hearts and souls to the creative society. Building a creative society is true heroism. It is saving the lives of billions. It is saving all of humanity. Therefore, we should not only thank such people financially, but we should also write their names in our history. After all, they really deserve to have their names immortalized. There'll be a monumental building raised in honor of those heroes. The building will have 6 levels. Each person's name, every volunteer who informs millions and thousands, will be on the first floor. Furthermore, there'll be the same gradation from 1 to 5 million Peace Prize recipients. 2nd to 5th floor will be dedicated to the real philanthropists, those who supported the informational stage and made creative society possible. On the top of the building will be tributes and portraits of all politicians who were so courageous and the first to declare their support for the creative society. In addition to help us create voter demand for a creative society, these politicians will remain in the public memory for generations. A creative society logo will be installed on the top of the monument. The effort we are now investing into the building of the creative society is the greatest thing we can do. We are building the future, not only for ourselves, but for our children and the generations that will come after us. And we can only do this by uniting the whole world.
There are no perfect actions, steps, or movement. While waiting for the perfect moment, we are losing the most important, most valuable resource, time. On the subject of time, I have an example to show you. Tell me, what are the statistics on average life expectancy in your country? Let's say 80 years. Let's take 78 years, which is inactive life. So, 78 years. Look, this is our lifespan, 78 years. So the span of our life is roughly this long. You can take a piece of paper and draw a line for your 78 years. Look, some of us are 30, some are 40, some are 50, 60. I will cut off the time of my life that's already gone. There, it's gone. Look at that. We have very little left. Statistically, we spend a third of our lives in sleep. Look, I'm cutting off another third of the rest of my life. Look. Next, how much time do we spend on household? Chores, cooking, laundry, cleaning. A woman spends at least 2 hours daily. And if we add it up for several years, when we cut off a few more years that we spend at the stove doing household chores. That's how much quality life we have left. And if we subtract from that the time for work, often unloved, for the struggle to survive, too bad, but we have to cut off another slice. We only have a little bit left. And that's not even me taking away the time we waste on social media, on Instagram, envying, comparing, and procrastinating. Let's cut that off too. And look what we are left with. We have only 6 years and we don't act. When will we act? We have almost no time left. I didn't take into account the climate threat that's hanging all over all of us. It doesn't really matter how old you are now. The climate situation has leveled us all. We have 6 years old. We will sleep for 2 years and walk for 2 years. We are left with 2 years. Take time away from that for laundry, cooking, and you'll realize we don't have any time left at all to save our lives. And we are not talking about saving lives and continue living in the hellish conditions of the consumerist format again. We are talking about completely changing of our lives. The creative society is the future in which your life is society's most significant value. There you will forget what fear is, live in safety, stop selling yourself in slavery for money, and be provided for, and able to create, able to become a better version of yourself. All the advanced technologies will provide for and serve your life in a peaceful, beautiful society without wars and threats to life. So think about whether it's worth wasting time on any doubts and fears, or whether it's time to start acting right now. Ask yourself the question, what can I do that is useful? All fears must be put aside. You need to think more about the benefits of creative society for yourself and those you love. Take actions right now. Take action the best you can. There are many examples of what people all around the world are already doing today to build the creative society. But don't compare your beginning with someone else's middle. You have to be yourself. Be honest, be open, be a real person. Be someone who is pro-life, not pro-death. To be the one who is for creative society.
Friends, it is really high time we start acting right now. You know, all this time we've been actively trying to reach out to humanity, but we are faced with a huge inertia among people. And honestly, I never would have thought it would be so hard to save humankind. Why are people inert today? It's just because they don't know how much time is left, and that is why they don't rush anywhere. That is why it is so crucial to inform them about the progression of all catastrophic climatic processes and about the real way out of the climatic collapse. By changing the format of society from the consumerist model to a creative one. Everyone on the planet needs to know about it. This is the only way. Otherwise, we simply will not have time to do anything. And that is why we're now appealing to all people who want to live, who want their grandchildren and great-grandchildren to live. We cannot stop the progression of climate cataclysms on our own, and we cannot reach out to everyone on our own either. There is no point in placing our hopes in politicians expecting that they will come to an agreement and do something about this. We people need to start talking about this, and you and I need to get this message out to all the mass media, to every person out of the 8 billion people living on Earth. This is the only opportunity we see right now. We have a chance to leave this planet as dead as Mars, but we still have chance to save our planet. And right now, as we speak, right now on our planet, magma is making its way to the surface through new faults that are being formed because of earthquakes. It is a fairly rapid process. This is a fact that we have been living for more than 10 years. And as of today, you also will have to live with it. Because now you too understand that this is really an apocalyptic doomsday bomb with a clock. And now you understand too that the only solution for us as a civilization is the creative society. And everyone has to learn about this. Each second of our inaction here diminishes our chances of survival. Today, it is up to each person to make a choice.
The time of choice is a very important time. It's the time of unification, of at least the majority of people, of those who set the vector towards the future of all humanity on this planet. This is important. That's precisely what the crossroads is. And it depends on everyone's decision where we will go as humanity. Our task isn't simple, friends, but we have no one to hope for. If good people come to us and help us, that's wonderful. But if not, you and us will proceed from our own conscience and capabilities. Believe me, a lot of people on this planet are competent, intelligent, honest, and decent people. That's whom we should rely on. As for all the rest, the opportunists, such spineless jellyfish who can only do harm, sting, or throw feces like a monkey in a zoo. Why would we pay attention to them? We're actually talking about people. Therefore, friends, we have a lot of interesting work ahead. Busy days. I would say lots of meetings with good people, and that's already wonderful. So friends, let's just love each other. Love and take care of this world. And let's not shift our responsibility onto someone else. Let's grow up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Igor Mikhailovich.
Thank you, friends. Peace be with you.
Dear friends, our forum has come to an end. I want to express my deep gratitude to the distinguished speakers and all the participants of this universal event of great importance. My heartfelt thanks to the volunteers of the Creative Society for the tremendous work each of you has done. It's only out of great humanness, love for people, and faith in our common cause that you act so selflessly and with such dedication. You are true heroes, and thanks to you, all of humankind still has a chance. Dear friends, this forum has lasted only 12 hours, but it feels like we lived a whole life. A life full of shocks and insights. And after all we've heard and seen, everyone will have to live with this information. But the main question of today's forum is, how long? 2036. I'm sure this date is still on your mind. And it may seem to many that it's the most important information in the whole forum. Because 2036 is the year of our end. However, it is not. It is the date of the destruction of our planet. But we, as humanity, will die much sooner. We simply won't live to see this date. So today, it is not that important. For us, it's much more important to have time to unite, to build the creative society, and as a result, to find a solution that will stop the destruction of our planet and save us from death. After all presented studies and facts, it should be obvious to everyone. The creative society is our only way out. Whether we want to admit it or not, building the creative society is a necessity. It is a lifeline to a sinking humankind. But it's up to us to take this last chance or not. It is a challenge to all of humankind. But how do we respond to it? Will we live out our last years with this information in our heads, which is impossible to forget? Or will we unite so that we can have thousands of years of prosperity ahead of us? The time for games is over, and it's high time for us to take our lives seriously. Today, the destiny of all humankind depends on the decision of each individual, whether to build the creative society or not. All of us will have to work hard in order to survive. The truth is, we won't be able to build the creative society without you. So please, think about these words very seriously. We are united in a common destiny. But what that destiny will be like depends on our choice. What's the point of the existence of humanity all these thousands of years if we just choose to die? The meaning of humanity's existence is life, and we must choose life. And that means choosing the creative society. Let's give each other and all of humankind a chance. Let's save our common home all together, in unity, no matter what. After all, our survival is indeed in unity.